3000, presented by Oakley. I'm Paul Evans, and joining me for the morning show, Diogo Alpint. Morning, mate.
Morning, Paul. Good to be here. Good to be enjoying some beautiful views of Santa Cruz and of the place where we have been in the past few days doing this beautiful Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley, a QS 3000 event of the World Surf League. And we're very excited about what's about to unfold this morning. Yesterday we had great action. We were seeing some drone shots of some of our surfers, Paul. It was quite a day. There we are. It's a chilly morning here. We have some offshore wind welcoming us this morning, and hopefully that will improve our situation wave-wise.
Yeah, mate, we're a bit rugged up, but the good news is wind-wise, it's kind of swinging around a bit more to the offshore today, which is what we like. And we got some swell. You're looking on your screen there, you can see some nice little A-frame wedges coming on this bank down here at the beach of tomorrow.
Let's take a look at the highlights of yesterday. Some of the best performance. We saw some great surfing in the remaining 8 heats of the second round, and all heats of the third round. It was quite a day. We saw some great performances. Our top seeds came into play, and they didn't disappoint.
No, we also saw a bit of carnage as well, a few upsets. That man you just saw on your screen, Yagodora, one of the big names, and he just about squeaked through, didn't he? But we saw some big guys go out as well, so all sorts happening, and of course, massive scores raining down. We went to the excellent range pretty much throughout the day, and of course, perfect 10 went down as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Victor Mendes with that perfect 10 on the second round, and obviously later on he won his heat of the third round. That's the surfer's area, and that's pretty much what we have been seeing all day long. This is one of the most radical airs. That's Yagodora. He enjoyed it, got a bit inspired for his heat, which was the last one. This is a bit of a
press
time. Slit press switch, that's it.
But he bowed out, actually. It's something of an upset. Mark Leckermark surfed really well. He just squeaked through a really tough heat right on the end of the day. And of course, Adrien Toy on that man there, looking smooth as ever. And put on a great heat 16, the last heat of the round, and earned himself a slot in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. That was quite a heat and quite a performance. And I love these drone shots. And what about this one? An air from Manuel Selman right in front of our camera crew. This is Hiroto Ohara. He had quite a heat, and this man, Samuel de Souza, look at this combination of 2 turns. Bam, one of the best scores of the day yesterday, Paul.
If anyone was surfing faster or throwing more spray than him, I'd like to hear about it. He was amazing yesterday.
Absolutely, as we keep on seeing, that was Pedro Henrique, if I'm not mistaken. And that's none other than Dimitri Ouvre with a big air there. And he was one of the many French guys that was on form. Unfortunately, we lost our champion of last year, Andy Crier, but still some great performances coming here in Praia de Vigia as we get ready to start the 3rd day of action, 4th day of the waiting period. And just look at that, airs and airs. That onshore wind just helped it. This is the crowd favorite, Frederic Moraes, and he put quite on a performance, Paul.
He just came out the gates absolutely flying and never really looked back. Federico coming with so much confidence. Obviously that big result down there at Bells Beach in Australia on the championship tour. But he doesn't mind rolling up his sleeves down on the qualifying series and put on a show for the Portuguese surf fans yesterday. And as did as well Noah Igarashi, also from the World Tour. So some amazing performances from our top seeds. Meanwhile, down to the business of today, and we're going to catch up with our contest director, Marcelo. Bom dia.
Bom dia, good morning.
How are we feeling?
Sorry.
Feeling good this morning?
Oh, really good. Look at this. Amazing conditions. Beautiful, clean, east offshore, and we have the awesome conditions to get really good performance.
And what are you thinking about the forecast throughout the day? Expecting it to stay like this, maybe get a bit smaller? What's the forecast looking like?
The forecast said that the swell might drop a little bit. The wind will stay like this. So the high tide, it's in the end of the day, so we're going to have surf all day for sure. Really good surf. All
right, excellent. Well, we've got 19 heats to wrap this thing up. What do you think our chances are of going through those today, or are you kind of keeping your cards close to your chest for the moment?
If this condition stays like this, we might run the quarterfinals. so that's the plan. It should be like that. Yeah.
Okay, and aside from obviously the surf and the action in the water, there's a few things going on in the local area. Last night we had a cocktail at one of the local hotels. Did you
Yes.
make it down there?
Yeah, of course. It was amazing. I mean, you know the place? You went there?
No, no.
Arraias do Seixo Charm Hotel. It's like one of the best charm hotels in Europe. It's some special place, and Gonzalo received us with amazing wine and some good food.
We're looking at some shots
It
now.
was-
Look at this place.
It was a moment, yeah. Yeah, that's some special place. Actually, yesterday it was his 7th anniversary, and we also celebrate that. It's an amazing place.
So just
I've been there.
yet another good reason to visit this part of Portugal, Santa Cruz, and obviously, of course, the main reason being the surf. So we're going to look forward to getting down to action today. What are we thinking about our start time this morning?
We're about to start. In 10 minutes, we're gonna have action in the water. So yeah, and it's surfers are already with the dirty on, and the contest it's on in a minute.
All right, and just from your point of view, any personal favourites, any highlight, any names? Probably, I mean, I imagine you're hoping for like Frederico, but anyone else stand out from those names?
Yeah, Frederico yesterday, he did such a really good heat, so consistent, with so good combination of maneuvers. He's in a rhythm for sure, but the level is so high. We're gonna have so many good surfers in every heat that we will run today, so it's gonna be really good to see for sure.
All right, awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Marcello, our contest director. We can't wait to get underway. Stay tuned. Heat 1 of round 4 will be coming at you live from the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. We are live from Santa Cruz and the competition starts in a few minutes. This is the first heat of round 4. Samuel de Souza, Marco Giorgi, Pedro Henrique and Vicente Romero. The conditions are absolutely amazing. It's pumping. It's like 3 to 4 feet on the faces. Strong offshore winds, so really nice conditions. And we are starting the competition. You heard the call on the morning show. I think we're gonna run all this round and then we're gonna be on standby for the next rounds. But right now it's absolutely amazing waves and the guys are completely, I don't know, but amped to surf these waves in these kind of conditions.
Absolutely, and on our screens at the moment is Vicente Romero. Good morning, Diogo.
Good morning.
We have the first heat of the day. Round of 32 is what's coming up. So we still have quite a bit of hits going on. We still have at least 12 hits today, which is very exciting. And well, let's see what happens if the conditions stay like this. That's the word of the contest direction. If the conditions stay like this, we might just do the quarters and leave the semis and the final for tomorrow. But for now, let's concentrate on what's on our hands and what's confirmed. And what's confirmed is that we're going to have the round of 32 in the water with Samuel Souza, who had quite a heat yesterday. Marc Giorgia, Pedro Henrique and Vicente Romero.
Yeah, yesterday Samuel de Souza put down such a good show in a really good heat. And I can't wait to see the guys start surfing, you know, because I've been here since 7 o'clock in the morning. I was seeing the free surf session and it was pumping and it's on, and we have in white.
Up and riding, that's Pedro Henrique, our national champion. Up and riding, that was a beautiful first start to start things off. And look how fast Pedro surfs. Really nice backside turn there. Goes back to the white water just to generate some extra speed to see if there's anything coming up on the inside. It doesn't. So
really nice start for Pedro Henrique.
Absolutely. The offshore winds probably pushed away some of the biggest waves of this swell. We see plenty of lines offshore and plenty of lines reaching our lineup, but not as big as yesterday. Nevertheless, we have some great conditions. Let's watch the replay of the first one of white. A deep bottom turn and hits the section in the right spot. A lot of water coming out of that turn. A big rock and roll foam climb. And then another backside carve just for Pedro Henrique. And then he was trying to generate some extra speed to see if final section would show up and stand up for him, but it doesn't really happen. We are very excited to be here, and it looks like it's now Samuel de Souza up and riding. He did some smashing backside turns yesterday, and just now he's picking up where he left off. Beautiful combination, Diogo.
It's impressive surfing by the Brazilian guy Samuel de Souza. Really nice stuff there, bringing the whole wave until the inside and the last section. And you know, as we said yesterday, today is like perfect conditions. Almost seems like a point break. This right-hander is pumping with really nice and green walls. The sun is there. Completely opposite day from yesterday with the side on. So today there are perfect conditions, and I'm really excited to see the top seeds in the water. We have right now Pedro Henrique, the Portuguese national champ and a former European champ.
And former World Junior champ.
That's it. In the year that Tiago Pires
made it runner-up.
Yes.
And now up and riding from Spain. From the northern parts, it's Vicente Romero smashing first turn. Now a good cutback to start things off. with a lot of water coming out. Wow, roundhouse cutback. Vicente Romero connecting all the dots here. And some extra ham there for Vicente. He's just trying to find that final section on the inside. Goes for a little slashing turn. And let's see if he finishes things off. And he does. Good wave for Vicente Romero. I'm really excited about the scores this morning. I'm really curious because the potential for great scores is going to be huge. So I think the judges are going to wait for some waves to really set the scale and find where they're going to put these first waves. It's always hard, the first heat of the morning, isn't it?
Yeah, for surfers, for judges, and for everybody. It's in the morning, they have to put the scale, and there you have. First wave of Samuel de Souza, 617. Pedro Henrique, first wave or last wave, 5.0, and we are waiting for scores for the first one of Vicente Romero, the surfer in green. Up and riding, we have Samuel de Souza again, go around that section, but there is nothing more, and he's going to pedal out again. Gonna make it the fourth priority right now. The priority is with the Uruguayan guy Marco Giorgi. He's here traveling with Nicolau van Roop and staying in a local home from Serginho, the water patrol guy, with Antonio Silva. They are already in the water. Actually, they were the first guys in the water in the morning.
Yeah, helping us clearing up a bit of the lineup.
Yeah.
All the free surf going down. Everyone is enjoying the waves we have here on offer this morning. Everyone's saying that the QS has had some pretty small waves so far in this season. And now here in Santa Cruz and just last week in Zarauz, the waves did have some extra juice there. And everyone's enjoying it, and we're really excited. I'm looking out our place there, and there's some huge lines starting to show up. The offshore winds blowing hard, the free surfers are having a ball, and I'm here all itchy and things just because I would love to be surfing some offshore conditions. I mean, we are all surfers. If you didn't feel this way when if you don't feel this way when you see these waves breaking with no one out, or with just four guys, you feel like you want to be there, and that's just one of the best feelings ever, because you get really pumped to do your work and see some really, really good surfing taking place. I see who's paddling. That's blue, Marco Giorgi. He's the one without. He's the only one without a first ride, and this is De Souza up and riding Diogo. Nice carve. Start things off. One more. Nothing off the lip yet. There we go. A bit more of a bigger turn. Lacks a bit of variety, but Samuel Souza really putting those four turns nicely and wrapping things off with a nice turn there for the Brazilian.
Beautiful stuff there. And you see the light, this morning light with the offshore. It's absolutely beautiful, man. It's insane conditions. And not Vicente Romero, Samuel de Souza already had 3 waves, so he wants to put a backup score immediately and really fast to put the other guys in a difficult condition, or try to put the guys in a difficult condition. 7.17, so the second wave of Samuel de Souza was just 1.5 points, something like that. It was an in and out, and there we are with Marco Giorgi on his first ride.
We already have
pumping some speed.
There we go, a frontside hack for Giorgi, just trying to get creative there
and
on
going
his
big.
chili board. Unfortunately, coming a bit short of what he wanted to do there, but we have the score for the first of Vicente Romero. It's a 6.6, so the judges like the frontside approach better on that first exchange, as we see once again Marco Giorgi's replay. This is quite a hack there, and then going off that foam climb, trying to put the tail of his board out, but it didn't really happen for him.
Meanwhile, is the replay of the third wave of Samuel de Souza. Really sharp moves there, really good connections between maneuvers. Nice snap there, and then all down the line, finishing really hard with the vertical
Yep.
off the top. So really nice stuff for Samuel de Souza. And there you are, 5.17 for the last wave of Samuel de Souza. Marco Giorgi puts on the score 2.17. And now the priority is with the Portuguese guy, the national champion, Pedro Henrique, who was the first guy surfing in the morning today. And
Yep. I tell you what, we have a very exciting day on our hands. That's exactly why we decided to upgrade. Well, not we, but the organizers decided to upgrade this event from a 1,000 to a 3,000 as we go straight to live action with Marco Giorgi. Beautiful hack off the top. Just a checkup turn to set him up for the rest of the wave. It mellows out a bit. That's what happened with the offshore, and Marco got a bit of an inside runner that didn't really open up for him. But if you want to have a high score today, it's going to take you much more than that. We see some boats out the back. The fishing has been great in the last few days, so I've been told. So just one more of those things you can come to Santa Cruz and do. The berlengas are just out there. I can see it looking out the window. I can see them clearly, and I wish I could go there one day. Just
you never have been there?
I have never been there.
Me neither.
We gotta ask for someone to set us up and go there. Rent a little boat, and I think
even my cousin fishes there, and I'd never been there before.
I tell you
man.
what, it's one of the coolest things about this contest, and also about the Peniche contest. There we go, the Berlenga is beautiful
islands.
Yeah, beautiful islands. Islets is kind of like, it's not even an island, it's an islet. And a great work by our camera crew, and putting us the lighthouse there and the camping there. You can camp there. There's nothing really, there's no Wi-Fi. It's just, you go full raw, full nature while you're there. And it's just one of the most beautiful things ever. And
I heard that there are a lot of seagulls there and some rats too. But but it's okay for camping. It's okay for camping. It's great for camping. Beautiful and sightseeing. And
What about the history? Torres Vedras, Santa Cruz has so much history. The part of Portugal's history stopped by this area with the French invasions. As we go straight to live action with green up and riding, that's Vicente Romero. Just going. Let's see what he's up to. He was going fast, going for that car, grabbing the board, but unfortunately the wave really smoothed it out, and he had nothing to offer him after that.
And I think that,
it's Pedro Henrique up and riding,
smashing all the way down. I want to see what he's done on the beginning of the wave, because it seems that was a really nice wave. So
as we see some of the surfers getting ready for what's coming up afterwards. Some of the surfers coming up later in this round. Just by my side, we have Tiago Pires, Canoa Igarashi, and Francisco Alves, who unfortunately missed out on a chance to be in this round yesterday, but put on a good display on his second round, nevertheless. So it's quite a day of action we have in store for us. Some city surfers are here in Santa Cruz, and we are very excited to be here. The offshore is making it a bit smoother to run this event, and that's why we're here. Let's watch the replay of Vicentes. He burned some speed.
High line there.
Yep.
And then nice bottom turn, grabbing the rail, nice carve there. But it's only one wave maneuver. That's the replay of Pedro Henrique. Oh,
he got stuck a bit.
Yeah, a bit sketchy that second one.
Yeah,
and
he got a bit hang up in the leap there, but still.
A 3.93.
Yep.
So already a backup.
Absolutely. Scores on our screen at the moment. Lines approaching, and hopefully we'll see some more of this great action here in Santa Cruz, Praia de Vigia. Everyone that knows this place knows how good it can turn.
Impressive stuff, eh?
Impressive stuff.
The second day was better than the first day, and the third day better than the second.
Yep.
I imagine what is going to happen tomorrow. No, but the forecast for tomorrow is not so good as today.
Yep.
Today is the best day of the waiting period. Strong offshore winds all day. The swell is dropping a little bit, and is going to drop all over the day. But you know what? There are some really nice lines there, some really nice waves. the tide is getting low today. The low tide is going to be at 11 o'clock in the morning, I think. And then when it starts to fill up, I think we're going to have some really nice show. We are already have some really nice show. The free surf session in the morning was insane. And now we have Marco Giorgi on the left. Backhand attack, nice hack over there, nice float, another snap, really strong surfer by the surfer from Uruguay, really nice stuff. And then look at that. I think Vicente Romero is going on this one, no. But it was a really nice wave. Bad choice for Vicente Romero because the wave all down and went all over the sandbank until the end. It was a really good wave. Maybe Vicente Romero have done a mistake here to not choosing that wave. But let's look at the replay of Marco Giorgi.
Marco Giorgi, first left-hander we see ridden today. Look at that beautiful rock and roll floater on his backhand for Marco. You can see that he's comfortable surfing on his backhand, just pushing that tail a bit harder there to really get some spray on the air and off the wave. And
you don't need too much today for a good spray, you know, with this
you
offshore
don't.
wind.
But the judges know that,
yeah.
so they will figure out if you are actually pushing your turns or if you're just, you know, enjoying the offshore wind to get some air, some water in the air. Last of Pedro Henrique was a 4.73, as we see Marco Giorgi once again up and riding, choosing a smaller run, pushing the tail a little bit around, and wow, a nice strong turn there on the second part of the wave for Giorgi, and he's out of there. 4.73 was the wave that got Pedro Henrique in the second place, and now priority sits with Red, the surfer, in the lead in this heat. And let's watch the replay once again for the last of Marco Giorgi.
Yeah, really nice stuff, blowing the tail out, second time, and then the cutback right into the pocket, and then nothing more. So 10 and a half minutes left. Samuel de Souza still in the lead and with the priority, so it's always a good thing when these kind of conditions. It's quite different from yesterday, because yesterday and the first day you have to pedal a lot, trying to catch a lot of waves to see if the waves are good or not. Today you have to stick with your priority game, and you have to be in your, I think you have to choose a little bit more, or you have to be, I don't know what to say, but you
selective.
have to, selective, that's the word. You have to be really selective and enjoying your priority and choose a nice wave to put down some really nice scores to get through this round. So Vicente Romero is pedaling and is up and riding, I think. No, he's not going.
Also not to go.
A bit late on that takeoff. And really nice conditions here in Santa Cruz. I'm trying to hear. Yes, last off blue. 6.3.7, so he's now on the second place, chasing a 4.97 to go first. Pedro Henrique now needs a 4.88 to go second, and Vicente Romero with a 6.6 is now chasing a 3.27 for reaching the second place. Right now I can see some lines approaching on the lineup, and the guys are already seeing. For us it's a bit easier because we are on the top of the cliff, so we see the lines before the surface, but here they are.
Look at this one, who has priority. Let's see who's in place for this wave. It's gonna be Red, using his priority, turning around. There he goes, that first section's gonna be bam. Oh, he pushed that turn too hard and he's out of there.
Yeah.
That's something that sometimes happens with the offshore wind. Sometimes when you really push your turns and the offshore wind doesn't cooperate, you get blown out the back. So
yeah, you have to push your front foot to go down again.
yep, that's what you need to do. Unfortunately, there's the Souza.
I was looking here the surfers decided to go to the North Peak. We have two main peaks here in Praia do Alemão, and they prefer to go a bit north.
As we see up and riding, that's Pedro Henrique using his priority, but the wave closed out and he's out of there.
And that's what I was telling. This North Peak, with this kind of tide, is a bit of a closeout. You have to put a lot of speed to pass all the sections and to get through all the sections and to really enjoy the green wall. And the South Peak, the wave is a bit shorter, but you have a really nice wall, a vertical wall. So you have right now Marco Giorgi on the late takeoff. Really nice stuff there. Some really nice carve. Another catback. Now pumping to a good snap. Another one. Really nice stuff. And to finishing off top of the off the lip, man. The right name is vertical off the lip. From Marco Giorgi is trying to increase that 3.5.
The wave looked beautiful from the start, huh?
And look, this carve, really nice. And another one.
Just open face turns there. Now this one was a bit off the lip there, and another one. So this is going to be a good score for Marco Giorgi, a little off the lip thingy to finish off that wave. Marco needed something like
4.97 to go first.
To go first, was already in the second place. That was in third, so there might have been a score dropping for him.
Yeah, that was that 6.37 from the last right-hander from Marco Giorgi, the Uruguay guy. It's really ripping, and right now with his last wave, we are waiting for the scores of his last wave. He's chasing, as we said, a 4.97 to go first. Pedro Henrique is now needing a 4.88 to go second. And Vicente Romero, actually Vicente Romero has the high score of the heat, but he still needs a good backup. And he's up and riding. Vicente Romero pulling down some nice lines there.
Has a lot of ground to cover in front of him. There's plenty of room for some more turns. There he goes, Vicentino, like our Spanish friends call him, up north where he lives, in the Vigo Pantin area. Look at that, went for a layback, finished it off with kind of a carve thing, and he's just wrapping up that wave, Diogo. And he only needed a 3.27 to go to second. Let's see what the judges think about it, but I wouldn't be too surprised if he did get the score, as we still wait for the score of Marco Giorgi. Let's take a look at the replay.
We are rating two scores. Really nice stuff here by the Suffering Green Vicente Romero. Really nice snap there. Nice cutback. Look at these lights. Morning lights. Oh, the layback snap. Really nice stuff there. Another check turn and another one to finish. Really good, Vicente Romero. So it's going to be really interesting because Marco Giorgi puts down a 5.8 and is now on the lead. And Pedro Henrique is surfing on his front side. Really good air reverse, but he couldn't finish. So Pedro Henrique have to pedal out again to try another time. Vicente Romero puts down a 4.67 on his last wave, so he's now third, chasing. But let's first see Pedro Henrique. Really nice turn there, and
I think what impresses me, yeah, an air against the offshore wind it's always gonna be difficult. Although this is more of a cross shore,
yeah.
As we see Marco Giorgi once again. This is the wave we saw from a minute ago, but a split peak situation there. I love these different angles we get to see in this transmission. Really, I love different angles, and I love how dynamic the things get going. And dynamic was also the approach that Marco Giorgi chose on this occasion, as we are seeing De Souza finishing off a wave. Let's see what he did in the first part of the wave. But I was going to say that what I enjoy about Pedro Henrique's first surfing is that
he never quits.
Really, well, he generates a lot of speed with a lot of ease. So
yeah.
He's always driving really, really fast. And he gets rewarded for that for sure. And of course, a past European champ, current national champ in Portugal, past World Junior champ, won that final against our boy Tiago Pires back in the day. And as we're about to see the beginning of that wave we missed from De Souza, there he is. Nothing major, nothing off the lip, just some face turns, but nicely done. Keeping the board moving, look at the style, really pleasing style from De Souza, and a good turn to finish things off as we see Vicente Romero. The body language tells us that he did something good there.
Yeah.
So let's wait and see. Let's wait for the replay.
We are waiting for a lot of scores. We are waiting for the last of blue, the last of red, the last of white, and the last of white, the last of green and the last of white. So many things that can change the leaderboard. It was a left-hander.
It was a left-hander for Vicente Romero. He turned off the lip. Oh, and that last section was really nicely done. Didn't miss a beat on that wave. Nice combo for sure. Let's wait and see exactly what his score is. He needs a 4.74 to move up to second. In second place at the moment is De Souza. Not Adriano De Souza, but Samuel De Souza. As we see someone paddling left is Pedro Henrique.
And Samuel De Souza with his last wave did not improve, but he's up and riding again. Nice hack over there.
I think the judges are set in
Another
the scale.
one.
Yep. Nothing major for
nothing
Samuel.
major.
I'm telling you, I think the judges really want to see some big turns, because of what I'm seeing here is that they are really enjoying turns off the lip. When you go in a pocket and really turn from there or hit the lip quickly, and if you go for more face-based kind of turns, you don't really get rewarded. So we're still waiting on scores for Vicente Romero, I believe. I'm not sure if the score for that left we saw is already locked in. He needed a 4.74 to move up to second. For now, second is Monsieur De Souza. As we wait for more action in the final 35 seconds of this heat, as we are really protected from the wind here in our tent today. And now De Souza, this is the replay of that last one wave. You can see that this was more of a face orientated approach, nothing major there. And he kind of, no, this is actually not the last wave. This is the previous wave. I think this wave hasn't been scored yet, and it kind of is an important one because Vicente Romero and De Souza are really close. So we will wait for the final results of the heat as we hear the horn about to sound. Vicente Romero was up before the horn, so this wave is still counting.
So?
I think so, that's for sure. But, well, that's a judge's call, really.
Yeah. It's always a difficult call because
always
between the horn sounds and the guys listening on the lineup, it's always a gap. So it's always difficult to know if the guy is already with the takeoff,
Yep.
up and riding or not.
I'll tell you what, we're going on a short commercial break, and we will be right back with official results of this heat at the beginning of the next one, as we are eager to see who made it to the next round. If it was Georgie in the screen at the moment, De Souza, Enrique, or Romero.
That's it.
While I'm still waiting for the commercial break to hit us.
Yeah.
Stay tuned to the Santa Cruz Pro, to the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley.
Yeah, and already on the water is the heat number 2 with Hiroto Oaro, Timoteo Bissot, Aritz Aramburu, and Georgian Cousine.
Sorry, Diogo, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with official results and the next heat presentation. Stay tuned.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the beautiful Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Official results of the first heat of the morning. A bit of an upset there in the last second with Vicente Romero and Marco George stealing the show with their last waves and moving on to the next round ahead of Pedro Henrique and Samuel de Souza. Now in the water is Hiroto Ohara, Tim Bissot, Aritz Aranburu and Jorgen Cousinet. That's the second heat of the day. And in the booth with me right now is my favorite Englishman after David Beckham, Paul Evans. Good morning, Paul.
All right, mate. How you doing?
Doing good.
You've been a bit chatty this morning, haven't you? You've had quite a bit to say for yourself.
Have I?
Yeah, might just want to tone it down a little bit, mate. All right, let's check out live action in green. It's Cousinet, Jorgen, the big man, out of Reunion Island. And he went for the kind of grab rail reverse out the lip maneuver.
Why did he go for such a big turn on the first part of on his first wave? He could have
Excited, but just have a look at that groomed texture up the face. Beautiful. Here goes
Cousinet once again. Gonna try and make it up for that miss on his first wave. He could have gone for a more conservative approach there. It would have made a possibly good score, because I really thought that the first wave he got was a good one, huh? You don't think so? I think so.
Oh, sorry, you mean the wave?
Marco Giorgi won the previous heat. 25-minute heats this morning. Round 4, heat 2, Cousinet, Ohara, Bissot, Aranburu. Cousinet and Ohara have been some of the standouts of this event. Aranburu also, Bissot a bit more quiet so far, but still, we never know what we can expect from the young European young gun in Bissot. This has been quite a contest with a lot of good surfers coming from different parts of the world. We have a very young roster here in this event, with a lot of young surfers from Hawaii, even Japan, and of course Europe. That's where we are in the beautiful Portugal, up north from Ericeira, just down south of Peniche. And enjoying quite a morning here as I see white paddling Paul, and it's Aritz Aranburu.
Here goes Aritz. He'll crack the lip. It's a smaller wave on the inside for Aritz. And I bet my bottom dollar he'll finish this off, because that's what he does. Aritz Aranburu. Smart contest surfing. A good score under his belt. Something to build from. Finishes off on the inside with a little hit. Let's check the replay. Here he goes. Kind of a smaller wave. Went to the inside. Nice and vert. Went a little soft here. He went down the line. Found himself some lip. Attacked it pretty nicely. Board's looking good. Aritz is looking good. And that'll be his first his opening of his account in this heat 2 of the round 4. Just great to see these beautiful clean lines. The wind is supposed to get sort of more offshore and even stronger.
Is it?
Throughout the day, I believe.
I think it was the strongest in the morning. As we see red paddling, it's Hiroto Ohara on his first wave. Wow, went for a wham bam, thank you ma'am kind of turn there in the first one, but unfortunately going down there.
Yeah, just bit off a little more than he could chew. Japanese surfer Ohara. A nice aggression from him on the first maneuver, just like that. And you can see how clean it is on the face this morning. You can also probably tell the waves are pretty close together, so this isn't one of those swells that's traveled from like off the coast of Greenland. This is relatively close stuff, and for that reason we're getting a lot of waves ridden because it's a short period swell, but also that exact same reason, as the wind does blow persistently offshore, I think it might drop pretty quickly. And let's just hope a bit of the size sticks around, but generally these wind swells, as soon as they get a wind blown against them, they can tend to fade rather quickly. But at the moment, we've got beautiful conditions. Head high on the sets, a couple of overhead sets. And lovely groomed faces. And the plan for the running order we heard from our contest director. Power through this round. Let's go live action. It's Bissot, the goofy, and a bigger wave. The surfer from Guadeloupe, nice hooking turn, a kind of projection floater over, and he
goes down. He does go down, but like I was saying, we never know what we can expect from Biso, and he keeps on doing those turns like he did on that wave. That first turn was really a nice one. Smashed that. 417 for the first of Oritz Aranburu. Nothing major, but it might just end up being a backup. Either way, he'll want to replace that. As we see Biso paddling on the inside, looking for a more stand-up kind of wave. Got a bit hang up there, but nevertheless, 2 turns there for the young Frenchman from Guadeloupe. As we see that 6 minutes of this heat are now gone, the heat is still pretty much out in the open, as you would expect from such a early stage of this one. As we go straight to interview, or we don't, we actually gotta go straight to live action, as we see Oritz Aranburu just trying to find things. Almost looked like he was looking for the barrel there, but there's not really a barrel there, and goes for a hack. A nice one on the second section there, and enough to leap to finish things off. As we now go straight to interview with last heat's winner, it's none other than Marco Giorgi. Take it away, Diogo.
Yes, it's true. Thanks, guys. I'm here with Marco Giorgi. Really nice conditions in the morning, really nice heat. Tough heat with a lot of good surfers there. Tell us a bit about the heat and the conditions there.
Yeah, first heat is always tricky, you know. It's offshore and it's a sunny day and it looks beautiful from the beach, but once you paddle out, it's not the same, you know. I think yesterday even it had more power just because the wind, you know, holds the lip a bit more. You gotta be more careful where to put your boards, and tide's changing really fast. It's turning into low, so it's like those weak waves, you know. But it's a beautiful day and it's beautiful. It's gonna be beautiful today, you know, all day offshore blowing, and it'll be fun, yeah.
And what do you think is going to be the goal today, the rail game or the aerial game?
I think the rail game for me, the wind's good for lefts, for going to the air on the left, but for me, I can go to the air on the left, but it's just that's better to, I think, to get a long wave and just to put it on the rail, and with the offshore blowing like that will help me throw some more water, and yeah, I'll just stick to that, I think.
Okay, congratulations. I'll let you rest and good luck for the next round. Back to you guys on the booth.
There we go. That was Marco Giorgi, Paul. His strategy is gonna be to stay on his rails in that board. It might just work for him, and it sure did on that last wave, on that last heat, sorry, as we recap on what we missed during that interview. This is green, this is Cousinet, Paul. Nothing there for him, huh?
Yeah, he kind of attacked the first maneuver, and the second section wouldn't cooperate. I think we're seeing a bit of that. See the waves stand up on the peak. You see a nice wall in front, but it's kind of a fast section that's dropping kind of at the same time, so they got to race around it. And then sometimes, by the time they've raced around, there ain't a whole lot there. And it's sort of been reflected so far score-wise, and this time with 9 minutes gone, it's Aranburu. He's out in front. He's got that 5-5. Backed it up at 4-1-7. Other than that, no one's really gone north of 4 points. For the rest of the fields, and O'Hara in red, Japanese surfer, finds himself amidst a sea of Europeans. Well, he's got priority. He's just ridden one wave so far. I'm expecting to change that pretty soon as the next decent looking set comes in.
As he has first priority, that will allow him to really pick the best wave that shows up next. That no one else, even if someone else shows interest on that wave, they just won't have any chance of getting it. Official results of the last heat, as previously stated, with Marco Giorgi and Vicente Romero taking the win, or the advancing position, sorry. Kind of dusty here, isn't it? We're still waiting for some more action. 10 minutes of this heat are now gone, with 15 still to go. Nothing major. The previous heat kind of had more waves, had a flurry of action in the beginning. Hopefully this heat will kick off the interesting things as soon as possible. As I see some lines approaching the lineup, let's see who's in position for this one. It looks like it's going to be Team Bisopol.
Here goes Bisso, dropping down backside. There's that tight bottom turn, slashes off the top. And again, the next bottom turn, he had to kind of readjust last minute, then a great third hit through to the inside. Another good maneuver from Tim, but he goes down again. We've seen a bit of that from him. Meanwhile, out the back, O'Hara. Wow, a couple of nice big turns. Wow, just beautifully working this thing over and giving it everything, the little guy. And he does finish off. So important to finish. I know we keep crapping on about that, but so important to finish off your waves. And that's exactly what O'Hara did there. So kind of similar-ish waves from Bisso and O'Hara overall. But the main difference is Bisso goes down at the end and O'Hara made sure he kicks out.
O'Hara waiting quite a bit for that wave. He waited 12 minutes to get his second wave. First good one in this heat. He needs a 5.63 to go to second. And let's take a look at the replays. We're going to start with O'Hara. I like how he set up this turn, really preparing it with the deep bottom turn, and then boom, hitting the leap there with no fear. Everything he's got, and then that was the money turn for me. And just in front of him was Team Bissot, who got the first one of the set. And unfortunately bogging the rail a little bit on that second turn. Was able to recover to do this one, which was a nice turn. But unfortunately going down on that last one. I sure did enjoy that turn for O'Hara. And the judges enjoyed it too. It's an 8-point ride for
Massive
Hiroto.
score for O'Hara. Beautiful surf. And I love the way it's board. Yeah, I love the way he accelerates out of the turn. He picks up speed so quick. And the judges throwing a massive 8 at that for O'Hara. So his patience paying off there. He didn't get flustered at the start of the heat and scrap around for throwaways. He just held his corner, used that priority so well. Let Bisso go on the first one. He'll the first one was a little bit soft from Tim. And O'Hara did pick the better wave on that occasion. He gets an 8-point ride. He's got a backup of a 1.13. And so far with 11.40 on the clock, he's in the driving seat in this one.
That's the first excellent score of the morning. Goes straight to O'Hara, who's now in a great position to advance in this heat. Only needs a 1.67 to go to first. In first is the former city surfer Aritza Ranburu, who has first priority there. Team Buisseau and Jorgen Cousinet have some more work cut out for them. And they sure need something going, as we see Cousinet just trying to position himself in the lineup. Some lines approaching, as you can see. Beautiful offshore wind this morning, grooming the conditions that have been so windy, but onshore windy in the last few days, Paul. But finally, the forecast turns up and shows us what he's got here for Santa Cruz. And a reassure one in a beautiful day of action here to show everybody around the world what kind of conditions you can expect when you come to Portugal and to this area for a surf trip. We might just see a left-hander for Team Bissot. Doesn't go, but Jorgen Cousinet is up and he's riding.
Here goes the Frenchman. Great first turn from Jorgen. And he'll tag the lip again. And then he'll just go over this little double up as the wave gets soft. He keeps that board moving from rail to rail. And then he'll go to the inside and tag this a couple more times. Still going on a real soft insider. And he'll find some lip here. And does. And he'll finish off with a nice little bang. And that'll get him right back in this heat.
Cousinet doing a great job of really tapping with that board and keeping it moving to hit the inside sections. But the damage, the real damage, the points are going to come from that first turn. It was a really good looking carve there for the young French surfer from Reunion Island. As we see white and blue taking a look there, deciding not to go. Good call, because the wave is pretty much fat. I think they're gonna have to wait for the bigger ones. Those are the ones that really open up and offer sections for everybody that is willing to put it on rail. And on rail is what we are expecting to see from Thiago Pires in the next heat, for example. And yesterday we saw some great airs for Christian Kimerson, Victor Bernard, and Manuel Selman, who will also be surfing next. Exciting morning, beautiful morning here in Santa Cruz, Praia da Vigia, as we get ready to hear some scores. There are some new scores for Cousinet, Paul. It's a 6-7-3 for the wave that we just saw. O'Hara drops to third, but still needs a pretty low score to move up to second, while Aranburu is still on first priority. Still pretty much open this heat, huh?
It is, but they're pretty tight together in there. Priority is going to be crucial. Let's have another look at this replay. The 6-7-3 from Cousinet. Good first turn.
That's
and
great,
gets
huh?
his skates on and goes straight down the line again. Unfortunately for him, this happened. And this is why this was in the good range rather than up towards excellence, because the wave went into a bit of a hole. And he went quite a long way to tap this on the inside. But there's not massive points up for grabs and stuff like that. So it comes in as a 6-7-3. It is O'Hara looking for a backup.
Look how fast he was moving in this kind of waves.
Much speed and a little bit of wave, and he will improve a 1-1-3 there. He only needs a 1-6-7 to go back into those advancing top two spots. That second place. Aranburu has been quiet for a while. He does have that priority, but they're really bunched together now. We've got a cleaner swell. There's not multiple peaks like there were when it was on shore. So it really is a case of sitting on the same peak and using that priority, or not using the priority. As the Ritz had a look there and went, no, I think I'll keep the prio and I'll let that one go. Just a softer little wave. Conditions not that dissimilar to Zarout's.
We didn't see the beginning of this wave for O'Hara. That's what we are just watching on our screens there. Again, tapping that leap once again. He just keeps that board moving really quickly. And O'Hara, he's kind of a contender. He's moving really good in these Santa Cruz conditions since the beginning, since his first heat. He's doing good.
Rip the lid off that wave. It comes in as a 4-9-3. Rip the top off the first turn. And it put him a long way behind the whitewater. You see how far he came from behind with a couple of pumps. He accelerated out from behind, got himself back on the face. Good enough for a mid-range score. And that goes with his excellent ride of 8. And that is giving him a reasonably healthy total of 12-9-3. 6.5 on the clock. He leads Cousinet. And Aranburu back in that third, looking for a 4-6-7. Does have priority. And I think that prio, you're going to hear us talking about that quite a bit, because while it stays at this kind of basically one peak, they're going to be taken off all in the same place. And we've got some paddling action, some kicking legs, a bit of interest. It looks like Bisso's fired up for this one. Here he goes, the Goofy. Off the bottom, hard off the top. Nice, beautiful spray in that morning offshore. Super vertical second turn. A little bit of a steeper wave than his last one. He's got a bit more wall in front of him to work with. He's still going. And he'll just want to tag this a couple more times and finish off. Here goes Tim. Super busy little guy. And that's probably his 6th turn on this wave. And he likes it.
Look at that.
He likes it a lot. So this is actually going to be a pretty close call, I reckon, this heat. Let's have another look at the replay here. In he goes, bang off the top, massive spray. And again, just a slightly different turn, more of a stabbing turn. And he kind of kicks up, a little backhand snap, and again goes into the lip. Just controls it well as the wave gets small. Sets up with a slash, puts him behind the section, and allows him to come up and tag the lip there. Get a little drift, and he ain't done yet. One more for good measure. And
the jazzy hands to finishing top.
Yeah, it was almost like one of those signals that...
Yeah,
that we do in England.
I tell you what,
doesn't it?
It does better. But Tim Bisso went to town on that little wave, and I'm not surprised that Ritz decided on not to go. I think in these kind of conditions and going right this morning, the goofy footers have a bit of an advantage with this offshore wind. They can really hit it off the lip a bit more than when you're surfing on your forehand, and that's why Tim probably saw some potential on that wave that Aritz thought, well, that wave doesn't have the size or the lip, I need to hit it nicely. And on the other hand, Biso just thought, well, I'm gonna hit it in all the right places.
Okay, Kuzine
Up and riding, nope.
Under its priority, he had a paddle, and he's pretty far behind on that one. And he decides he's not going to be making that. Pretty wisely, so Ritz just using all that experience and patience. Had a couple of opportunities, and he's let them go. Abisso drops a 7, so he goes up to that very good range. Tim Bisso puts him up into second. Ritz now finds himself in 4th, but he only needs a 6-2-4.
4 minutes to go in this heat. We are in the, how do you say it, squeaky bum time. There we go. And Team Biso, look at the scores that dropped for him. 7-point ride. As we see Manuel Selman from the next heat in white. Some of our photographers. And really, you really need to warm up this morning because it's a bit chilly, I tell you that. And a 7-point ride for Team Biso. Interesting, smart call there for the young Frenchman on deciding to go on that wave. And now is opting to go on this nice-looking left, Paul.
He's moved down the beach. He's surfing about 200 meters further south now. He's on a completely different peak, all on his own. He's found himself a left-hander. And he just throws a bit of tail, drifts the fins, brings it back around. Had a bit of white water on the face, that one. But he likes this look. He likes the look of this peak just down the beach slightly. Let's go to the replay. Meaty section to open up with. And just a first kind of set up turn. And the wave went really soft here. He kind of did well from where he was with that. And just about recovered out of that last maneuver. 4.73 was his backup. 7 was his high score. Let's see if he goes to work on that backup score of 4.73. Previous to that, he was in second. As the clock counts down, Aritz has had priority for what feels like an eternity, and he's in 4th at the mo. And he wants to get something going. His requirement 6.24. Bisso could actually, with that last wave, possibly make that requirement slightly higher, but at the moment, 6.24 the requirement. Cousinet in 3rd. In green, the Frenchman at a reunion island looking for 5.01.
As we see O'Hara and Cousinet paddling, but it's O'Hara that's up and riding. Nice first turn to start things off for him. Releases a tail a little bit there. Doesn't finish clean, but he finishes that turn. He's hoping to improve on a 4.93. He's probably feeling Cousinet breathing down his neck. As we see Aritz Aranburu, this is live action. He waited a lot for this wave, finally deciding to use priority. And
yeah, it's a mistake. That's a mistake from Aritz. He's waited an awful long time with priority. Could have gone that wave that Bisso got. Turned out to be a 7. He didn't take it. I think that was a mistake. And he's waited forever. And he heard the clock ticking down, under a minute and a half to go. And he stood up on a small-looking wave that was never really probably going to offer, unless he went absolutely mental. Never really going to offer a 6 on this. It's a small, soft wave. A couple of decent turns for Aritz, but I think that might be an error. Will he get another opportunity? I'm not sure.
Again, the replay of the last one of O'Hara trying to improve on his backup, which is a high 4. Didn't really land this one clean, but he finished it. As we go straight to live action with Cousinet trying to go for that 5.01. He needs to move up to second, right in front of the water photographer. Look at that, boom. Bogged a bit of rail in the beginning of that turn, but finished it off that wave nicely, and he's happy about it. Look at him celebrating. He believes he got that 5.01, and
yeah,
I'm not sure.
It wasn't pretty, but it was effective. He only needed a 5.01.
Good competitive surfing, you would say.
Yeah, and he threw kind of everything, the kitchen sink at those turns. There's a lot of arms flying around and a few pizzas, but good stuff from Cousinet. Some nice power and aggression, and using that big frame just to get some good leverage. Nice bit of variety on that maneuver there, and he tagged it again. And you've got to say, in the context of the judging, that's a 5-point all day long. And I think he knows it, and he looks fired up as well. He might.
That's exactly it. While we wait for the official results of last heat, we're getting ready for a commercial break. And we'll be right back with the official results and the next heat. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back to the Santa Cruz Pro, presented by Oakley. There's your official result. Hiroto Ohara of Japan in first place. Jorgen Kuzene with a buzzer beater right at the end. He smashed a 5.87, and he knew it. He got the score in the dying seconds. And it's good night Vienna for Timothy Bisso and Aritz Aramburu. They bow out. Bisso won't be particularly happy, getting a 7 and losing. And there you see the score getting read out, and he's absolutely loving that. He laps it up on the shore. Good passion, good fire. And speaking of passion and fire, Victor Bernardo, an amazing surfer, great aerialist. His compatriot, Christian Kimmerson. And they'll be taking on the Chilean Manuel Salmon. And of course, the man who's pretty much dominated Portuguese surfing in the last 15, maybe even more years.
Yeah.
Tiago Sacapires. Welcome back to the booth, Diogo.
Thanks, man. Yeah, Tiago Pires was the first professional Portuguese surfer, so he had been 7 years in the World Tour. It's a really nice guy, really humble guy. Was a runner-up on the Juniors World Championships back in 1998 or 1999. In the time he lost to Pedro Henrique, was the world champion, the junior world champion. And we go back to the water because we have live action with Christian Kimmerson. Nice turn there. It's actually interesting because we have 2 surfers on the South Peak. Oh, nice air reverse to finish the wave. It's interesting because we have 2 surfers on the South Peak and 2 surfers on the North Peak. So Tiago Pires and Victor Bernardo, they are choosing that right-hander, almost like a point break. And here we have Christian Kimmerson in blue and Manuel Selman. They are actually on the South Peak and trying to get some lefts.
And that right there is how you manufacture a score on a wave that's not offering very much at all. It's great contest surfing from Kimmerson. It's a 4.17. It was a nothing wave, kind of soft, and he just kept his board going. Beautiful drone shot there. You just see that swell wrapping in, and it is a gorgeous, crisp morning down here at Santa Cruz on the west of Portugal. We're looking at running through this round at least. Then we got 4 heats in the round of 16 coming up next, and we may even go into the quarters. We're not sure. Let's go with live action. Here goes Salman, the Chilean, and a nice first hit from him, a bigger wave. And because that wave was a bit bigger, it dropped the section in front of him, which is disappointing because that was a beautiful. I love the way that thing stood up. So
yeah,
slight change in tactics, just sitting in a different spot. That's probably a good call because on that main peak, with 4 guys all sitting together, it's, it's going to come down to really a case of who's holding priority. So nice to see them going with the options. Let's check out Tiags. Here goes Tiago Pires down the line, and there's that signature wrapping forehand speed turn. And again, and Tiago there using that rail, looking very composed.
That's the typical surfing by the Tiago Pires that we are used to see. It's really power surf, a lot of rail game, and yeah, that was a nice wave. Yeah, but we are talking about Manuel Selman. Yesterday he puts down some really nice show. Let's watch the replay from Tiago Pires. Nice bottom turn, look at that. Water on the air, nice combo. And then again, yeah, a bit sketchy that last bottom turn, but yeah, he managed to put down some good maneuvers on that first wave for the Portuguese Tiger, Tiago Pires. 20 minutes left. on the screen, Victor Bernardo.
Yeah, Bernardo put on a pretty good show in the earlier rounds, and it's got an amazing air game. This guy, just massive. If you check out some of his clips of him, it just finds it so easy to punt this guy. Not ideal conditions with the offshore for airs, but don't count him out as we check out Kimmerson having a rethink on that tactic of going south. And he's thought, you know what, I think I might go and join the boys. So he's having a little trot up the beach. Not a great deal of purpose in his running. He's kind of taking it fairly easy. Leaving Salmon all by his lonesome down on the south peak. And he's found something. Here goes the Chilean, a beautiful right-hander. This is a really nice looking wave. Two great hits and another one. That was massive. This is beautiful stuff from the Chilean. I tell you what a great wave. And the crowd absolutely loving that.
Beautiful turns right there. 3 round turns, really beautiful, really beautiful surf.
All right, well, in the meantime, while we wait for that score to go in, we reckon it's going to be a pretty big one. We're going to go down and hear from the winner of the last heat, and he's standing by with Diogo.
Good morning, boys, and telling by the screams, I was just listening from the surfers area. That was quite a wave. We were a bit sorry we missed that one, but for now I'm here with Hiroto. Hiroto did quite a good job in his heat too. What was your strategy there, and what was your take on the conditions this morning?
I went out there this morning before the contest. It was like pumping. I was like, oh my gosh. And then right on my, when I start my heat was like kind of slow, and the team got a one good one, and then, but I think he fell. And then we were kind of struggling to get a good score and a good wave. But yeah, luckily I got a first wave and a good score, and then they didn't really get a score, so I was kind of nervous, but yeah, so.
You did good. Is this your first time here in Santa Cruz? Do you enjoy coming to Portugal?
Yeah, for sure. I came here first time. This is, yeah, and then yeah, I really enjoy it. I got here like 5 days ago before the contest, and I've been surfing here like around this area, and it's been pretty fun. So yeah, I'm having fun.
There you go, boys. And when one of these surfers with this amount of talent has fun, you know he might just win the whole thing. So good luck for you, Hiroto, and back to you guys in the booth.
All right, good job, Diogo, and great job, Hiroto. All right, absolutely love the way he found speed on those sections. Looks like his board's just got that extra gear, and we're waiting for that score to come in for Manuel Salmon, but it was a beautifully surfed wave. As Bernardo, he's not had anything so far. He's just been very quiet, but Salmon sat down all on his own, and he absolutely belted a right-hander on his backhand. Some beautiful vertical backside surfing.
Impressive, sir.
And I think that this score is going to be pretty healthy. Let's wait and hear it read out. But
9.57. That's the best score of the day. One of the best score. Actually, the second best score of the whole contest. So Manuel Salmon is ripping off. And the last one of Thiago also was a 717. So now he's in third, chasing 387. Actually, he needs to surf because he only have one wave. The priority right now is with Victor Bernardo. And I would love to see the replay from Manuel Salmon because that was insane, man. 16 minutes remaining. And oh, look at this replay right now. And one beautiful turn, bottom turn, second one, smashing all the way. And whoa, finishing even harder. Really nice. Manuel Salmon.
that was epic. Loved it.
Epic.
What we've seen a lot this morning, we've seen some nice waves stand up on the outside, and then they kind of go a bit fast and soft. That sort of did the opposite. That one stood up and kind of doubled up and actually got a bit bigger and a bit thicker as it ran down the bank. He's surfing a different peak to the south from Thiago and Bernardo on your screen. And that thing just absolutely went to town. It was such a well-formed wave. He didn't actually need to do that much. It kind of wave did the work for him, and he just put his board up in the lip as we see a beautiful-looking wave come in on that same peak, and it looks like Kimmerson backhand, so he's gone back to join Salmon, and he'll hit the lip a bit late on the first turn. He kind of snatched at that a little bit, and you got to say that's a mistake. He goes down. He did get a 6.87, so previously that was his high score. That's why he's in second, but he could have really improved this 4.17 there, or maybe even attacked his 6.87, but unfortunately the wipe out those two. Thiago, he's dropped to 7.17, so this heat we've seen good scores. Thiago got that pretty early on, that right-hander, and here goes Bernardo. What's he got? He needs a response, and the Brazilian drives off the bottom and just throws tail, and almost like maybe he's been hearing the scores. He tried to do a bit too much there and went down, but here's electric Victor Bernardo. Let's hope he gets some more opportunities in this heat. 14 minutes and 10 seconds remaining, and I hope we get some more opportunities for Victor Bernardo. He's definitely one of the form surfers in this field.
Yeah, that's for sure. Victor Bernardo putting all in the first maneuver. A lot of commitment there. I think the judges are gonna like that, but you have to finish the maneuvers. I have right now in my hand the official results of the last hit, and yes, the last of Jorgen.
Salmon live action. He's tagging the lip again on that right-hand bank, and he's just backing himself up and getting rid of that 2.5. I reckon he will. It's not going to go anywhere near his excellent score, but still, it's going to be a healthy backup. Just consolidate his position. 13.5 minutes to go, and Bernardo just gets a 1 for his aborted first turn. Thiago looking for a backup, just ridden the one wave. Let's have another look at Salmon and see what he did. So he stands up, and a checking first turn, and just let this thing stand up on the inside. Cracks a nice little second maneuver, just looking for a backup, and that's what you got to do.
Yeah. Let's see the replay from the surfer in blue, Christian Kimmerson. Last wave of blue. Oh, he went huge through the air, but he couldn't manage to finish that move. So he's not gonna change the situation. He's not gonna increase his score. So you have to try again. So right now the priority is with Thiago Pires. He definitely need one more wave. But you know what? Yesterday Thiago only surfed 3 waves on the hit, and he could manage to go through the round with only 3 waves. Gonna see another angle from that huge hair. Really, really good. But unfortunately he fall down on the end. 12 minutes remaining. And we can see that the swell is dropping off really fast. Yesterday was a bit more energy on the swell, but it's normal with this kind of conditions of these strong offshore winds. Normally the swell drops off a little bit with the offshore.
$11 to go, and it's still Salmon out in front, and his backup of that 4.33, the last wave from him. A couple of hits. Let's go with Bernardo, and he's got something here, and he does need to get going. He goes down the line with loads of speed, has a little look out the back, and he's traveled a whole long way. He'll tag this, he floats over, and he'll look for a lip to hit. He's gone miles down the beach. He's still going. Look at the speed he gets, man. Unbelievable from a small wave.
Yeah.
And he did go a long way, but to be honest, it was kind of more heat than light that wave. Didn't get that much done. Let's look at the replay. Nice first turn, and then here he looks out the back. That's generally not a good sign when the surfer's looking out the back while they're riding a wave.
Yeah.
But, and he kept going, and he still kept going. But to be honest, a little bit of a road to nowhere. A little tag on the end, so it's nicely done. First term's decent. he finished off. It's going to help his position because he only had a 1:17 previous to that, but he's going to need to do a lot better with 10 minutes to go.
And I think Victor Bernardo changed his strategy, and now he's pedaling out to the south peak.
Well, he surfed down there basically, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
He surfed onto the other peak. But you're right, he is paddling out to join Kimmerson and Salmon. So Thiago is left all alone to the north. Thiago's just ridden one wave. It's a good score, 7, but he hasn't backed it up. So he's been sitting there an awful long time and hasn't backed himself up. Salmon likes the look of this. He's going to go left, and here he goes from behind the bowl. He's swinging down the line with the speed. Goes in for a nice little hooking, kind of layback turn, and then almost looked like he was pulling in, but he was just pulling through the back. 4.3 to do with his back up at 9.57, his high score, the high score of the morning. Let's have a look at the replay. He wanted this thing, but he was always kind of coming from behind. Found a little bit of face here, and then he realized that thing was just shutting down in front of him.
And I think we're gonna have Thiago in live action. I'm just looking at the window. And I couldn't see on the screen, but we have a set wave here in the south peak. Let's see the replay of Thiago Pires. Nice there. Oh, the front foot went away from the board.
Chilly morning, the wax can get slippy.
That's it.
A lot of offshore wind and just slip. We've all done it. And those can be painful. The old front foot slipping off while you're kind of pumping mid-face because you're not expecting it. You're coming out of a maneuver, you think, well, you know, something might happen, but pumping down the line, you're not really thinking about falling off.
Yeah.
But anyway, he'll wash off and get himself another wave, I dare say, for the end of the heat. An experienced warrior of a campaigner, Thiago Pires. He does have a very good score of 7.17. He just needs to back that up. He only really needs 3.87 to go into second, unless, of course, Kimmerson improves his total. But change in tactics, we have had that shift south. So Bernardo has gone to join Salmon and Kimmerson. And probably, just looking at the points that have been scored on the two peaks, probably a pretty wise choice.
Yeah.
Here goes Thiago.
Yeah, live action with Thiago Pires. Oh, right now, for sure, Thiago is rethinking his strategy because all the three guys are in the south peak and Thiago is all alone on the north peak. And actually, for 10 minutes, there are no waves there. So I think he's going to paddle to the south peak too because it's a short paddle. You spend like 3 minutes to get there. If you cut a wave like Vitor Bernardo is pretty faster, but yeah, he's already joining the other guys, Thiago Pires.
All right, 7 on the clock, and it's still Salmon and Kimmerson. You're 1-2. Thiago Pires, the Portuguese Tiger, he's in the green. You see him there on your shot, paddling south to join the other boys. He's got a 7.17, looking for 3.87. That's not a very big ask for a man of his caliber, but he does need a wave if he's going to do it. And a bit of a surprise for me so far in this one, Victor Bernardo, the Brazilian in red, hasn't really had anything happen for him, and this guy's absolutely an amazing surfer.
Yeah.
He sort of gave a glimpse of it on that long right-hander where he went a whole long way on pretty much nothing, but just give this guy a wave and he'll blow up.
He only surfed 3 waves. That's not usual on Vitor Bernardo. He's always very active in the water, catching a lot of waves. But right now he only have 3. Sorry guys, he only have my nose from yesterday, man. He only had 3 waves surfed. Right now the priority is with Christian Kimmerson. He's looking for a left-hander to go to the air like the last wave.
Bernardo looks interested. He's having a paddle. And here he goes, Victor, looking for something. He needs 7.77. He's not going to do it on that. He was always pretty deep behind the peak on that one.
And right behind we have Thiago Pires. Nice open turn. Ow. Really strong finish, but he fall on the end.
Yeah, Thiago just looking for a 3.87. Just needs to find himself a backup. He got his high score really early on. He has moved position. He's moved like 200 meters south to join the others. Let's see how that last score comes in as we hear the 5-minute mark. And here goes Thiago. He's found himself a wave. And we'll go with a carving first maneuver. And he was pretty late attacking that lip. And he's going to go down. And that might just add to the frustration if he's feeling any. And he'll still be looking, I reckon, for that 3.87. Here goes Bernardo. He's going to roll the dice. Doesn't have priority, but he's found himself a wave on the inside. Bang! Nice first turn. But again, some of these inside waves, they're running away really, really fast. And too fast, really, even for these guys. And Bernardo there isn't going to make much out of that. Score-wise, still needs 7-7-7.
It's a shocker for Vitor Bernardo. With such a good performance yesterday in the first day. Right now, he's chasing a 7-7-7. And Christian Kimmerson and he's chasing a 7.04 to first. I think that Manuel Selman is completely confident and safe on that place with that kind of score. Christian Kimmerson now made I think a mistake because he had the prio. And right now, he passes through. Thiago Pires is up and riding. Really nice rail game there. Vertical maneuver, a lot of water in the air. Another one. That's Thiago Pires style. And then a finish. That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, he'd been waiting an eternity for that wave, and eventually it had to come to him, and it did. And beautiful stuff from Thiago. He's held his nerve. Nice rail turn early on. Then he'll go up into the lips and that spray skyward. He'll tag it again with a vicious hit. And he just times it beautifully. Banks off the inside section. Doesn't need to do too much on the end. He's already got the points. Just make sure you finish off. And that will certainly be the score he needed previous to that. Let's see if that changes with our other servers. But that's definitely going to get him up into an advancing position. Nicely done from Thiago. And you can see just on the end there, that's super smart surfing for anyone, any kids out there. Didn't try to do too much, didn't need to go crazy on the end fall off. Just, he's already got the score.
7.57.
Beautiful stuff. Got it done. 4 nice turns from Thiago. He's back in first place. And Bernardo looks way out of this at the moment. He needs a combo, 13.91. He needs 2 ways. He's got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to get those 2 ways. Kimmerson back in third now, looking for 7.04. He's been awful quiet, Kimmerson, since the beginning. He surfed a couple of lefts early on, went to the air. And since then, I don't know really where he's been. But he needs to get something going. He needs a 7.04, so he needs to go just slightly better than his high score that he got with his first wave. Salmon drops down into second, unbelievably. He's got a 9.57, but he's still in second place. His backup's only a 4.33. But he does have priority. But you'd probably say, unless we see some kind of drama from Kimmerson, it looks like Pires and Salmon are in a pretty strong place to be advancing.
Yeah, we have already getting in the water the next heat, the heat number 4, with Jonathan Mel, Jordi Collins, Seth Muniz, and Kanoe Igarashi. All these guys yesterday put down some really nice waves and some really nice scores. I remember Jonathan Mel moving forward, surfing all the lefts way down the beach, and then Kanoe Igarashi also, but in the backhand, doing some really nice airs and really nice vertical maneuvers. So stay tuned because we are live from Santa Cruz.
All right, goes Salmon, uses the priority, the Chilean, and he's late and behind the peak on that one. Probably not going to matter. He looks to the watch and he decides to make his way in. It's kind of vulnerable to the tune of 7.04. That's the requirement for Kimmerson. Don't think Bernardo's going to get 2 ways in 40 seconds, but Kimmerson could snaffle something. He's in blue there to the right of his shot. Let's see as we count down if a set can come his way. Salmon's on the beach, so he's going to play no further part. You see him coming in, and Thiago is in front of him and slashing down the line. Thiago Pires, the new heat leader, by virtue of the 7.57 that he just smashed a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
And he checks the timepiece and makes his way in as well. Here we go. Last roll of the dice for Kimmerson. He's looking for a 7. What's he got? He's deep, and this one is going to rattle off in front of him. He's not going to find the face. Frustration from his point of view.
Yeah. But you know what? Great job for the guys. They went through unofficial results. Moving forward, green and white, Tiago Pires and Manuel Selman. We are going to a short commercial break. Stick with us, join us after the break.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Hello everyone, good morning and welcome back with the official results of heat number 3, round 4. Tiago Pires won his heat and getting through the next round with Manuel Selman with one of the best waves of the whole competition. Now it's heat number 4 in the water. Jonathan Mel, Jordi Collins, Seth Muniz and Kanoe Igarashi. All the American surfers there. Even Seth Muniz, his flag is from Hawaii. Hawaii is the 51st state of United States. During the break, we have in red John Mel putting his frontside game on the wave and really nice re-entry there. There was the response of the surfer in blue, Jordi Collins, tried to go to the air to a hair reverse, and this was in the commercial break. Now we are going to live action again with Jordi Collins on the right-hander. Nice bottom turn, nice turn there off the top. Get a bit late on this one, but he could manage to finish the maneuver and then bringing all the way until the shore break. Welcome back, Diogo.
Thank you very much, Diogo. We are back here in Santa Cruz, in the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Heat number 4. So far, so good. We have been seeing some good performances from everyone. We have already some excellent scores in the last few heats, but let's take a look at the replay of the last one of Jordi Collins. I enjoyed how he managed to do 2 big turns on this one. Kind of reminded me a bit about what Samuel de Souza did yesterday, and he was happy with it. 2 big turns. He was a bit late on the second one, but still that was quite a good combination of major turns on his back. And now up and riding, that's John Mel in red. He was a bit off balance there and goes down head first. Always makes that wipeout real, these kind of wipeouts. And it's pretty funny. In the water also is in green Kanoe Igarashi, city surfer. He was just here with all the Portuguese crew, just getting some last minute recommendations from Francisco Alves and everyone here in Portugal. He spends a lot of time here in Cascais, Ericeira, Santa Cruz, hangs out a bit with the Portuguese crew every time he's here, and he definitely gets to hear some good tips on what to do in the water.
Yeah, as we said on the last 2 days, they are going to Rio de Janeiro. It's a beach break. It's not cold water like in here, but it's always a good training. WKS 3000 with a lot of guys hanging there and trying to get some points. It's always difficult to compete on the QS events, and for sure Kanoe Igarashi wants to put his boards on the feet, feeling the boards and everything, and trying to put some really nice, a pretty nice show. Yesterday he put down a really nice show, and today is up and riding in a really nice open ride. But we are going with Jonathan Mel.
Yep, that was John Mel on the right, on the left, and Kanoe Igarashi still going on that right. That's his first wave. He's waiting for it to stand up so he can go to town on the inside. Look at that. He's going for the barrel. Is he? He is. Oh, nice looking barrel for Kanoe Igarashi. That's the first proper barrel ride we've seen this contest. And Kanoe just surviving that wipeout. I'm eager to see the replay because that was a really nice. He read that wave perfectly. He knew exactly when to slow down a bit to get barreled. He went for a kind of a layback turn on his first turn there, just cutting back to the white water. And then somehow that's where all the experience, all those years surfing come into play. He waited and waited. He knew the wave was going to stand up for a little barrel. Got some speed, put on the brakes, and boom, he's in there and he's out of there. One last turn to finish things off, and a bit late for the finishing maneuver, and nevertheless a good wave for Kanoe Igarashi.
For a minute, I think that I was in Gold Coast, you know, like Kira, really similar to Kira. That's the replay of John Mel?
That's Jordy Collins, actually. No, you're right. That was John Mel, and this is just behind him, the surfer in white, none other than Seth Moniz. So many good surfers in this heat, and in a beautiful hack coming from the Hawaiian. As we get ready to go to the interview with last heat's winner. Nope, still a replay from John Mel on his backhand. These little right-handers are really standing up and allowing the guys to do some good surfing. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. Now, yes, we're going straight to interview last heat's winner. That's Tiago Pires. Paul, take it away.
All right, thanks, Diego. Tiago, how good does it feel to be back in the jersey? Competitive fire rekindled?
Feels weird. I just feel like a kid again. You know, it was a tough hit for me. I started on the right peak, and the waves kind of faded, and with the tide going out, the peak kind of ended, and all the other three guys were surfing the other break. And I was sort of like being a bit stubborn and staying there, but after a couple of minutes, I felt like I had to go. Joined the guys, and I needed a small score, so that was good for me. And then thanks. And then at the end, I luckily found the wave. So.
All right, and you're here putting on a show, entertaining the fans. And what else is going on with you, mate? What are your kind of goals this year? What have you got lined up?
Yeah, exactly. Just having fun. Not thinking about rankings or points. I just accepted the wildcard spot here, and I'm really happy to be able to surf in Portugal, event in Portugal, and just giving my support to this beautiful town of Santa Cruz. And you know, happy the contest is here, and hopefully we'll stay for a few more years. And taking it easy. You know, helping out Vasco Ribeiro a little bit now, and you know, helping him trying to join the WSL tour. So let's see.
And a little bit, you mentioned about like the Vasco and the new generation, kind of pressure a little bit off you now with Federico on the tour. How is it weird kind of sitting back and watching someone else doing it?
Yeah, it also always feels a little weird. You know, you have so many emotions going on, and it's sort of fresh still. I know I just quit in 2015, so. But Federico, you know, is making it easy for me. He's having a really good year and starting really well. So it looks like he's going to have a promising career on the WCT. So I hope Vasco can join him.
And what about your chances of going all the way here and like sticking it back to the kids?
Yeah, I'm going to be one who's not going to drop the bone. You know, how we say here. So We'll see. I'm feeling good, you know. I have a really nice board under my feet, no pressure at all, so having fun. Let's see.
All right, well, Thiago Pires, one of the most successful European surfers of all time. Can't wait to see him in action again. Don't take your eyes off him. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Paul. Great interview there with Thiago Pires. Now a bit of a mentor to Vasco Ribeiro and a former WCT surfer. Spent a lot of time there, 8 years. And we're really excited to have him here competing. As we see Kanoe Igarashi up and riding. That was a good first turn. Hits the lip on the second one more. Slides off the board a little bit, and he's there. The first wave of Kanoe was a 6.5, as we see Seth Moniz finishing off that wave. We didn't see the beginning, but we'll catch up with the replays of the beginning part of Kanoe's wave, and also Seth and all the other waves that might have been surfed during the interview with Thiago. Round 4, Heat 4, Seth Moniz, John Mel, Kanoe Igarashi, and Jordy Collins, as we are about to see the replay of the last one of Kanoe. Look at that. Nice turn, beautiful carve, and then just 2 back-to-back off the lips. Second one adding a bit of variety there, letting the board slide for a minute, as we see Seth Moniz going backhand on the left. Just two nice turns. Got a big hang up there in the second one, but the damage was surely done, and he hang on to really finish off that turn. He has a 6.5. His backup is gonna change for sure with that last one wave, but we are still waiting on the last one of Kanoe. Kanoe with a 6.5 only needed a 0.77. That's a given. So situation's gonna shuffle a little bit with the incoming scores for the last of white and the last of green, Diogo.
Yeah, that's it. Really nice surf in the backhand by Seth Moniz and Kanoe Igarashi. That wave, that combination of 3 major maneuvers is gonna be high for sure, a high score for sure. Now we back on the water to live action with John Mel. Really nice turn over there. He stick to the plan on this frontside attack. Third snap and a finishing, but really shallow water, almost on dry sand, and it was a good wave for John Mel. He's chasing a 2.51, so
look at that, scores coming for the last of Kanoe. It was a 7.83. That was that one where he started with a good frontside carve and then 2 off the lips. As we get ready to see the wave of John Mel. John catching a lot of waves, just keeping himself going in this heat. That wave was quite well chosen there for John. Nothing major off the lip, but he put it on together. Unfortunately, coming a bit short there on that last section, but still a good job for Kanoe. So for John, so the Kanoe's wave was actually an 8-point ride, a bit of a correction there.
Yeah.
And Kanoe in the lead, John Mel second, Seth Moniz is third, but we are still waiting on one score for Seth, with Collins a bit behind. But to be honest, the heat is pretty much still open field. 5.7 for the wave of Seth Moniz, that backhand wave we saw. So Seth is now in second place, and Mel is in third, needing a 5.33 with Collins in fourth. I'm not sure if Mel's last wave is already locked in.
I think yes. I think it's that 4.77, but gonna wait a little bit more.
Yeah, Kanoe just trying to listen to the beach announcer.
I think he was complaining about the score, but I don't know. So we have on screen Jordy Collins. Thanks, Samantha. We have the official results of the previous heat.
Looks like the surfers in this heat are a bit anxious to hear what the beach announcer is telling them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because we are in the cliff, it's always a bit difficult to communicate with the athletes.
Yep, absolutely. But it looks like they were getting something going. Interesting position there for John Mel with the second best wave of the heat so far. He needs a 5.33 to move to second, Mel. and that might leave Seth in a bit of a trouble. But for now, all good for Hawaii there with the Moniz family. Certainly tuned in. Good morning, everyone in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Good morning or good night. I'm not
Good
sure
night.
if you are already, if you haven't been to bed yet. But either way, hello there. Glad you're tuned in. Hope you're enjoying the beautiful views from Santa Cruz, not only in Hawaii, but pretty much all over the world.
Yeah.
The waves are much better today when compared to what we had on offer in the last 2 days with the onshore winds and a bit of a messy lineup. But today, well,
Really
we have
nice.
a better lineup, groomed conditions,
Actually,
and the offshore wind is
the
blowing
conditions
beautifully.
are as good as it gets, you know. Classical Santa Cruz with offshore winds. It's just, I'm looking in the window and it's just perfection over there. I think we have some free surfers on the North Peak. I think it's Adrien Toyon. Yesterday.
Adrien Toyon is coming up in heat 8.
Yeah. So he's trying to
warm up.
Yeah, warm up. It's a bit freezing out there with these offshore winds coming from east. And
let's take a look again at the 8-point ride of Kanoa Igarashi. Yeah, that was the money turn, and then
bam.
Two nice hits off the lip there, sliding off the board a little bit on that last one. Kanoa Igarashi, thanks crew
and he's up
for
and
putting
running
it on
again.
again. And this is Kanoa Igarashi once again trying to improve on his backhand of a 6.5. Look at him. He's waiting for this section to come, and he's going for a grab rail. Oh,
bam!
Is he gonna land it? He lands it.
No speak. Really nice.
That was a grab rail thing there for Kanoa. Not sure if he's gonna improve on that 6.5, but he put it all on the line there. That was really cool to see from Kanoa.
And he shows some variety. The judges are gonna like that. Really nice Kanoa Igarashi, no speak, grabbing the rail. You can see it's a WCT surfer.
Let's take a look again at the replay. He started off good with a nice carving, pushing the tail a little bit, and then he was just generating speed, going for that final turn and going for that nose pick, grab rail reverse thing that Josh Kerr popularized so much, and pretty much Jeremy Flores, Stephanie Gilmore, Joanne Defay have been doing in the past few seasons. And I'm curious to see what the score is going to be like for Kanoa. Meanwhile, John Mel was taking a look at this one wave, deciding not to go.
I think they have a nickname for that maneuver or for that move. I think it's something like club sandwich or something like that.
That's the club sandwich. Yeah. That's exactly that. Yeah, good job remembering that one. I wasn't. Yeah, I hadn't think about that name. In a bit. But yep, that's it.
Yeah, I think so. So, 8 minutes remaining.
Yep.
Yeah.
All good here.
8 minutes remaining. Kanoa Igarashi is still in the lead, waiting for the score of the last wave. Right now, Seth Muniz is chasing a 8:01 to go first. John Mel needs a 5:33 to go second, and Jordy Collins a bit more, 7:10 to go second place. He's with the priority, so it's a bit slow, the heat right now. I don't see too many lines coming over here, but for sure for the last 7 minutes we're gonna have much more action.
Not sure if the last one of Kanoa has already been scored. If it has, it was less than a 6.5, of course, because that has been his backup for a long time now. As we see, Jordy Collins up and riding the surfer in blue, only has a 5.1 as his best wave so far. Look at him just trying to put it all on the line on his backhand. That was pretty funny. Going down, but still sitting on that board. A young surfer from USA. As we see Seth Moniz kicking out of a wave. We missed the first part of that wave, but the replays are sure to show us what it's gonna What Seth did in the beginning of that one was quite an important wave. He wants to broaden the gap between him and John Mel. Let's see if he was able to do that with his latest effort, as we see Kanoa Igarashi once again looking really sharp this morning. Surfer from US. His parents are Japanese, if I'm not mistaken, but he was born, has lived all his life in Huntington Beach. As we see the replay of Jordy Collins. Let's start with the surfer in blue. He lost his front footing there, and he went down. But that first turn was really nice. Let's take a look again at the wave of Seth Moniz, attacking the lip nicely. Got a bit hang up there.
Yeah.
Was able to recover well. Still put on a second turn, but the damage with that delay on that first turn was done. This is Kanoa's wave, throwing a bit of spray there, and a nice car for Kanoa. Gotta tell you that Kanoa is looking really sharp this morning.
Yeah.
Not sure what maybe his Portuguese friends gave him some really good tips. It looks like the last of Kanoa did improve his situation. It was a 7-1-3. That's now his backup. So Kanoa looking good.
Maybe he's the previous one of the nose pick.
As we see White up and riding that, Seth Moniz had to cut that cutback short because of the section. Still going right in front of the water photographer and connecting the dots on those last two sections. And Seth Moniz probably feeling John Mel breathing down his neck. They are so close. A 5.33, that's what Mel needs. And Mel already has almost a 7 there. Let's take a look at the replay once again. Seth was expecting that wave to be a bit more steep to finish off that first turn. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but he recovered well and connected the dots in those last three sections. Nothing major there, but still pretty well surfed by the young Hawaiian, who has Portugal as one of his favorite places to travel to. That's what he told us in the interview yesterday. And we are in the final minutes of this heat. It looks like Kanoa is pretty much going to run away with the win.
Yeah, and you know what, Diogo? We have a really nice initiative here by, I think, the Câmara Municipal de Torres Vedras. So the mayor of Torres Vedras is here with a
bunch of kids.
A bunch of kids from a school from here, from Santa Cruz. So really nice job to everybody trying to
be a bit more inclusive of kids, and show them what the surf gun is, and hopefully inspire some of these kids to really start surfing and see some of the best in action. 6.5. Nope, that was Jordy Collins. He needs a 7.1. It looks like Seth didn't really improve his situation with his last wave. So his backup is a 5.73 minutes to go in this heat. Today we are wrapping up round of 32, which we started around 8 o'clock. We'll be running round of 16, and depending on the conditions, we might just do the quarterfinals. Those heats will be man-on-man only. So we'll drop those 4-man heats when we get to the quarterfinals, and that's going to be quite an interesting format, and allow us to get more strategy going on, and priorities will come much more into play as we reach the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this heat, and we wait some more action.
That man-on-man heats are really a good preparation for the WCT and the World Tour. Back in the days, they have always struggled on the beginning of the season, the guys that came from the WQS, because they have bad seeding. So on the first heats of the first competitions, they have they caught all the time the top seeds on a man-on-man round. So back in the days were completely different. So right now with these new formats, with the man-on-man changing in the WQSs, it's a really nice preparation for the guys.
Before that was the surfer in red and white of the last heat. That was Frederico Moraes and Tiago Camarão. Frederico from Portugal, Tiago from Brazil. A few minutes ago, we saw the current European champ, Jonathan Gonzalez, who's going to be in blue, and in green in that upcoming heat is going to be Parker Coffin. But for now, we are still wrapping up the heat in the water at the moment, which is heat 4, as you can tell. And
yeah, it's going to
really
be an
exciting.
interesting heat. Yesterday, Frederico Moraes puts down some really nice open turns and really nice releasing tails, and he puts down 2 heights, so a total score of 16 points. Really nice surf by the Portuguese Kikas.
A wave coming for blue. Jordy Collins is in position. John Mel is going to use his priority to take it, and now a very important wave for young surfer from Santa Cruz, just trying to do that 5-3-3. That turn was really nice. Another one. Seth Moniz might be in trouble, as we are about to see Mel finish off that wave, and he's happy. He does that hands thing, and he's happy with that last effort of his. And this was Kanoa Igarashi finishing off his victory lap there. Went for an air, but Seth Moniz answering back to Mel. This is a very important wave. The heat isn't over yet, so this wave is obviously counting. And just behind him, surfer in blue. So everyone caught a wave in this last minute. It was like a last-minute heroics of the surfer in blue.
Really nice exchange, man. Really good.
And of blue and white, and also red. Kano was pretty much safe in the first place, so we're gonna stand by for the official results of the last heat as we go to a short commercial break, and we'll be right back after this. But still, before that commercial break, we're gonna take a look at the replays. So let's start with the replay of the last of blue. It was a good combination of turns for the
with the claim on the end.
With a claim in the end. That was Jordy Collins, and this is Seth Moniz answering back to that wave of John Mel. That turn was really nice. One more to tap in the lip there. He went for the layback on that last section. That was a very important wave to finish off for him, and this was Kanoa.
And Diogo, look at this turn. Whoa!
Beautiful turn by Kanoa Igarashi. That was a victory lap for him, of course.
Yeah.
He was already locked in pretty much, so this is the important one.
Yeah.
This is the wave that might move John Mel up to second place. Let's take a look. He started off nicely, but that second turn is the money one. Not too much pressure in the leap. He wanted to keep the more moving. He wanted to make sure that he was going to finish off that wave, and he did finish, and with a claim, as we see Kanoa and Seth. They're probably friends, have been competing, probably competed against each other sometimes in the NSSA, as we're going for a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the official results of this heat. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back to the Santa Cruz Pro, presented by Oakley 3000. And that was a scintillating heat out in the water. Some great surfing there. Had our CT star, Kanoa Igarashi, pretty dominant. But what happened after that? We're on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, we're still waiting for some scores to be locked in. I just heard a beach announcer saying that the judges are yet to score the last of red and the last of white, if I'm not mistaken. So the next heat is still on standby. That's the heat we'll be seeing presented in the next few minutes. Nevertheless, one thing is for certain is that Kanoe Igarashi made it in first. Now we're just trying to find out who's going to be second.
The judges are probably, to be honest, they probably locked the door, and they're like, right, we'll settle this. You know, maybe sort of fighting pretty much to the death if there's any disagreements over scores. Is that how they work it out?
It is not. It is not. They're just gonna.
They use that dartboard with the score. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, like in the WSL commercial. That was pretty funny. That was really good.
No, they'll be going to replays. They'll be using their skill as judges and their training.
They will choose the waves that they will compare the wave of red to compare with, and they will do all the comparisons needed.
Okay, thanks.
Right. And that's what you're gonna do.
Thank you.
So people at home might not know that they're just going to see the replays, but they won't see every replay. They will just pick the replays that make sense for them to compare that wave to, and then they will decide if John Mel, what score he's going to get. They will not decide if John Mel is going to make it to the next round or if Seth Moniz is going to make it. What they will decide on is what the score of John Mel is. And because it's an important score, that's why they're taking so long. If the score is enough to move John to the second place, well, good for him. If not, good for Seth. So the judges are not deciding if Seth is going to make it or John is not going to make it. That's not the call here. What's the call is what the score is and what's going to happen after that score is locked in. That's up to the surfers and up to us and the beach announcer to tell everybody.
Thanks for clearing that up, Diogo. So the next heat is on hold, and it's going to see our CT star from Portugal, the new Portuguese tiger, the Portuguese leopard, Portuguese lion. Does he have a moniker? What's his catchy nickname, Frederico?
I think what the WSL is calling him is the new Prince of Portugal.
The new Prince of Portugal, wow.
So no animal thing for him at the moment. And Thiago actually got that tiger because the beach announcer in Indonesia back in 2008 couldn't say his name, and it sounded like tiger. So, yep, that's why he got the Portuguese tiger. Because Thiago, tiger, you can see the resemblance in the two words. This was Blue. That was an important way for Blue. Blue had a bit of an expectation that his last wave, those last two backside heats, would be enough to move him up to second. That wasn't enough, I think. That's what I've heard from the beach announcer. Let's wait for the wave of red.
Do you know why Sting is called Sting?
Because when he was a kid...
No, we'll wait to the end of the heat. We'll tweet us at wsl.qs. We'll leave that one over to the end of the heat. It's classic broadcasting, that. It's a bit of a teaser. You think you know? We'll see. I'll see about that come the end of the heat. We're still on hold here at the moment in the beautiful town of Santa Cruz on the Portuguese coast. We're kind of wedged about an hour north of Lisbon, just south of Peniche, of course, where we do have our WCT event for both men and women.
That's exactly it.
World champion John Florence here last year. Of course, the women's world champion was crowned up in France. Tyler Wright.
Yep, sure was.
And also, we're not a whole long way south of Nazaré, which is famous for all different reasons. There's the result. John Mel got it.
Yep, John Mel getting a 5.87. He needed a 5.33, so that last one of John Mel was enough to move him up to second. So Seth Moniz, unfortunately, drops to third, and Jordi Collins was fourth. In first was Kanoe Igarashi. Now in the water, these four gentlemen.
Look at this.
It's a packed heat. City surfer Frederico Moraes, current European champion Jonathan Gonzalez, Thiago Camarão, who has been so close to qualifying to the CT. I think this 1 year he missed it by one spot, which was unfortunate on his side for sure. And Parker Coffin from USA, also a very exciting surfer. And he's in this heat in green. Let's see who's going to take the first wave, Paul. It's going to be Thiago Camarão.
Here goes Shrimpy down the line. And, yeah, he shredded yesterday. That super clean style always tends to find himself in the right place at the right time. He's got that sweet timing. And in the meantime, we're going to go and hear from the winner of the last heat, who's standing by with Diogo. Take it away.
Thanks, boys. Canoa 2 hits, 2 wins, perfect conditions today. Are you happy or what?
Yeah, it's always good to surf good waves, and my board feels good. I feel pretty good, so I'm just gonna continue going with it, and whatever conditions come, I'm gonna surf my best.
And tell us about that little barrel on the beginning of the heat. Was the last section? Have you seen that is gonna happen there?
Yeah, there was a lot of little barrels before the heat, so of course I love getting barreled, and the section came, and I said like, yeah, I'm gonna have some fun, and I probably would have got a better score if I just did some turns, but I wanted to get barreled, so I did a little one, and yeah, it was fun.
And tell me one thing. Last year you were rookie in the WCT. You never lost in the second round. So what's your goal for this year in the WCT?
This year I want to, last year at Pipe I made the final, and of course this year I want to win an event, and that's my goal. And yeah, I'm just as long as I'm having fun, I don't want to stress out too much about requalifying and all other things. So, I'm still 19. I'm still trying to learn some new things and surf new places and all that stuff. So, I'm just gonna take it. They always say heat by heat, but literally I'm gonna really focus on each wave and each place I'm at, and try and stay in the moment and not think too much about everything, and yeah, have fun.
That's the most important thing, having some fun. Thanks, Kano Igarashi. Good luck for the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, thanks, lads. Get over there. Pretty pleased with his morning's work. We're looking forward to seeing him surf later. We're going to probably go into that round of 16 later on today. Could even go into the quarters, Diogo.
Yep, that's right. And these guys, Kano was saying he's only 19. We forget that they're so talented. They forget that they qualify so early. And Kano, Felipe Toledo, Jeremy Flores, Adriano de Souza, all these guys qualified really early when they were pretty much 18 years old or 17 in the case of Felipe, if I'm not mistaken. And we kind of forget how young they are and how talented and how...
How old was Boris Becker when he won Wimbledon?
I have no idea. 37.
Well... You can tweet to us at Diogo _Alpintre. We'll have the answers to that coming up at the end of the heat. 21 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Nothing really to tell you about so far, other than the fact that Frederico Moraes, the new Portuguese prince, is up and riding and ripping. And here he goes on a kind of a soft left-hander. Couple of hits out the back for him. And that kind of slightly stiff-legged, sort of trademark backhand turn there from Frederico. He's... looking regal in the red singlet this morning. Delicious morning sunshine here in Portugal. We've got classic conditions. There's another kestrel just hovering over these cliffs here, hunting some small mammals of some kind, meanwhile hunting a score. This was geekish Frederico Moraes. Great first turn. Nice little stab. Then that slash maneuver, keeping himself in the pocket. The wave went fat, so he just hugged the white water and then allowed himself room for that maneuver on the inside. He's a big guy, but he can still mix it in the small stuff.
Absolutely. 5 points for this first one wave of Frederico. And it's actually really cool that you say that, because I was just thinking that Frederico is part of that breed of guys that even when the surf is small, they can always be powerful. They can always do some power surfing. And I really admire guys like that. Some of the guys that are the same thing that we have seen in this contest are guys like the Moniz that were taught how to surf in the Hawaiian waves, and those waves are really big and powerful. And Jonathan Gonzalez is up and riding, but I always think about how good Thiago Camarão surfs when I see him surf. I mean, we really missed him in those 2 years that he was gone because of his injuries in his knee. We're going to watch the replay of Thiago's and Jonathan's wave. And first, we're going to go with Thiago. Let's take a look at this first turn. Sliding off the back of his board a little bit on that first one. Had to cut back to guarantee he had the speed for this turn much better. And look at that. Wah! One more turn for Thiago. Always a very dynamic surfer. That crouched position, very typical of him. And this is Johnny Gonzalez on his backhand. We saw Seth Moniz get a good score on the left on the previous heat. Let's see what Johnny is going to get. And another surfer that always comes to my mind when thinking about power surfers, even in the small surf, is someone like Pancho Sullivan or a Taylor Knox. Even when the surf was small, they could always move water in great amounts. And I personally am a big fan of that. I'm not sure if you are, Paul, but power surfing always catches my eye. 6.33 for the last one of Tiago Camarão. 5.83 for Jonathan Gonzalez. That was about the same score that Seth got. So the judge is showing some consistency there, and that helps the surfers also have clear in their minds what they need to do in order to get the scores to move on to the next round. A bit behind in this heat is Parker Coffin. No waves caught, but he's sitting out the back with priority, needing only a 5.84 to move to second place. Jonathan Gonzalez doesn't have a backup. Frederico and Tiago don't have a proper backup either. Only that 0.83 that was pretty much an in and out for them. $17 minutes to go. Parker Coffin with priority, but no waves caught. And the Tiago Camarão in that right-hander we just saw getting the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty quiet so far, Diogo. Not much gone down. Tiago, decent score. Johnny, pretty healthy one too. But other than that, let's hope this thing fires up as we go down to 16:20 on the clock. As we do have a bit of action, and here goes Jonathan Gonzalez from Tenerife in the Canary Islands via Venezuela. And he'll just have a little look down the line. He's got the boots on for a bit of extra grip, perhaps. A bit of protection from the chill water. It's not too bad down here at the moment, but maybe just enjoying the safety of boots, that extra traction it gives you on your wax in these chilly mornings. So Johnny working that one over. He did need a backup score. He only had one wave ridden previous to that. This will count in his top two. You see him behind the bowl, and he'll hit the lip, just use his momentum, project himself down, then breaks his line completely with a nice kind of Z slashing cutback rail turn. And then he'll just snap down. Small stuff on the inside. And a couple of kind of stock maneuvers to finish off with. Still, it will help his cause. It's going to count for the time being. He'll probably hope to get rid of that before he hears the horn again. It's going to come in as a 3.93, and we got 15 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Yeah, just cleaning up, maybe dropping off a touch. Started off around head high, a couple of overhead sets. We started on a peak to the north, and then we just saw one by one our surfers in that heat. 2 heats to go, make their way down. Tiago was the last of those. Tiago Pires I'm talking about, because this is Tiago Camarão, and he's in white and he's up and riding. And a great slashing first hooking turn off the top. And here he goes again, going down the line, looking for a third maneuver. Gets one. Nice little hit on the inside. He's so consistent, this guy. You see him, he catches a lot of waves in his heats. He very rarely falls, very rarely misses a section. And this is good stuff from the Brazilian, using all of that experience. Here he goes. A really nice first turn. Just using that kind of slight variation to get that kind of slash. And then clawing down that line, and he tags the lip. Doesn't need a whole lot of kind of upper body wind up, this guy. He's pretty smooth. And he's getting the job done out there. That was some good stuff from him.
Tiago Camarão, that crouching position always makes him easy to identify in the water, and we have the scores for this one wave of him. 7.5, that's the best wave of the heat so far. And Thiago Camarão pretty much taking that first place at home, as we see some of the locals just enjoying the views and enjoying long walks on the beach. They probably also enjoy romantic dinners and reading a book. And Thiago Camarão, Jonathan Gonzalez, Frederico Moraes, Parker Coffin. This is the heat standings at the moment. A bit surprised with Parker's strategy. A long time with no waves taken and priority.
Whereabouts do you sit, Diego, on the whole romantic dinner versus reading a book debate? Where's your preferences lie there? If you had to choose one or the other.
Reading a book.
Okay. Is your girlfriend listening?
Hopefully, because we like to read together.
Oh, okay. There you go, mate. That's nice. You've settled. You've gone straight from sort of teenage into middle age. I like that. Yeah, just miss out the middle. Brilliant. Good stuff. All right, 12 minutes 50 on the clock. It's Camarão from Brazil with 7.5 and a 6.33. He's out in front at the moment. He leads Gonzalez from the Canary Islands, reigning European champ, no less, Johnny. He's got a 5.83 and a 3.93. Frederico Moraes, the new Prince of Portugal, CT star, with a stunning performance down there in Bells Beach week before last. Well, he's in third place at the moment, just looking for a 4.77. And Parker Coffin from the US of A hasn't ridden a wave yet.
He has not, and it's quite surprising as we see one more wave about to be ridden by Frederico Moraes. Look how he's waiting for it to stand up. You have to be calm in this kind of conditions. Going for the second turn there. He's going to try and do something a bit bigger on that section. He missed the section a little bit, didn't he? But still, the damage was done. He needing a 4.77. Let's see what the judges think of that lightest effort of Moraes.
I wonder if he's feeling naked without his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. It wouldn't have been many events he's done the last few years without Dog in his corner. I wonder how that feels.
Frederico Moraes, let's take a look at the replay, Paul. Nice first turn, but he had to wait a lot for this one wave to stand up. And look how he missed that last section a little bit, didn't he? And not being too impressed by the cold waters here, Frederico deciding to use a short sleeves wetsuit. Wants that extra feeling of looseness that he got from all those months in Australia, although Bells was pretty cold this year, so I was told. And let's see what the score is. Brave people there, making sure that our Oakley boy makes it to the outside. This is the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. Good to see the Sunwear brand coming back to support this event. As we see blue up and riding, it's Jonathan Gonzalez, Paul.
Yeah, Johnny throwing in a nice rail turn and a kind of a softer wave, and not thoroughly convincing on that one. And Parker's having a little look. It looks interested. He's going to open his account here, the Goofy, and here he goes. Love this guy surfing. So much power and aggression. And he's going to smack this thing. Come on to the inside. Maybe feeling marginally baffled. He hasn't caught many, well, anyways, up until then. But still, he opens his account. And he's up. And here he goes. Just a couple of hits to the inside for Parker, so he's going to get himself on the score, but it will count for the moment. But I dare say he'll try and work on those two. Johnny, kind of a softer wave, had a bit of wind, going up the face, and I think he kind of got a bit caught in two minds, and then on that last turn, just tried to fit in that little slash. He didn't have a whole lot of speed going, did he?
He did not. Meanwhile, the latest score for Frederico Moraes is in. It's a 4.4, short of that 4.77 that he needs to move up to second. As we see Thiago Camarão a bit bothered that he can hear his scores. And Frederico Moraes not impressed, did not impress the judges. And Thiago, first moment, he's unimpressed by not hearing the scores. And the second one, he's up and riding, going already for his third turn. Look at that. Oh, the judges are going to enjoy that for sure, Paul. That was a well put together way for Camarão.
They're going to lap it up for breakfast, lunch and dinner. I tell you what, he is the very picture of consistency, this guy. Consistency with his wave catching, his positioning. Consistency in terms of always hitting the maneuvers.
Have you seen him fall in this event?
I don't think I've seen him fall in his life.
Has he ever
fallen off?
Oh, well. Gotta ask him. But
I always like to say, after I wipe out, if you're not wiping out, it means you're not pushing the sport. You're not progressing the sport, are you?
That's what you feel?
Yeah.
Is that what you feel? I bet he's in love with his new knees after that double surgery he had a few years back. And fortunately for him, it looks like he's up and running and doing the run around. And he's pretty much doing good. Meanwhile, there was a 7-6-7 for Federico. I'm not sure if we missed that wave. It's probably not that right we saw. But Federico with the best wave of the heat so far, as we see him up and riding once again, pushing the tail a little bit there. And he's out of this one right-hander. Federico Moraes jumped to second, and now Johnny Gonzalez needing a 6.85 with 8 minutes to go. Where did that wave from Federico come from?
He's pulled a score out from somewhere. Meanwhile, pulling the trigger out the back, Parker Coffin stands up late. He's got a nice section to hit, and he'll tag it. And again, he'll bring this thing through to the inside. He's going to get a little double-up bowl. He just kind of hits the brakes and lets the thing stand up. And he's going to go to work here, but he's not really got lip. He's just kind of snapping on the face with a kind of bit of a crumble. He just checks the raft, make sure the equipment's all in order. Seems to be fine.
He isn't convinced about the state of his equipment. Let's take a look again at the replay. He was a bit behind all wave long, wasn't he, Paul? And I'm pretty sure he isn't too impressed with how he's doing so far in this heat, as we're about to see the replay of Federico Moraes' last wave. Just one turn there, and then opting to leave the water. Sorry, leave that wave. Looks like Federico got a bit of a haircut there, didn't he?
He's thrown down 7.67. That's the high score of this heat so far. And that's good enough to have him in second. An advancing position from Gonzalez, who now needs 6.85. And Parker Coffin, he's got a pair of 3.67s. He needs a 9.
Yeah, that's a big score as we see Federico up and riding once again, keeping active Federico. Look at that. That's what we are used to seeing from Federico, the new powerhouse on tour, and a well put together wave for Moraes, who's trying to improve on that backup of a 5-point ride. He needs a 6.73 to go to first place.
Yeah, good stuff from Federico. Staying busy. Kind of a quiet start of the heat. He's come to the party now. That man, Gonzalez.
When was the last time you saw Johnny Gonzalez surf without booties? Because he's always on his booties, isn't he? I kind of don't recall him being without booties ever. I think he was born in booties.
Hawaii? Hawaii?
Not sure. Not sure. 5 minutes and 30 seconds.
I'm fairly sure he wasn't wearing boots in Hawaii.
Yeah, I wasn't in Hawaii to see that, so I'm gonna have to trust your word as we see Federico Moraes last wave once again. Different angle there, right in front of the water photographer. Federico Moraes just connecting all the untied knots there and really putting together a nice wave. Not sure if it's gonna improve his backup. But it did. It's a 5.83 for this last one wave of Federico. So now Jonathan Gonzalez needs close to excellent score, a 7.68, while Parker Coffin just needs to reset, hit the reset button, forget about that all that time he spent with priority without waves, and just go to town. We know his ability, we know what he's capable of doing. So Parker Coffin just needs to find that one wave and destroy, like we have seen in his latest edits. There's a really good edit of the Coffin Brothers that I really enjoyed, with some really good rock music, and that it's more than an edit, it's kind of a movie with Taylor Knox and Jeffries Bay. And this is Coffin up and riding, Paul. Nothing major, the wave is a bit fat, isn't it? But that last turn, there we go. He learned that in the beautiful waves of Rincon, and he's applying it in the beautiful waves of Santa Cruz.
Yeah, Parker, he's got a bit to do, hasn't he? Looking for the 9.83. And he does have enough time. He can improve, get himself one score, and then he'll have a more modest requirement, something to attack as we go down towards the final stages of the heat. That's probably his way out of this. But at the moment, he's up against the wall as everyone is asking to hear the situation. And well, the wind is blowing offshore, so in theory, it should be carrying the dulcet tones of our beach announcer, Nuno Jonet, right to their ears. But apparently not. They seem to be having a bit of trouble here. And of course, lower tide, so a little bit further down the beach now. And we have relocated just in terms of the contest bank. We started up slightly to the north, and now we're down to the left of the contest area. Let's check out Parker, the American. Kind of a slashing first turn. Then he'll find some lip. This is good stuff from him. And he might just improve on his pair of 3.67s. He gets a 5.8. So he has made his requirement as we see Frederico go down. Parker now needs a 7.7. He's got 3 minutes to get it.
Yeah, 5.8. Most of the points there come from that last turn. That was beautiful stuff from Parker McGoffin. He's a little bit in this heat once again, needing that 7.7, just like Paul said. But priority now with Blue. In theory, Blue is going to get the next good wave. Federico Moraes with the air attempt there. And priority is with Blue, just like I said, with 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We were supposed to hold the contest a bit to the south at Praia do Navio, if I'm not mistaken. But Praia de Física, actually, where Noah restaurant is located. But the banks there aren't as good as they are here, and they're really okay. So that's why we're here in Praia do Vigia, Praia do Amanhã, Praia of the German guy. You can just pick the name you like the most and just look it up. I think on Google Maps it's actually Praia do Amanhã, Beach of Tomorrow. So look it up and figure out yourself what you can find in this 20 kilometers of coastline here in Santa Cruz.
Solid set out the back. Let's see if we got any takers. We got repositioning from Gonzalez with priority in Blue, looking for 7.67. This wave kind of broke actually outside him. You saw him paddling to get on.
And he lost priority.
He will lose priority, but that wave actually kind of detonated outside. There was a little sort of bomby section. He's going to have another look on the inside. He's kind of clutching at straws here, Johnny. And priority is going to switch back to Shrimpy Camaral, the heat leader, out the back in the white singlet. He leads Federico Moraes at the moment, 1:20 on the clock. That's your 1-2. And Johnny looking for 7.68. Parker Coffin needing a 7.7. So very similar requirements. Here is Jonathan looking for that 7.68. Here he goes. Oh, great carving turn there from Jonathan. Beautiful stuff. And I tell you what, he's asked a question of the judges here.
That's gonna be a very important wave for Jonathan Gonzalez. Prior to that wave, we saw Thiago Camarão and Federico Moraes having a bit of a chat there, just trying to figure out scores and standings. And Jonathan Gonzalez probably just served his best wave in the heat. He needs a 7.68. First and foremost, let's take a look at the wave of Parker Coffin, Paul. It was pretty much just an in and out. And Jonathan Gonzalez, more to the inside, found this little gem there.
Yeah, he almost kind of stood up in the tube, didn't he? And then he kind of came from behind. This was a beautiful turn. What it needs to be, though, it does need to be the best wave of the heat so far. I'm not sure it's going to be quite that. Judges are going to have a think about it.
Will
requirement 7.68. The high score was 7.67 for Federico.
10 seconds to go. Now everything is in the hands of the judges as we wait to see what the score is going to be. And White is paddling. There he goes. This is after the horn, so doesn't count for anything. Thiago going for an air there. Coming a bit short, but still, there was a good attempt for Thiago Camarão. We'll wait for the wave, for the score of Jonathan Gonzalez and then the official results of this heat. We're going on a short commercial break and we'll be right back after this.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome back to beautiful Praia Santa Cruz in Portugal. And there's the official result. Camarão Mauricio 1-2. And Jonathan Gonzalez and Parker Coffin will be eliminated at this stage of round 4. This is, of course, a WQS 3000. That's how many points are up for grabs for the winner. And I tell you what, there's a little bit of chat around the campfire that we might even be able to go all the way here today. We'll keep you updated of that situation as it unfolds. In the meantime, that's your Heat 6 Pace Distinguin out of France. Robson Santos from Brazil. Goni Zubizarreta, the man of the moment. He's won the last 2 QS events in Europe. He's out in the water, and he's alongside Victor Mendez, who has absolutely torn this event a new one. He's had 3 scores above a 9. One of them was a 10. And he's lighting his cigar with excellent scores and just throwing them away. That's how easy he finds them. And here he goes. He's live, and he'll go to the punch straight away. And unfortunately, from his point of view, he doesn't stick that one. He's served a bit of notice of what we might have in store from him.
Yeah. This air try is what he's doing for the last 2 days. And right now we have a paddle battle here. And we have the surfer in blue up and riding. It's Robson Santos. Nice turn there. Nice approach. Another cutback. Trying to finishing, but
good first hit there for Robson. Enjoyed that. Plenty of spray. Kind of run out of wave a little bit. There's Federico on the beach getting his props, and he's made it through in second place that time. Yesterday, he absolutely stormed his heat for the win. Today, it was all about just making it through, and a job well done for him. He keeps his campaign alive back here in Portugal, hoping to maybe pick up some QS points, but also just enjoying competing, being back home, familiar surrounds.
It's for sure a good training for Rio de Janeiro that starts on the next 9 of May. So stay tuned on worldsurfleague.com for the next event. We have also the next QS in Japan, I think. So stay tuned. Right now, the Brazilian guy on this last wave, Robson Santos, puts down a 4.83. There you have PC Distinguin with really nice surf yesterday. And now we have up and riding Victor Mendes. Nice 2 turns. And the finishing one, really nice surfing. And now the response from PC Distinguin on his backside, trying to put down some scores. And he's out. So paddle out to the outside. Right now, Goni Zubizarreta in white has the priority and is all alone on the lineup. Oh! Huge! Full rotation for Robson Santos.
He's gone big, hasn't he? He's gone really big. Let's check the replay. Stands up, pumps down the line, all the speed, and just spinning in the wind, the tail high, and almost got that done. Just kind of landed on top of the white water, a little bit far back, and couldn't get pushed out in front. As we're going to check out a replay of the Frenchman, Pace Distinguin. And he's been looking razor sharp on his backhand. He got some great rights yesterday and went to town on him. And he's kind of keeping up the same kind of stuff here today. This was Victor Mendez. It's kind of uncharacteristic to not see him punting. Decides not to go to the air. Sticks with a couple of top turns. Nothing crazy by his own standards, but finished off his wave. And a couple of little hits there for the Brazilian.
And we have some action during the replays. I think Goni Zubizarreta's second wave. It was a really nice open wall right-hander. I think we're gonna have the replay of that wave because it was an important wave.
Goni's absolutely on fire at the moment. I don't know what he's done differently this year. I'm not even sure if he knows, but it's certainly, he's had it his way for the last couple of events. Back-to-back victories in Caparica down south of Lisbon, then up in Zarautz in the Basque Country. And now we're back in Portugal, and he'd love to go all the way for another win, and he might just have nailed something to help him in terms of this heat. Let's check him out. Here goes a replay. Goni Zubizarreta, the Spaniard, lives locally down in Ericeira. just about 20 Ks down the coast, and here he goes. And he tags it through to the inside. Just keeping his board moving. Couple of nice slash and turns from Goni. And he'll just bang an inside section. Some decent stuff there opening his account.
Really nice surf by the half Portuguese, half Spanish surfer from Vigo. Actually lives in Ericeira, just a few miles from here. He's completely used to these kind of conditions. There you have Victor Mendes, the young brother from Jesse Mendes. Actually, he's on the lead on the WKS rankings, I think, with the win in the 6,000 in the Australian Open. And right now we have Diogo with the interview ready with the winner of the last hit. Is that right?
That's it, boys. I'm here with Tiago Camarão. Great hit for Tiago. It wasn't an easy one, but Tiago made the most of it. Really good to see you here. You look in form. You look in really good shape. How's it going for you so far?
Yeah, it's feel good. Like, I was thinking about like coming to Portugal before, and then I won Argentina, so that's make like I made money there, and then I changed my mind, and then I bought a ticket. So I entered very late for this event. And then I got here, I stay in Robinson house, is just like across the street, feeling good. So I feel like home here, like always when I come to Portugal, I stay in his house. And this time the event is right on where he lives. So yeah, I feel good, and the waves were pumping this morning. Now it's a little bit tricky, but still fun.
Great. So you just won the QS in Argentina. You're into the quarterfinals here, if I'm not mistaken. So you must be feeling good. What's working for you? What has been your strategy and your plan this season to be doing so good?
I think my equipment, it's worked very well, and I just trying to be healthy and work and surf every day just to be informed and practice the most all the time and surfing.
There you go. Whatever of those things is, keep doing it because you're surfing good. Good luck for your next heat, and back to you guys in the booth. Take care.
Thanks, Diogo, and thanks, Tiago Camarão. Like it, and kids, there's the advice, just keep surfing.
Yeah.
Couldn't say it better myself. PC this thing, live action, and he banks over a whitewater section. He tags the lip, and coming down onto the inside, and he'll bang it again one more time. Thank you very much. Just razor sharp, this guy. He loves these right-handers, and his backhand attack's been serving him well. Let's see how the judges reward that. He was back in third previously. He only needed a 1.2. He just had one wave ridden, that being his second ride. And this one, not a whole lot of waves ridden previous to that. We just had 6 waves ridden. Let's check the replay of PC. And here he goes up over the whitewater, keeps his momentum. And then that kind of swooping rail turn on his backhand, and then he'll go up and stab that lip. Classic beach break competition surfing. And here we go in blue, flying down the line with plenty of speed out the back. This is Robson Santos of Brazil.
Yeah, this was during the interview.
That's right. So there's a replay from that interview. We saw him take to the air early on. Now just sticking to more of a stock game with those turns. And this is Victor Mendes, the man who threw down a 10 yesterday and a 9 in the same heat. And here he goes. This is a replay, just bringing you up to speed on what went down during the interview. And you can see the energy. It's kind of diminishing from the swell, isn't it? It has already got a bit smaller from this morning, as Tiago Camarão mentioned in his interview. Live action again. It's Mendes, and he slashes a couple of times high up in the lip, and he goes down.
Yeah, he dives the nose on the last turn, and he went down. Last wave of white, Gonizo Bizarreta was a 6-1-0, and then you get back to live action with a nice open carve for Robson Santos, a nice slash off the top. But unfortunately, there was too much effort for the power of the wave. On the back behind, we have Gonizo Bizarreta smashing all the way. Nice first turn. The second one was not so good, but the third one, yes, that's it. Another one. Goni's on fire. That's the kind of surf that the judges want to see. Really open wall, like I said before, just seems like a point break. It's insane, the conditions here. So 14 minutes remaining. Goni Zubizarreta chasing a 4.06, but waiting for scores. Let's see. Let's watch the replay. Look at this first maneuver. Bam!
Massive opening turn from Goni. Straight into the second bottom turn. Had to kind of rethink his line during that one, and he did adjust well. And then that trademark kind of slash off the top from Goni. Does another one, pretty much the same, rotates the shoulders. Then he just tags it on the end. This is going to be a good score. He already had the high score of the heat with a 6-1. And I dare say that's going to go better. This was Victor Mendez just kind of adjusting his line with that first turn up into the lip, and then a couple of hits. That third one just tried to overdo it. Nose dives and goes down.
Yeah, it's one of the first times that we are seeing Victor Mendez actually working on his backhand, because the scores that you have said before, the 10-point ride and the 9.57, were always on the front side attack. And he's front side right now trying to do or trying to use the same strategy than yesterday, but unfortunately with the strong offshore wind puts him, that landing was on the foam, so he couldn't manage it to go down again. So last wave of Goni Zubizarreta, it's the best wave of the heat, 7 points, and now back to Robson Santos in live action.
Wow,
really vertical there. A quick and a check turn, trying to get through this section, but no way. The wave said no way to that.
That wave kind of kept its shape and kept its size, and it almost kind of double sucked on him, didn't it? He got a great first maneuver away, and then just couldn't quite get his body set up in rhythm, in tune with his board. Struggled a bit. Let's have a look at the replay and see what he did. So he goes down into the bowl, and then bang, great first hit. And then here, he kind of gets a bit caught off the tail, does well to recover. And yeah, it's strange, that little section is suddenly getting really shallow. It's kind of going from fat to really shallow. Let's check the replay of Mendez. He took to the air. Not quite having it all his own way, as he did yesterday. So far today, he's got his work cut out here. He's going to need to show us something probably a little different. Not quite sure that air wind, although it's coming a bit sideways up the face, not quite as favourable as it was yesterday. At the moment, he's in third, looking for a score. It's Zubizarreta in front with 11.5 to go. He's got a 7 and a 6-1. Santos of Brazil, he's in blue. He's got a 6-3 and a 5-3-3. So Mendez, 6-0-4, and Pace, he's looking for a 6-1-7.
Yeah, not huge scores, kind of mid-range, average scores, but a really nice hit in the water. Right next, you're gonna have the heat number 7 of this round with Rio Inaba, Jake Marshall, Mark Lacomar, and Iago Dora. Mentioned again the interview with Thiago Camarão. He's in Robertson's house, but let's go back to live action with PC Distinguished. Really nice floater there. Good commitment there. Now, unfortunately, he went off the wave. But as I said before, he's in Robertson Gonçalves' house, a local boy from here. Like 14 guys there. And you know what? A lot of them are still competing. Jake Marshall, Thiago Camarão, a lot of guys.
He must have kind of a big house, right?
He's
doing all right for himself. How many bedrooms has he got in there?
I don't know. I just think it's a great open space and everybody's in there. So.
PC there. Beautiful backhand extended floating maneuver from PC. Looking to get back in there. 6-1-7 is requirement. We'll wait for that score to drop in. See how that ends up for him. Under 10 minutes to go. That's the view down on the beach here. We're at Santa Cruz. Beautiful spot on the Portuguese coast, just north of the World Surfing Reserve of Ericeira, just to the south of Peniche, of course, world famous with the world-class wave of Super Tubos. And this is a wide open breach bake, a whole different proposition altogether, a total swell magnet. There's not a lot of swell in the North Atlantic. This pretty much cops all of it. Let's go with Santos, the Brazilian backhand.
Yeah.
a couple of great turns from him.
Another one.
That one was sick. So good stuff there from Robson Santos. This is a real competitive heat.
Yeah. I think right now, with these names on the game, it's gonna be some really tough hits and really competitive hits. Let's watch the replay of Robson Santos. Nice approach there. A ton of water in the air. Another one, and look at this. It's more than vertical. It's not in the 12 o'clock. It's like almost in 1 o'clock. So really critical there. And right now the priority is with Goni Zubizarreta. Meanwhile, PC Distingui puts down another wave, and there you have 8-3-3 for the last of Robson Santos. Really nice serve for the Brazilian guy.
Good stuff from Robson, and he absolutely tagged that thing. Love to see that backhand attack. And there we go. Well, we thought we might see a bit of that, and he's giving us more of what we want. So Victor Mendez taken to the air. Kind of a casual one, that one. I'm not sure that's going to excite the judges quite as much as he did yesterday. Might need a wee bit more than that in this one. 7-5 is requirement. Let's have a look at Goni in second place on a good-looking right-hander. Looking for a 7-6-4 for first. There he goes, slashing. Classic trademark Goni turn. There's another one. Just dipping a little bit of tail through that maneuver too. And Goni absolutely on a tear, as we've been saying the last couple of events. And this is why it's good stuff from Goni. And I tell you what, he's got a lot of support up here in the surface area.
Yeah, it's almost a local here, you know. So really nice surfing by the half Portuguese, half he's not half Portuguese, he's completely Spanish, but he lives here. So really nice rail game by Goni Zubizarreta. He's actually seems to be really sharp with that boards. It's cemented boards from Nicuriccio, one of the best chirpers in Portugal. He works with Tiago for several years, and right now Goni is working with him. And let's watch the replay. Really nice formation. Look at that. Beautiful turns, beautiful combo. Yes, that's the way, Goni. And with the finish, really nice job. No claim, but it seems to be really happy.
All right, situation with 6.5 to go. It's Santos out in the lead. He's got an 8-3-3. He's gone right up into that excellent range with a couple of massive backhand hits on a right-hander. Goni Zubizarreta in second. We are due a score of Goni from that replay we just showed you. Let's see if that gets him in first, but at the moment, that's your 1-2. And Victor Mendez, the guy who absolutely lit this town up yesterday. Well, he's got a bit to do looking for a 7-5. And PC Distinguin has not done a whole lot wrong so far. He's just not quite found himself on the better waves. He's back and forth, looking for 7.63.
Yeah, and we are reaching the last 5 minutes. So we are waiting for scores of the last of red. There you have a 4.77, so it's not enough. He still needs a 7.63. And for Victor Mendez, his last wave was a 5.4, so right now he's chasing a 7.5, and we are waiting for the score of the last of white from the Spanish surfer Goni Zubizarreta. He went all the way to first place with a 8.77 for Goni Zubizarreta. Really nice performance there. Excellent range. So beautiful scores dropping in. Beautiful day. So if you are around, join us in the beach because we have plenty of action for everybody. And you heard the sign, last 5 minutes. And right next, as I said before, you're gonna have Rio Inaba, Jake Marshall, Mark Lacomar, and Iago Dora. So another competitive hit
You get those numbers for Goni. That
867.
867 just dropped in. That goes with his 7. So he's gone up into that excellent range. He's got the high score of this heat, and he's absolutely on fire. And he's carrying that form over today. And he'd love to just keep it going, of course, and go all the way here. But that winning is such a good habit to be in. As we'll go with live action. This is Mendes. He's looking for a big score himself. He needs 9.03. He's not going to get it on that. It's under 4 minutes to go, but it is Goni and Santos. Those are your 1-2 at the moment as we go down towards the very end of this heat. I wonder if we'll get some drama at the end. Pacey needs a 7.44. That's his requirement to move into second. And he's going to need to pull something out the bag. He has just dropped a 7.2, Paul Cesar. So he has just dropped his highest score. Also the third highest score of this heat so far, but he's going to need something even slightly better than that again. He's up against it slightly, but he's kind of got enough time. And Victor Mendes needs to bring us, if he's going to do it with one wave, he needs to bring us a repeat of what he was doing yesterday, which was just throwing down 9s all day long. I wonder if he's got it in him here today. A different kind of challenge.
And you know what, Paul? I think I realize now that Mendes went to the North Peak all alone. There are only 3 guys on the South Peak that you have on the screen, but a bit north, he went again for that North Peak, trying to find some ramps to fly. I don't know, but the thing is changing the strategy. He started the heat right down the beach, and now it changed.
Yeah, he decided to mix it up. I tell you what, there is a sort of a little bit going dry down there on that peak. So if he does punt on that left on the end, he wants to be a bit careful, because there's a rock kind of going a little bit dry in there on the inside. So anyway, let's go with live action. It's Goni, the heat leader. Oh, and he goes a beautiful 360.
Yeah.
And Goni just showing the varieties, enjoying himself, having fun. And he goes in with a massive Goni smash on the inside.
Slash, lay back, and another one.
Absolutely loving it. Goni Zubizarreta. Just enjoying himself, entertaining the crowd. He's got the surface area whipped into a frenzy. Let's go with the replay here. You see that offshore hacking up the face. And he had to adjust his line. Just throws in a nice little 360 off the lip. And then he'll go down on the inside section and throw in a big old layback wallet drop slash. Not done yet. And it's really good stuff from Goni. He's in the lead. And he's absolutely ripping.
Look at this formation. Beautiful. And beautiful surf also from Goni Zubizarreta. Look, this slash layback smashing all the lip. Really nice work. Job done for Goni. 1.5 minutes remaining for this heat number 6 of round number 4. So this thing we still need a 7.44. Victor Mendes right now is is chasing at 9.03. He can do it if he had the wave. He can do it with just one maneuver. Let's see. Live action. Nice cut back there. Oh, it's just more a trick, but it's a good try.
Throwing a little bit of fin, reversing it around, but it's nothing like what he needs. He needs to go excellent. He needs to go big, get a solid wave, and do it with plenty of speed. Look at this little thing doubling up, though, out here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like we're going to get any takers. PC looking for 7.44, so Goni looks pretty safe in first. Can Paul Cesar threaten Santos' second position? I'm not sure he is. We're going to go with live action. Here goes Mendes looking for 9.03. He's going to need to go absolutely bonkers. And he hasn't. And he just checked the watch and realized it's going to be the end of proceedings. Oh, and something happened there. I don't know what.
It was a block?
Who had priority?
Oh. Tension until the end. We're just trying to figure it out. What happened there? There was 2 surfers on the same wave.
I hadn't seen Robson catch a wave for a while, so you'd think he probably had priority unless he paddled and didn't get one. We'll give you an update as to what happens, but it looks like it is going to be Zubizarreta, that man on your screen, certainly in first place, and in second behind him, Robson Santos. But Goni, absolutely blazing down here this morning.
Yeah, really beautiful surf. And we are going to a short commercial break. Join us after the break.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Hello again, good morning. We are back to Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley with official results. Goni Zubizarreta and Robson Santos moving forward for the next round. Unfortunately, PC Distingui and Vitor Mendes, one of the best performers of the contest, unfortunately they fell down. Right now
But that
we
happens,
have,
doesn't it?
sorry, Rio Inaba in red, Jake Marshall in blue, Mark Lacomar in white, and Iago Dora in green. You were saying, Diogo?
Sorry, I was saying that, yeah, it does happen. Sometimes those guys that are really standouts in the beginning of the events, many times they end up losing early as we go straight to a replay. During the break, we had the first wave of Reo Inaba in red. Look at that. That's a good combination of turns. He's going to put one more in. He does. Look at that. Unfortunately going down, but still Reo Inaba starting off just like we have seen Hiroto Ohara starting off with really, really good looking and strong turns, connecting them well with speed, power, and flow, just like the criteria says. As we are about to see absolutely no one take on this one.
But
Ooh, that was a bit of a block there, wasn't it?
Yeah, and a beautiful wave too. So a lot of tension in water.
5.83 for the first of red with 23 minutes to go. Heat number 7 in the water. This is the second to last heat of this round. Coming up next, going to be round of 16. So, or the quarterfinals of 4 surfers, whatever way you prefer it. And the quarterfinals man on man are still on standby depending on what the conditions look like throughout the next 2 rounds. Either way, we're very excited to be here.
Yeah, I think we have an open window to go all the way through until the final. And they're back to live action with Rio Inaba, very active, 3 minutes and 2 waves surfed. Really, he's really enjoying these conditions, trying to surf in his forehand. And gonna put a backup score there. Let's watch the replay. Another angle, really good snap there. Another off the top, and then he couldn't manage to finish the wave. But yeah, it was a nice effort.
Yeah, Reo Inaba, unbelievable stuff coming from him in this event. I mean, we have seen him do well, making some heats, which is something we don't see often from some of the Japanese crew, but it's great to see him in this. Great to see them make some heats and really perform well as a group in this event. I mean, Hiroto Ohara is still in contention. Now Reo Inaba. It's really, really nice to see as we see the first wave of Mark Lacomar up and riding. This heat is a cracker, and Mark Lacomar starts destroying this little right-hander on his back, and look at him connecting turns and just making that
That's
making
the
this
stuff that we are used to see Mark Lacomar doing in all competitions. It's a really nice surfer, a really tough competitor that you have. the backup score for Rio Inaba, 5.1.
Let's watch the replay of the last one of Marc Lacomar. It's going to be from a different angle. That first turn was nothing major, but now this is more like it. Look at the combination of turns there. That second turn was money. This one was also good, so lacked a bit of variety there for Marc Lacomar, but the damage was done on this second and last turn. I like this turn a lot. He really turned his board around, which was good. And fortunately, he didn't have much more, but truth be said, he didn't need to, because it's an excellent score, Diogo.
Yeah, 8-8-3 for starting the heat for the French guy, Marc Lacomar. Really, it's really a good way to start the heat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting with an excellent score really gets you going and puts you in a great
and motivates you.
And motivates you for sure.
Yeah.
And it puts you in a great position for the rest of the heat. 20 minutes gone, 5 minutes gone, 20 minutes still to go. I was just talking with Frederic, and he was telling me that they can hear anything in the water.
Again.
So they have no idea score-wise what they need, what are their standings. They can only see priorities, and that's because of the discs. Other than that, they just are out in the blank.
Yeah.
As we see Jake Marshall in blue, that's the guy from San Clemente area. He's staying with all the Brazilian crew in this event, which is really cool to see. But there's a good reason for that. One of the guys he's staying with is Iago Dora here in green, but there's a good reason why Jake is staying with him. That's because Jake and his family once welcomed Victor Bernardo in their home for a long stay there, and it turned out to be good friends, and that's why he came here with them. As we go straight to live action with Iago Dora, that first turn was interesting, a bit of an airdrop there for the floater. Now going around that section, cut back, just trying to get some speed, generating speed. He's going for the layback there. There you go. And a good wave for Iago. Nothing major on the outside, but the inside did really good. Just to wrap up that thought about Jake Marshall and Victor Bernardo. Victor went to the California to work on his English and really improve on his surfing. And the Marshall family welcomed him there. And they turned out to be really good friends. They are now good friends. And so Jake coming to Portugal, stay with them. And I believe now he's also working on his Portuguese, so that's pretty good. Maybe if he wins this heat, we'll ask him about it. Meanwhile, have some scores for this one wave of Iago Dora. It's a 4.73. Look at that, a beautiful looking floater. Iago Dora has a really pleasing style going for him. A nice cutback, just to wait for the wave to stand up so he can hit the last section. And good job for young Dora.
And you know, Diogo, during the replay, we had some live action with Jake Marshall.
Did we?
Like a response to Iago Dora. But right now we're going with Paul Evans with the heat winner.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Connie, seems like you're sort of in that magical place where almost like you're kind of free surfing in your heats, you're just enjoying yourself.
Yeah, I've been having fun last weeks, you know, scoring really good waves. Went to the Canaries. And also in Ericeira I was pumping, so I just been flowing, and then ended up winning Caparica and Sarouts. And now getting through heats, just taking it hit by hit and not thinking too much, and just I have really good boards at the moment. Well, since last year, using the same one, the Magic one, and it seems like it's working, and I'm just enjoying.
And you probably won't be able to hear this out in the water, but every time you paddle into a wave, the whole surfers area is just kind of blowing up behind us here. It's almost like you're like the people's choice. You got everyone's behind you rooting for you.
That's good to hear. I didn't hear in the water, but yeah, I have my parents here and Pire, my coach, and all the boys. Ode, Aritz, Jonathan, all the Basque guys, and the Portuguese also like me. So I've been living here for many years.
All right, well, listen, you got a round of 16 heat coming up. Don't change anything. Keep doing what you're doing. Good luck, Gonny.
Thanks. You. Good waves. Pumping.
Thanks, Paul. Congrats to Gonny Zubizarreta. And that's it. He lives in Ericeira. He woke up in the morning. He look at the ocean. It's really pumping, and he flies over there.
Just before that interview, we saw Jake Marshall up and riding. That's his second turn. A good combination of carves there for young Marshall. And he's certainly putting it all he has on that wave, and he's happy. You can see and you can tell by that body language that he was happy with that wave. Jake Marshall 5.67 for that effort. He's going to need a 3.17 to move up to second, but he's going to want to do much more than that because Mark Lacomar has that excellent score, which is the best wave of the heat so far. Jake Marshall asking for scores, but I don't think there's really a recipe or a solution, so to say, to this issue. That's just because they just can't hear it. That's the offshore wind. I know that supposedly the offshore wind would help the guys, but because it's kind of a cross shore, the sound is not really getting blown to in the surfer's direction. So that's what's happening at the moment, as we have some beautiful clouds here over us. Just small formations that are adding some tones to the water, as you can see out the back on your screens. And now up and riding, that's Reo Inaba and Iago Dora. We're going with Reo, who's surfing on the left. We'll see the replay soon. There we go. This is live action. This is Reo Inaba still going, working to replace that 5.1, and he's out of there. We'll take a look at the replay. Iago Dora went left, but it was pretty much a throwaway. We're going to take a look at that too. And again, the beautiful colors of the Santa Cruz Sea, the Portugal waves are amazing.
And there we have the replay of Reo Inaba. He's trying to increase that 5.1. Really nice job there. Good snap. Another vertical maneuver there. And it went off. So now we are waiting for scores for the last of red. Mark Lacomar is waiting for the priority to just put down some really nice backup. He already had the high score of the heat, and we go straight to Iago Dora. And really nice surf there. I'm having an issue here with my mic, Diogo.
Yeah, let's try and figure that out. Meanwhile, let's wait for scores, as we can see what's happening. This is a replay of Iago Dora. This was just now. This is Iago's first better wave, I believe. He's trying to add something to that 4 he had. And let's see what happens.
I think it's good right now.
Yeah,
yes.
there you go.
So,
yep, that Iago was needing a 4.11. Not sure if he's gonna get it with that wave. Let's leave it to the judges to decide. With 13 minutes and 15 seconds to go, Reo Inaba still in the lead, but Mark Lacomar only needs a 2.1. Mark has been really close to qualifying in the past few seasons, and he has already competed in the Quicksilver Pro France, that CT event that takes place every year in France, as a wild card. But he hasn't managed to qualify just yet, so we are still waiting on that from the young Frenchman.
Yeah, he's trying for so many years. It's one of the best French surfers ever, and I think he's gonna use his priority split pick on the left-hander. A huge hair for Iago Dora, but we are going with Mark Lacomar, right-hander, putting down some good snaps. But let's watch the replay to see what Iago Dora have done, and also with what Mark Lacomar has done on that right-hander from another perspective, another angle. So Iago Dora went huge on a big frontside air reverse. And there you have the last of the previous of green was a 5.17.
Let's take a look at the replay of the last of Iago Dora. Oh!
Giant here.
That was unfortunate. Did he land that? I don't think he did.
No,
Look at that. And meanwhile, on the right was White up and riding. Mark Lacomar waited a bit for this one wave, but it served him well, as he's finally adding more than just a backup. That might have been an average score for him. That's going to really separate him from the rest of the field, with Reo Inaba improving his scoreline with 6.1 on his last wave, Diogo. And meanwhile, I went for a little break there. just because the colors of the water are so beautiful at the moment. I'm not sure you can tell at home, but we have the most, the biggest variety of colors I have ever seen in my life at the moment here in Santa Cruz. I swear to God, we have the white of the white water, the green, the blues, the shadows, and this is during the replays. Jake Marshall, look at that first turn, controlled it well. It almost looked like he was gonna lose it, but managing to really control that wave. And another one for Jake Marshall. Look at him.
Really nice job by
That's a confident young man, huh?
Yeah, and you know what? The judges are gonna love that first hit, because with a lot of commitment till release, so expecting here some big numbers. So when you reach the mark of the 10 minutes remaining for this penultimate hit of the round 4, then we go straight to the round of 16, or as you want to call the quarterfinals, 4-man quarterfinals. There you have the last of white, Mark Lacomar. It's 5:07. It's enough to go in the lead, and now, right now, back to live action. Really nice move to Jake Marshall.
Yeah, Jake probably heard that score from Mark, knows that Mark has that 8.83, knows that the field is pretty much open. So now Jake really wants to add up, really wants to catch up. We are still waiting on one score for him, if I'm not mistaken, or was it 5, 6, 7?
No. We are waiting for score.
Yeah, we're waiting for scores. So, yep, we are waiting for scores for Jake. It's going to be an important one, and really exciting to see all these guys put it all on the line in this heat. As you can tell, for looking at the scoreboard, Mark has the best wave, and look at that, Jake Marshall's previous wave, a 6.67, jumps him up to second, and now Reo Inaba in third, needing a 65, and Iago Dora needing a 7.17. So Jake Marshall with that 6.67 really, upping his game, and even Mark Lacomar isn't really safe because the other guys don't need that big of a score. It's just a 7.
It's the second best wave of the heat. Let's watch the replay again. No,
this is the air attempt there for Jake Marshall. Had he finished that, he would have got a big score. And a bit surprised with Iago Dora at the moment.
Yeah.
You haven't seen much of him in this heat. That was that big air attempt, of course, but we want to see more. We want to see that those big airs and those big turns, that stylish surfing that we know he's capable of.
And he's paddling to this wave. It seems to be a double up wave.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a good-looking double up.
Oh,
he's out of there.
A bit late. And the priority sticks to Reo Inaba is chasing a 6.25 to second. Yeah, and we have under priority Mark Lacomar.
Yeah, just trying to work on that 5.07 he has as his backup. Look at that. Mark Lacomar, good surfer from France, from that Osagor area, and look at him just destroying on his backhand, just putting a lot of good backside turns together.
He was a bit more to the left, a bit on the inside, and really nice small wave, and maybe he's going to increase his backup. He wants to change the 5.07 and increase his score. Right now, 7 minutes remaining. Still, the priority is still with Reo Inaba. And Iago Dora, as you said, we saw that hair attempt there, but normally he's really active on every hit. And right now it seems to be a bit lost on the lineup. I don't know. Maybe he's waiting for the priority. I don't know. It's an important game, the priority game. Sometimes you win hits with the priority game. That's the replay of Mark Lacomar. Nice turn there. And another one. Really nice and sharp. Mark Lacomar. And bam! Smashes all the lip. Another one to finish.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a good to excellent score there. Look at that, 9.03 for Mark Lacomar. And now everyone is in combo land for first place. That's just the kind of surfing that Mark is doing. As we see Jaco Dora up and riding, look at that. Doing a bit of backside surfing of himself. He's also a goofy footer, just like Mark, and look at that. Boom. Jaco Dora finishing off that wave really nicely. And I think that Jago had that idea of going for airs in the beginning of the heat, but seeing what Mark Lacomar is doing, he decided to go and do some backside surfing and power surfing of his own. Look at that. Let's see what he does here. Set up the wave really nicely. This almost looks like one of those Mexican perfect beach breaks. But look at, this is Santa Cruz, this is Portugal, and this is Jago Dora finishing off that wave really nicely. And a good wave for the young Brazilian. As we see blue paddling, it's Jake Marshall answering back, just trying to keep a hold of that second place. It's a very tight field for second, but Jake Marshall, oh, saving that one last turn. He almost nosedived there, but he saved it, and hopefully for him, he's going to work on that 5, 6, 7. Meanwhile, Mark Lacomar with 5 minutes to go on a very, very solid lead.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting 5 minutes. Last 5 minutes, you hear the sign when you watch the replay from Jake Marshall. Really nice surf. Really nice kid. Really humble guy. And we're back to live action with Rio Inaba.
Another goofy footer in this heat.
Yeah, he's chasing a 658. 2 nice turns. Oh,
I think he was a bit
too late.
Yeah, he was a bit too late for that last turn, but I think he was a bit late in all of the waves.
Since the beginning of the wave.
Yeah. Look at that, the score for Jago Dora, it's a 7.5. Jago jumps to second, pushes Jake down to third. But don't forget that we are still waiting on one score for Jake Marshall, who needs a 6.01. The oldest of the Marshall brothers, if I'm not mistaken. And Jago Dora, 7.5, but still in combo land to move up to first. Lacomar with priority with 2 excellent scores. He's just on a...
But you know what? It's the proof that the rail game pays off. In the day like this, with conditions like this, we heard Marco Giorgi, one of the first guys in the water in the morning, said that he's going to try to put some rail on the waves because the strong offshore all is putting you behind the wave, and if you go to the hair, it's going to be really difficult. But with that hair attempt of Jago Dora, that's a completely different talk, you know. It's that kind of airs. Well, let's try to landing that airs with the huge hair time. It's going to be for a perfect score too. We have the contest director here, Marcelo Martins. I would love to talk with him to see what's next, because we already know that we're going to have the quarterfinals in, but I think we have a possibility to go all...
Yeah, that's still on standby. We're still waiting for the quarterfinals, man-on-man, to be decided if they're going in the water or not. So we'll see what the contest organizers and the head judge decide.
And the surfers.
And the surfers, of course. Last of Jake Marshall. It's a 6.67. So Jake jumps to second once again, and Jago is now in third, needing a 5.84 to move to second. Let's take a look at the replay of Jake Marshall's last wave. That first turn was good, really tight off the lead park now, and one more turn, almost nosedive there, but he saved it really nicely. Good footwork there from Jake Marshall, just getting his balance really right on those waves, and a good job from the young Californian. And now Jago Dora needing a 5.84, Reo Inaba needing a 7.24, as we see
Jago Dora.
Yep, Jago Dora going left. Oh, look at the ramp that's coming up for him. Boom, goes for a layback, and look at him, he's happy with that. Shake, 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 the boom. That's what he's saying there. Jago Dora just really, really happy with his surfing there. I thought he was going for an air, I gotta tell you, but he was a bit late for that, and he went for a layback instead. Not sure if it's gonna be that 5, but look at this, look at the turn. He's
commitment
happy.
There.
He's happy.
Yeah.
But I think he wanted an air. I really think he wanted an air. Not sure if it's gonna be that 5.84 that he needs. We're gonna wait for the judges to decide. But it might just be that score, just gotta wait and see. There was a bit of a change there in our graphics that might reflect a change in a new score that hasn't come in yet. We gotta wait for that.
And we reached the last minute, yes. So,
yep, last of Iago Dore was a 6-7, and jumped to Iago to second, and Jake Marshall now third. Jake is gonna answer back right now, needing a 7-1-1. Here's the young Californian. There he goes, just going for a big air there. Will he land it?
yes, stick the landing.
Not the most clean of landings, not the cleanest of landings, but still, that's a make for Jake Marshall with 20 seconds to go. He's happy, and Iago Dore now answering back. Look at that. One turn, two turns. He was a bit behind, but he still managed to complete that one. But that air from Jake Marshall was really cool. Not the cleanest of completions, but still a good air. And let's see what the judges decide on those two last efforts from the guys. The heat is over, Diogo, and a very exciting one. As we see a very pumped up Jake Marshall. Let's take a look at the replay. Jake started off good, a really nice turn there, check-up turn, just to get him into this section just in time. Flew really nicely. That was a nice air, and he landed, not the landest of... Now this is Iago Dore going backside just 2 turns. He was late for that second one, but that first one was good. So now we're waiting on scores for the latest of blue. And meanwhile, while we wait for scores, we're going on a really, really short commercial break. And we'll be right back with more action coming from the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oil Clay. Stay tuned. Well, we're not going to a short commercial break just now. We're still waiting on that score for Marshall and Iago. We can see Iago and his filmer, probably his coach. I think his coach is his dad. So we're still standing by for those scores and standing by also for that commercial break. And we'll be right back as soon as the scores are in. We're going to tell it to you guys, so stay tuned for more action coming from Santa Cruz, where we have been in the last few days. Look at Iago, probably a bit anxious there with his Mayhem board under his arm. That board sure looks good. A bit wide, kind of a board there, but well, let's wait a bit then for the score. Important one for Jake.
Yeah.
He's looking for something of a 7. That's if Iago doesn't improve his situation.
It's a 7-1-1, I think.
Yep. We're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the official results of that last heat. Stay tuned.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome back to beautiful Santa Cruz, Portugal. This is the Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley WQS 3000. And we are into the thick of it here today. We've got a beautiful, clean, crisp, head-height groundswell on tap. And we got some red-hot shredding going down. This is going to be the last heat of this 4th round. We're going to go into the round of 16 straight away. And we are waiting for an official call to find out exactly how far we're going to go. There was a little bit of a whisper, a bit of a rumor about possibly trying to finish here today. Let's see what that happens. Our contest director, Marcello, he's poring over the forecast. Let's check some replay and see what happened. This was the judge's replay. This was Jake Marshall. out of the USA. Massive, big, wafty air reverse. And he eventually clawed his way out of that water. And look at that kind of stuff. It's not quite the Joanduru who punched himself in the face claim, but it's nice. The nice double fist. And then some other stuff too. Throwing up signs. And a man who's never scared of throwing up a sign or two. Joining me for the call of this one, Heat 8. It's Diogo Alpiant, James Porch.
James Porch, indeed. And we're still waiting on scores for the official results of that last heat. That's because of Jake Marshall's air that we just saw on our screens.
So if Diogo means James, what does Tiago mean? James?
Tiago, James. It's the same thing.
Okay.
In the first heat of the round of 16 is such a good one. Marco Giorgi, Manuel Selman, Hiroto Ahara, John Mann. Meanwhile, official results of that last heat looks like the last one of Jake Marshall didn't go in his top 2 waves. So, an official now official results. Mark Lacomar and Iago Dora moving on to the next round. Unfortunately, we see our goodbyes to Jake Marshall and Reo Inaba, who did some great surfing here in Portugal, in Santa Cruz, and now in the water. Last heat of the round with 3 Frenchies and a Peruvian, Maxime Snow from France, like Nome Mignon and Adrien Toyon, and from Peru, it's a Miguel Tudela. Quite a heat we have on our hands, Paul.
Yeah, wow, Marco, how's those scores from Mark? He's absolutely smashing it out of the park there, Lacomar.
Did you watch those waves?
No, if I'm honest, no.
Yeah. Backside hits really fast, really powerful, just connecting those turns, no tapping. That's what we expect to see from these guys, and that's what we expect to see from these 4 guys in the water. Miguel Tudela right now on our screens, and the conditions are really, really interesting at the moment.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
I just went for a little bit of me time, just found a little quiet space to myself and just stared into the abyss. Just thought about how much of a knife's edge it all hangs on. Anyway, let's keep it light. Heat 8 of round 4, and we do have those 3 Frenchies in the water. That's Husano in red on your screen, and this looks like surfer in white, Nome Mignot, and he backed himself yesterday, last-minute heroics in his heat, and he's slashing early doors in this one, and he'll go with a little kind of fairly flat, kind of little reverse on the inside. And he opened his account with a decent wave. He finishes off full of confidence. He said he wants to qualify. Well, he's a little way away from doing that at the moment, but certainly a win here would definitely help whoever it is. It's going to be a keeper result, we reckon, in the context of the season, but it's not all about just your result putting you in a qualifying spot. Of course, there is the importance of making yourself eligible for the 10,000s and for the big events.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
you need to move up the rankings. So every heat from now on will help towards that task. Let's go to a replay of Nome Mignot.
Is he wearing a shell necklace? I think he is.
He's got something going on, yeah, some kind of good luck charm. Man, here he goes to the inside. He'll just ditch those fins, reverse it around in the white water. Decent opener for him. Meanwhile, in the lineup, Toyon's having a little bit of a look. And here goes Adrien on a left-hander down the line. And he's going to punt nice and high and just landed a little stiff-legged. Can't quite do it. And he's going to gather himself and get back in the lineup. And he'll know...
Interesting approach there for Toyon.
In which way interesting?
I'm surprised he didn't decide on going right and just drawing his backhand like we have seen the other guys do in the previous heat that has made him move on in an advancing position. He almost landed his air. That's true, but still. Mark got some excellent scores, well within the excellent range by going ham on his backhand on the rights. So interesting choice there from Adrien Toyon, as we see that Nome got a 517 on his first wave.
Yeah, and there's the 3 of them, the red, white and blue, very close together, so all staying super tight on this peak, all the energy focusing in pretty much the same place. And in the meantime, we're going to go down here for the winner of the last heat, Mark Lacomar, standing by with Diogo.
Yeah, thanks, Guy. Mark, beautiful conditions in the morning, completely different approaches from yesterday to today. Tell us about that heat and the conditions.
Yeah, it's nice to have some nice clean wall. And yeah, it was definitely super fun. I was watching it before, there was some really fun one coming, but kind of slow, so you really got to pick the good one. But yeah, got excited in the heat.
It seems that you have played really well the game of priorities. You put down a high height on the beginning of the heat, and then under priority you cut that 9.07. Tell us about that.
Yeah, my game plan was to wait for a good first one, and then on the way back out, stay a bit wide and try to get another one. And yeah, that everything went good in the heat, so hopefully same next one.
Okay, I'll let you rest. Congratulations and good luck for the next round. Thanks, guys, and back to you.
All right. There we go. Mark Lacomar on fire, but keeping it all pretty much still in the tank there. No overt displays of emotion pouring out of Mark. Just keeping his cool as we've become accustomed to seeing him do down the years. Let's check out Husano out of Reunion Island on his forehand. Banks a nice first maneuver. Maxime keeping that board. The Bradley channel bottom, nice and busy. It's the Maccabee model, and it's served him to very good effect on the QS. It looks to be going pretty decent here. Let's check out
Nome
Mignot. Wow, two great hits there from Nome.
No, it's sorry, it's not Nome.
Tudela.
It's Tudela. Sorry there.
It's Tudela out of Peru, and a decent opening wave for him. A score's going to come in. It's going to be pretty healthy, we reckon. And at the back, having a look, it looks like Toyon, a fellow Reunion Islander, alongside Husano, and here he is, snapping up high on his first maneuver. Then he get a little wrap around, and again another slash up high in the pocket, and he'll bring this one all the way through to the inside, making it look pretty easy. Decent first hit, some all right stuff after that. It's a good score to get under your belt.
Absolutely. And what an interesting guy Adrien is, huh? Has some good stories to
I
tell.
wouldn't go that far. No, we had him in the booth yesterday. It was good fun.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
We had him in the booth, did a bit of commentary, and in the meantime, here goes Tudela. And he's taken off on kind of a wide. This wave pushed a bit wide, and for that reason, it went a bit fat. So we just had a quick look around and decided it wasn't worth getting too excited about. Kicks out, back into the lineup. 18:40 to go. He's got a 6.67 for the wave previous to that one. Couple of big hits backside, good enough to go into that good range. And for that reason, he's in the lead at the Mo. A couple of scores locking in. Agent Toyan's going to get a 4.5 for his last effort. That'll put him in third, and Husano just the one wave. One score locked in for Maxime, and that's why he's in fourth at the moment.
$18 minutes to go. Husano still looking for a backup, but more than that, he needs some good scores. Just like Paul was saying, 18 minutes to go there with Miguel Tudela in the lead, but the heat is pretty much still open. Let's take a look at the replay of the last one of Adrien Toyon. That heat was really good, got some nice projection for some down the line, for some more down the line moves, and that's exactly what he got. But only face turns, nothing really major from the lip. Those off the lips that really get the judges excited and really get them dropping 8s and 9s. Unfortunately, therefore, Adrien Toyon, the wave didn't really stand up for him, did he?
No, not especially, but he's got a score under his belt anyway. He had that first left, didn't he, when he fell down going for the air reverse, so just nailing something on the board, something to build from. In the meantime, Husano, and he's got a great looking wall in front of him. That is a beautiful first turn there from Maxime, and another great wrapping maneuver. He's on fire here, Maxime, again.
Oh no, he could never fall there.
Classic curse of the commentator, just when I was saying he was doing so well.
I bet he's really angry at himself at the moment, or at the wave, or at the board. He's angry about something. I mean, the damage he did on the outside was still really good, and he's gonna get a good score for that. But still, had he finished that one wave, it would have been a better score. As we see, Nome Mignot up and riding, pushing that tail all around, but the wave didn't have much more to offer there.
It's not really an angry kind of guy, Maxime. I don't think he'd be angry. I reckon he's a pretty cool-headed kind of customer, and he'll just be taking stock, processing, analysing, making his way back in the lineup. But he's not the kind of guy to get let the emotions get the better of him, Maxime, from what I've seen of him. Let's check out Mignot. He's an emotional little chappy at times. and just losing the fins there a little bit and recovering. Kind of a 90s move, isn't it? That sort of cut back to fakie. And here goes Maxime. This was beautiful stuff. A lovely opening turn. This second one, check this thing out. Rah, nice speed wrap. And here he tags it. And just after this, just as he seemed to have done all the hard stuff, something happened. Maybe just the white water got underneath one of his fins. And you've done something to our little mixer here.
No. It's just yours. We have a bit of a technical issue going on here. It's going to get corrected any time now. And as we see Miguel Tudela up and riding once again, that was a healthy hit there for the Peruvian. And he's going to put it one more. Nope. No, he doesn't.
Yeah, so what have you done to my mic?
Your mic is just fine. I just can't hear you. There you go.
Whoa, let's check out Mignot, absolutely spanking that thing. I love the speed as he came flying around the corner.
And look at the score that just dropped for Maxime Mousneau, 7.6. Had he finished that one
Told
last
you wouldn't be angry though, didn't I?
It would be an excellent score. It would be well within the excellent range for Maxime Mousneau. And that combination of turns was really nice. That's why he's a former World Junior champ, this young gentleman on front of us. Unfortunately, his board is pretty white. No major sponsor there for Maxime. Although he does serve for Jam Traction, that brand that Marlon and Goni started.
Live action. Here goes Toyon looking at the left. He'll come from behind the peak here. Can he find some open face? He's gone a long way and not much has really happened. So used his priority, and that is a mistake because he's not going to score points there. And after surfing a couple of heats where it all kind of went his way so far, Adrian, he's got his work cut out here this morning. Maxime very much in the ascendancy with that 7-6. And he'll be looking to match that with a backup score to go in as top two. But strong start for Maxime. Good stuff from Nome. This is Toyon. And he decided to go left. And a bit of an error here. This one just running away from him.
Yeah, not sure if going left is the best strategy at the moment with these long right runners that we are seeing. As we see, this is the last of red once again. And look at the combination. This is combination of major turns here for Maxime. And fortunately, he was a bit too confident there on that
You know what? I don't think he cost any points. He'd already finished that maneuver. There was nothing happening on the end. I think that's complete.
You think so? You reckon?
Yeah, that was just in the white water.
We have to ask the judges later on today as we see white paddling. It's a Nome Mignon driving, just generating some speed. He's going for the air. There he is. Will he land that? Nah, he won't land it. But that was a healthy try there for the Frenchman.
Yeah, it's a valiant effort. Plenty of speed. It looks tricky though, that left, doesn't it? That wind is kind of strong and not quite as much cross short as maybe would be useful to go into those punts. But anyway, he got plenty of rotation, but not really close to sticking the landing at all. And Nome was looking for just a 5-0-1, but he's not nursing his turns, not going for safety. He was going hell for leather there, putting it all on the line. So taking to the left-hander, it's not really paid dividends in this heat so far. And the last one, the major points were coming on the right. Let's see if that changes, but at the moment, certainly seems like the right-hander's got the more open section and a little bit more lip on offer. Let's see, we've got paddlers. We've had some decent kind of activity, some waves hitting the bank here. Tudela having a little look, decides not to bother. That was a real small inside one, just hugged the bank on the inside here. And the energy kind of dissipating out of this swell, but there's still plenty out there in the ocean this morning. It's overhead, and there is a bit of power out here. We talked about locals, and our contest director, people that know this wave well, have told us this wave packs a lot more of a punch than it looks. A real kind of open ocean type of surf spot, and picks up any kind of swell in the water down here. And it does pack a punch too.
He does, he sure does. And this heat is still pretty much out in the open, and that's what we like to see, because gets things interesting for us here and for everyone at home, that we are sitting 25 minutes on the edge of our seats, just trying
to figure out who's gonna make it. There's no clear favorites when you get to this stage of the competition where everyone is pretty much an accomplished surfer with something to tell about competition-wise, with some good results on their back. Looking out the tent where we are, I can still see a lot of lines. That's more because of the wind swell we have than the lines that are actually coming with good waves on offer. As we see Adrien Toyon up and riding.
On a right-hander, just slashing off the top, and again, he'll tag it again. And he'll need to finish off here, which he does. It's not bad from Adrian. It's nothing really to write home about, but it's good stuff. He's got himself something to go in his top 2, and it's the kind of stuff generally you want to do early on in the heat. But anyway, with 10 to go, he's got a couple of scores under his belt now. Let's see how this pans out in terms of a situation, but he's got a decent looking right-hander. He'll tag a first slashing turn, and then he'll go straight into the bottom. And the nice one's got some vicious, the second one's got some vicious intent. It's nice. And the third one, again, is decent. Looked a little bit better on the from above replay. Here goes Houssainot with a huge first hit.
Great wave selection again from Maxime.
And he's coming around the corner here, looking to go on the inside. And Maxime Houssainot, a very wily competitor indeed. He's known for the rail game, for the power. He's got some massive airs on him too.
Now,
here goes Tadela up and riding, and a quick in and out for the Peruvian. So we've had a couple of those from Miguel, and a little bit of a paddle battle there, green and blue. Always nice to see.
What about that battle paddle between Carissa Moore and Courtney Conlog in Bells? That was absolutely, I mean, that was so good. Love that. Bumping elbows, bumping hands. They just wanted to get out the back as fast as possible. That's the kind of competitiveness that we like to see in our surfers, especially on those competing on the World Tour and on the World Women's Tour. We are witnessing quite a year. We're seeing quite a year on both the major, most main tours of the World Surf League, and it's quite cool to see. I tell you, my friend Paul Evans. Did you enjoy that delicacy from the local area? That's a typical pastry. That's typical pastry from Santa Cruz and the Torres Vedras area.
All right, let's go with live action, and it's Toyon having a look. He's got the chin on the board, but it's still not enough to get him down the face of the wave. Can't quite get on that one. He might have a look at the one behind. He seems kind of interested, and he's going to go left. Here he goes. And again, we've seen a little bit of that in this heat. Guys having a little bit of trouble reading his waves. Sometimes you don't know what they're going to do. You've got to kind of commit first and then have a look. Mignot has that priority. Toyon got a 7.73. It did look better on the replay. We saw the first angle of it and we thought, yeah, that's decent. That's a backup. Then we saw the replay from above and we thought those turns got better. I tell you what, the judges have thrown big points at that. He did say to me that he thought the judges have been like giving him scores. They've been enjoying his surfing. And it seems like they have been. That's exactly what they're doing. They're giving him a 7.73 for those backhand hits. Here goes Houssainot.
I mean, the wave selection of Maxime's in this heat has been absolutely on point. Just look at that. And one more turn to finish it off. Maxime has been on fire in this heat. Sometimes you just get in that right spot. You figure out your lineups, and if you stay there, you're gonna get those good waves every time. I think that's exactly what Maxime is doing in this heat, don't you think, Paul?
Yeah, it's a great first turn from him. I love the commitment to the rail, and I love the way he covers so much ground as well on his turns. You see when he takes off, he gets that little fade into the bowl, makes room for himself, swoops super deep, scooped out bottom turn off the bottom. He uses like every bit of wave, Maxime, and the judges absolutely love to see that. It's textbook surfing. And beautiful stuff. So at the moment, it's Reunion Island in the 1-2, but let's see what Noé Mignot's got as he goes backhand, uses that priority. Good first hit there from Noé, and another nice slash and turn. And he'll definitely be improving on his 3-1-3. Whoa, he's not done yet. Big hit on the end, and he lands it, and he throws up signs. A 5.17 was his high score. I reckon he's going to go to work on that too, so let's see how this stirs the pot out here, but this heat really coming alive. 6 to go. He runs a bit of a firecracker.
It sure is. The Frenchman and the Peruvian are putting on quite a show for us. This is the replay of Mignot's last wave. Went a bit to town there. This kind of looks like one of those really good sand point breaks we're used to seeing. And unfortunately, coming a bit short there. But meanwhile, this is the last wave of red from Maxime. I really like how hard he pushes his tail to end those frontside carves and a little layback to finish things off.
It's going to be interesting, this next score. So 7.07 was the requirement to go into second.
It's a 5.5 for Maxime.
Yeah, but Nome's going to get a score, isn't he? He needs 7.07 to go into second. Let's see how that comes in, if it mixes anything up. But that was a really well-served wave by the Mexican. Well, the Frenchman, who via Mexico. And let's see how that goes into his top two. We're about to hear the 5-minute warning. Not sure if these guys can hear it, but they do see a sign go up next to the judging area where they see priority. That'll let them know there's under 5 to go. But yeah, this is a really interesting heat. Kind of looking forward to this score coming in. I think we could see a requirement for Adrian and, of course, Miguel looking for 5.57 at the moment. That's Tudela. There it is. It comes in to 6.9, and it's not quite it. He comes up just slightly short. Wow, I thought he was going to get the score there. Kind of surprises me a bit, but he comes up just slightly short. He's looking for 5.34. 4 minutes, under 4.5 minutes to go. It's still Husino and Toyon 1-2. Toyon still sitting on a 4.5 as his backup score. Definitely want to do something about that. Priority is with the Peruvian, Miguel Tudela. We see him paddling here on a right-hander, and he's up, and he's away. Bang, and he spanks a great first turn. He got a little bit of hang time there, which was really nice. Just adds a bit of visual impact. As he'll swoop around, bring it on the inside. So basically it's one good first turn. All the score, all the points for that wave are going to come for that first maneuver. It was a beautiful maneuver. 5.57 was the requirement to take second place from Adrian Toyon. He's having a look here on a smaller inside runner, and he's up and he's out. A bit of possibly an error there from Adrian. He had priority and he used it on a wave that took him nowhere. But actually, by the looks of things, he's going to get himself back in the line. Let's have another look here to Dayla. Great looking wave. Oh, and that's a massive first hit. And unfortunately, the wave kind of went soft here. There's nothing else really on offer for Miguel, but it was a beautiful first turn. And the judges are going to have a think about that, see if that's worth the requirement. This was a replay of the last wave. That's 6 for Nome Mignot.
Was it? I think this is a new one, isn't it? No, you're right. Sorry. But it did look like a bit more than a 6.9.
He liked it, but...
we aren't judges, are we?
So there we go. We are waiting. Are we still waiting for a score for Tudela to drop in? I think we might be. At the moment, he's looking for 5.57. Under 3 minutes to go now. It's still Maxime Husino in the lead in the red singlet. Adrian Toyon in green in second place. Here goes Maxime, the heat leader. And he's flying down the line with a whole bunch of speed, but not quite enough speed to get him around that section. He was way deep on that one.
Just behind him, Nome Mignot up and riding. He's a bit behind. The wave slows down a bit and he's out of there. I think someone went left on that one wave. It was Adrien Toyon. We're going to check the replay soon with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Heat 8, round 4. What a heat we have on our hands. Let's take a look at the white. He got a bit hang up on this checkup turn, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And Adrian just trying to go to work on that 4.5. He went left. Let's see if we can bring a replay of that. Maxime flying down the line, but not really going anywhere. That wave just rattled off in front of him. No way he was ever going to get around that section. And we're going to wait for scores to come in and update. But this one, a scintillating encounter. They're going blow for blow out here, hammer for hammer. They're trading blows. And this is going to be whoever gets out of this one. Going to feel they've got a real kick coming into that round of 16, because this is a really tough heat. No one's gone up to the excellent range on scores, but everyone's had a lot of opportunity. At the moment, Toyon is still sitting on that 4.5, and they definitely want to be going to work on that. That's why we've seen him catching waves, kind of going on smaller looking inside waves. Priority is with Tudela in blue.
This wave looks really good. Let's see if Tudela is in position. He isn't. And the wave pretty much fattens out, and it's nothing there for him. Adrian takes a look, but there's nothing there for him either. And we haven't seen a lot of hand waving in the last few heats. The offshore wind, the cross-shore wind, to be exact, not exactly happening, helping our surfers figure out what they need, where they stand in their heats. And 40 seconds to go, Paul, and things are looking bright and beautiful for 1-2 at the moment.
Well, I don't know. Bums are squeaking, I would say, down there in the lineup. They look nervous, they look tetchy. And still, the requirements for 3 and 4 are only 5s, dude. That's nothing. They've already, each third and fourth have both got 6s, high 6s already, so they only need 5s, and it's going to come down maybe to a last final roll of the dice to Taylor. He's looking for a 5-5-7. He does have priority. I'm not sure he's going to get a wave as we count down. And Toyon will dodge a bullet if he gets through sitting on a 4.5. Maxime Husano unofficially. It's reunion on in 1-2. And it looks like it could be the end of participation for Nome Mignot and for Miguel Tudela of Peru.
We'll soon hear from Maxime Husano if he really is the winner of this heat. We'll soon hear from him in a post-heat interview. But first and foremost, we're going on a commercial break, and we'll be right back with the official results and the lineup for the last heat. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back to beautiful Santa Cruz, Portugal. Official results: Husano Toyon, you 1-2, and Nome Mignot and Miguel Tudela again a bow out. That was heat 8 of round 4. That wraps up that round, and we are striding onwards and upwards straight into this next round, the round of 16, or the 8th finals, as some people like to call them. It's the round before the quarterfinals. It's our last round of 4-man heats, and coming up in that first of those round 5 heats, it's Marco Jorge of Uruguay, Manuel Salmon from Chile, Hiroto Ohara from Japan, and John Mel from the USA. Diogo, welcome back to the booth, mate.
Yeah, and look at this hit with 2 South American guys, one from Uruguay and another one from Chile. And we have a paddle battle here. It's Manuel Salmon and John Mel splitting the pick. Nice turn there for John Mel. An air attempt there, but the strong offshore wind put him in the back of the wave, so he couldn't finish that move.
Yeah, the lefts do seem tricky. It certainly seems the last few heats, most of the points have been coming on that right hand. The left's got a kind of, the wind's kind of pretty much straight offshore, but slightly cross shore, and it's blowing into the face. It's quite hard to get that down the line momentum. The right handers, on the other hand, got a lot more sort of suck, a lot more double up on the face. Seems like a bit easier to get up in the lip for our surfers. Let's see how that unfolds. Is the tide's still going out? I think it is.
Yeah. It's until, I don't know, 11:30. No, it's already filling in.
There we go, mate.
So
sweet.
Sweet. I think we're going to have best conditions or better conditions with the high tide. So if you remember, guys, in the morning, Manuel Salmon puts down a 9.57 on that right-hander that you were talking about, with 3 major turns, completely smashing all the way through. And right now we have
Hiroto Ohara.
Up and riding. Wow. Nice bottom turn, nice carve. Another slash layback. Oh!
Uncharacteristic for him. Right behind him, here goes John Mel in green. And he's going vertical on the backhand, spanking the lip several times. Got nice rhythm to his surfing, this guy. And a good reply from him. He got a left early on in the heat. We showed you the replay. That was live action. And he just tagged a smaller right-hander behind O'Hara. O'Hara doesn't make that many mistakes. Just couldn't quite execute his final maneuver there. But he is deadly in waves of this side, kind of head high and under. The Japanese surfer just gets so much speed out of his equipment. You see him just compress. Absolute textbook technique, so clean. And that is an amazing turn. To come out of that with the speed that he did, just couldn't quite finish his last hit. And behind him, this was John Melt, the young American, just going for speed, drops into the bowl, will tag the lip, and again, just putting his board up, throwing plenty of spray. Definitely this right-hander, a lot more scoring opportunity. He doesn't quite get his teeth into the third maneuver. Here's Georgie, the Uruguayan.
Nice turn there, a lot of spray. Another one, a lot of commitment on the second one. And there were two nice turns.
You know what, we've got cleaner waves, we've got beautiful groomed faces today. And what we're seeing is this, a kind of change in surfing that rather than sort of hitting those onshore lips that we saw yesterday, we're getting real nice rail turns. And we're getting to see these guys just show us something slightly different. I love the way they can kind of accelerate through the turn. They start off the bottom and then drive the surfboard through the top arc of the turn. It's beautiful to see, and O'Hara drops a massive 8 for that wave we saw previously from him. He did fall on the last turn, but it's not going to matter, and I like that from the judges, actually. They're just rewarding him for what he did get done, not for what it could have been or what didn't happen on the end. He, the scoring potential really is early on in the wave anyway. That's where they want to see taking the risk, and particularly that second maneuver that he did, just throwing so much spray.
Yeah.
I love watching this guy surf.
I think it's going to happen the same thing to Marco Giorgi last wave, because the two first hits were insane. Let's watch the replay of the 8 point from Hiroto. What a nice bottom turn, really nice line, huge carve, and then slash layback, the huge spray, and then the fall.
So it's getting 8 points for those first two maneuvers, essentially, and it's put him out in the driving seat so far on this one. Of course, 25-minute heats. This is our last round of four-man heats, four-man competition.
Yep.
We will be going man-on-man for the quarters onwards. So we've got 4 heats left in this round, which, according to my calculations, means we've got 16 surfers left in the event.
Yep. The top 16 of this event. Right next, we're going to have the Portuguese Tiger, Tiago Pires, against Vicente Romero. Kanoe Igarashi again. They meet again on the same hit. And Jorgen Cousinier, the Reunion Highlands boy. And now we're going to back to the water. Live action with Marco Giorgi. Nice there. Another. Wow. You remember the interview with Marco Giorgi? He said to me that he's going to stick to the rail game, and it's what he's doing.
All right, let's check out O'Hara as he bashes out a first turn and does well to kind of correct and re-find his line. And they're just going for a figure 8 down the inside. John Mel's dropped a 5.83 for that right-hander, 3 hits on the backhand. That goes in alongside his 3. He's in the lead at the mo, but O'Hara is about to drop a score. It's probably going to put him in the lead because he's only in second by virtue of a 0.83. Yep. Giorgio's got a score to come too. Let's see how that mixes thing up. And Selman, the man this morning, had dropped absolute hammers on a right-hander. He's been pretty quiet in this one.
But just right now, he received the priority, so actually it's going to be his first wave. Really nice formation, really nice wave for Manuel Selman. Wow. Nice turn there. Another one.
Oh. Wow, just kind of good first hit and then kind of fizzled out. And while we wait for that score to drop in situations, we're going to go down here for the winner of the last heat, Maxime Husino, standing by with Diogo.
Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Diogo. That's exactly it. I'm here with Maxime. Maxime, a tough hit, that one. You guys can hear the score. Everyone was surfing good. What was your strategy there?
Yeah, the conditions are really nice, but I think with the tide, the waves were really hard to read. So I think we were just struggling to really find the right ones. There wasn't many. So I think everyone was surfing good, but we were just, trying to get that good one that gives you a little more opportunity. I fell on my good wave. I think that would have given me like a good lead and I would have less stress out at the end. But it's fun. I'm happy to make it with Adrien. We came from Reunion Island and we grew up together, so it was nice.
Yeah, we were wondering in the booth what happened there and that 7.6, because you read that wave really nicely, started with those 2 good carves, but then you fell on that 3rd one. What happened there?
Yeah, well, I just did a hit because I wanted, like, I did 2 really nice carve and I didn't want to do a 3rd one, like repetitive. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a good hit. And I think I kind of like let my guard goes down too quick because I was focusing on the re-entry. And then it got like to like a little hollow part, and I just like not dive, and I got surprised. I wasn't really watching down, so it was kind of like mistake of watching too early the section.
Tell us a bit about this area. Do you know Santa Cruz? Do you enjoy this area? Have you been enjoying being here?
Yeah, I love Portugal. I have my trainer here, Duarte, that I train every year, like twice or 3 times a year. So I come here a lot. I have a lot of good friends, Nicolau, Kikas, Vasco. So I always come here, and I love it.
Good. I can see that your board is it's a bit white at the moment. And what happened there?
Well, I don't know what happened, but obviously Quicksilver didn't want to resign, and I'm pretty free now, and I'm just looking for anyone that want to give me some help.
Good luck on that. Good luck on this event also, and enjoy your time here in Portugal.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth. Good job, buddy.
All right.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, Diogo there, Maxime, and a great performance from him. Really interesting insight, actually, saying he just took his eye off it. And that's how you also, just for kids watching, you wonder about, what goes on. He's an analyst, this guy. He really does analyze the surf, and he thinks a lot about it. He's a real student of the sport, and he absolutely shreds. Meanwhile,
so many years on the QS events. Maxime is one of the pioneers of surfing in France.
We're just coming up with replays here, and this is the Uruguayan Georgie tagging the lip and going for kind of an ungamely wipeout. And we'll bring you up to date with scores and situations, but let's just get caught up on the surfing. And this was Hiroto, kind of a flat first turn, missed the lip, and then he goes in and again goes down, just pushing it a little too hard, always a bit out of sorts on that one, but he does have that massive 8 that he locked down early on. And he's backed that up with a 5-4. Salman on your screen. He's got a bit to do at the moment. 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, and he's back and forth looking for a 7-4-3. John Mel in 3rd place. He'll be in the green. He does have priority, but as you can see, he's looking for a 6, so he's got plenty of time to get that going. But yeah, Maxime, I love his insight. It's I think we've got live action, and there it is. Surfed into shot there, Marco Giorgi. And he goes shredding down the line.
Always very active.
Love the way he keeps that board moving through those turns. He's got a little bit of a flat section to deal with here, and he decides there's no inside, and he gets out of there. So Marco, 2nd place in the heat prior to that wave. 5 was his low score, and you got the breakdown in front of you.
Yeah, and Hiroto Owara puts down a good backup with it's a 5-4. When we watch the replay from Marco Giorgi, nice tail release there. This was the 2nd turn, really nice rail game. Yeah, he's trying to improve and increase the backup that he already had. So he's trying to improve a 5-10, or the 5-10 is already this last score. I don't know. But yeah, right now, priority with John Mel, the son of Peter Mel, former Big Wave World Champion and former commissioner too of the Big Wave World Tour. Right now we have Mike.
He's a commentator as well, isn't he, for the CT? He'd probably love to get a shot of commentating one of these QS 3000s. I mean, if he keeps up the good work on the CT, he might get an invite. You never know. Keep at it, Pete. You never know. One day, this could all be yours.
Yeah, but as I was saying, right now I think it's Mike Parsons, the new commissioner of the Big Wave World.
That's right, mate.
Tour. Yeah, and actually he trains also Koloy and Dino, I think, and Lakey Peterson.
And we've got a Big Wave World Tour event just up the coast from here. Portugal's got all sorts in terms of surfing. We've got fun little beach breaks to surf when it's 3 foot like this one. We've got giant, enormous waves to surf when it's 200 foot up in Nazaré, and pretty much everything that comes in between.
Yeah. But no, we get back to live action with John Mel, using the priority. And
bummer. He got hung up. He landed it high. He got beautiful rotation. Let's stick with live action of a Japanese surfer, O'Hara, and a massive off the lip re-entry there for O'Hara. And he goes swinging down the line, and he just clips that last turn beautifully. Make sure he lands it. And behind him, here goes Salman, the big man. He's a powerful unit. And spanked the lip there. But yeah, John Mel just got a beautiful lofty rotation, executed perfectly. And he just landed up high and got hung up.
Yeah, it's normal with this offshore, but that previous wave of Hiroto Owada was absolutely insane. That slash on the end, really nice stuff. And then the air attempt of John Mel. Let's watch the replay. Really high line, really good speed, and then bam! But yeah, he couldn't stick the landing, so you have to try again. Let's watch it right now, the replay of Manuel Salman trying to prepare a good maneuver. Nice hack there, a lot of spray. And then the replay of Hiroto Owada trying to increase that 5 points that he had. Nice line there. And then watch this, bam! Really nice style for the Japanese surfer.
Yeah, he's got great technique. I love the way he compresses his body. Absolutely textbook off the bottom. You see how he cranks those bottom turns. And his body's never out of position. He's never really looks like he's recovering. He's always just driving that surfboard between those maneuvers, connecting up the dots beautifully. Such an accomplished surfer. And he does have that 8 under his belt as well. Let's see if he improves on that 5-4. But at the moment, 9:45 to go in this one. It is O'Hara and Georgie who won too. You're right, Georgie did get a 5-1. He just got rid of his 5, so he just nudged his his position slightly forward. As we go with live action here, here goes John Mel on a smaller inside wave. And he didn't have priority. He thought he'd roll the dice. Sometimes that can pay off. Not on that particular occasion.
Yeah, we have seen Mark Lacomar in the last round doing exactly that. Under priority of, I don't remember who had the priority, but he puts down a 9 points, 907, I think. And you have to be always looking forward, always be in a good mood, watching everything, because sometimes there are these small waves on the inside that puts down really vertical, and you can put it there, some really nice maneuvers.
Look at this little thing doubling up here. O'Hara finds himself in the perfect position, and he goes flying down the line. What's he got here? Oh,
yeah, nice attempt.
Love that aggression. Just attack the lip. He had so much speed. Only really room for one maneuver, and he drops a hammer underneath the lip, but not quite getting the execution. And he did actually get an 8.4 previous to that. We were waiting for that score to come in. We had a feeling it was going to be big. It's massive. It's the high score of the heat. It's another in the excellent range for him, and he's absolutely on fire.
Yeah, watch the replay. Now he's having some fun and trying some great things and huge things like this turn here. But unfortunately, the nose dive on the water, and he couldn't finish.
Mate, you got 2 8s. You pretty much got 1 foot in the quarterfinals. Take it easy. Don't buckle your board. Don't hurt yourself.
Yeah.
But he probably didn't hear his score actually before he got that last wave. But I just wonder if he might see a slight different in tactics. I got a feeling he's the kind of guy that doesn't go soft ever. And here goes John Mel. He's in the tube. And that's really beautifully done. And he almost wanted a bit more. Just such a natural surfer. He's like, there's a tube. I'm going in it. And here goes Georgie. Instant reply behind for him. This heat's really been on fire pretty much since the beginning. And Georgie with a nice little combo of turns there. Love the way John Mel pulled into that little tube. And it just spanned for him.
And look at the lines, man.
Generally, the judges don't go massive on little kind of short barrels, but he actually had a second section drop, and he was behind the curtain for a little while. Be really interesting to see how they're going to score that, but nicely done by the young American.
Yeah. And right now we have Marco Giorgi in second place with a 6.83 and a 5.1. And watching the replay of that frontside tube from John Mel. It's not something huge, but it's always good to see a good barrel.
That's a crowd pleaser, man.
Yeah. I said you yesterday that maybe today you're going to have some really nice tubes. And I think with the high tide, even better.
Could be wedging up here, give
Yeah.
a little kick to this kind of slightly fading swell, but I'll tell you what, there's still plenty of swell out there, and I love the way these things are doubling up now. You see two waves just kind of hit this inside shore
Look
together.
at this.
These little triangular peaks, and these guys are going to go absolutely mad. Here goes Salman, backhand. He's got a great-looking wave. He's going to belt this thing, and a massive first hit, and he'll go straight into another maneuver. That's a carving off the top on his backhand, just the 2 turns. But the first one was really, really nice. I love the way this guy serves. He's a powerful man. 7.53 was the requirement to jump into second for the Chilean.
Yeah, let's wait for scores. And I think that before Manuel Selman catches his last wave, I think that Marco Giorgi was riding again, right on the left of the beach. I think he caught some insider and tried to increase that 510 that he had. Right now, John Mel is in 3rd place, chasing 6 point something. When you watch the replay of Manuel Selman, a lot of spray there. Another second turn, but unfortunately...
He kind of took off on the apex of the bowl, didn't he? You've almost got to be a little bit behind, actually. Take off behind the peak, and then you get a chance to hit that bigger section. Here goes Mel backside. He's looking at a right-hander, and he's up. He's got his weight forward. He projects down the line, and he'll go off the top, and then a kind of a slashing turn. He's in the hunt for a 6.9 as the 5-minute warning sounds. He'll finish off with a couple of nice hits, and he'll ask a question of the judges. And it seems like these days, pretty much, if you get a wave and do 3 turns, you almost can't. You almost like you're not allowed to do something like that at the end.
Yeah,
it's all part of the repertoire.
Yeah, but I love that stuff. You know, it's the guys want the score, and so they trying to put the judges on pressure. But yeah, let's saw the replay. The first one was not so good, but this one, yeah, really nice. Another one, and then vertical maneuver, trying to kick the tail, and then hello judges.
It's a smaller wave, not wild about the speed. Let's see how that comes in score-wise. 6.9 the requirement. I don't think it's going to be enough, but let's see how the judges process that. Meanwhile, O'Hara out the back. He's got an 8.4 and 8. He's loving this. He's got priority as well. There he is. And the very picture of chill. Right next to him is Salman. Well, he's in a slightly different position. He needs 8.33, so he's way back at the moment. He's only got a couple of 4s, and you see the brow furrowed. Partly out of worry, and partly out of thinking, why?
But
how did I get here?
But it's already a good result to Manuel Selman. It's top 16 of this event.
Mate, you finished 4th here. You're going to pick yourself up 900 points, and you're going to get, you're going to get 840 points, and you're going to get $1,250. I'll buy you a nice dinner in Santa Cruz tonight, I would have thought.
Yeah, for sure. In Hotel Areias do Seixo, like yesterday on the cocktail. I tell you what, it's a really nice hotel. Yeah, so 3 minutes remaining. John Mel still needing a 6.9. I think the last wave was a 5.57. And Manuel Selman is chasing a 8.33. Marco Giorgi didn't improve with his last wave, so still needing a 9.57 for first.
Lines pouring in here down at Santa Cruz. We've got a beautiful looking right-hander. Priority is with O'Hara, and this is a great looking wave. Let's see who's in position for it. It looks like Marco Giorgi had a little look. No one's gone that one, I gotta say. It's kind of surprising. It did push a little bit wide, but it's kind of surprising. No takers. So at the moment, the situation's kind of unchanged. Look how close together they are, sitting there like that. And this is intense competing here. This is what the QS is about, rolling your sleeves up, maybe chucking a few elbows here and there as well. Close quarter combat. As we see a lump coming in, and your heat leader, O'Hara, looks very interested indeed. Here he goes, he's up and riding. He's already got an 8.4 and an 8, the Japanese surfer, and he's got a beautiful wave. And he lost his board there. The wave actually doubled up as he's at the apex of that turn. A double up came through the wave, and they were almost like 2 lips. And he just saw him lose his edge. It's not going to matter. He had to go that way because it was a good-looking wave. He had priority. He's blocking the chance of one of his competitors. Here goes Giorgi backside, and he'll slash off the top. And again, he'll bash the lip. So 2 nice hits for the Uruguayan. He's in second place, looking to consolidate, looking to make the job that bit more difficult for Mel and Salman. They're still in the lineup, 1:30 on the clock.
Yeah, but it's a good fight between Georgie and Mel. And actually, they are both guys that have the opportunity to go through this round and reach the man-on-man hits. Let's watch the replay of the attempts of Hiroto Arai. Look at this wave, really nice tail slide there. And that's the fight.
He just got caught a bit high, didn't he?
Yeah.
And this was Georgie behind him, going left. And a couple of hits. I'm not sure if that'll go in his top 2. Let's wait and see how that processes out from our judging panel. But he might have made the task slightly more difficult. He has. Mel now needs a 7.07, so he has just nudged it forward. So smart surfing from the Uruguayan. He's a wily old competitor. He's been on the scene for a while on the QS, just plugging away. And smart stuff from him. Nailed those 2 turns and just nudged his score up and made the requirement that much more difficult. Salman needs an 8.5, 30 seconds on the clock. O'Hara's going to have a go. He's got a wide one. He's going to bring this one in. It's just something of a victory lap here for the Japanese surfer. He'll tag it a few times. And there he just releasing on the end. Meanwhile, as we count down with 15 seconds to go. And this is Marco Giorgio in second place. So I don't think any of this is going to make too much difference. And unofficially, as we're going to count down to the horn, it's going to be O'Hara from Japan and Georgie from Uruguay, you 1-2. And unfortunately, it's the end of participation of John Mel and of Salman.
Yeah. So we are waiting for official results, waiting for scores, and waiting for the start of the next heat with Thiago Pires, Vicente Romero, Kano Igarashi, and Jorgen Cusine. The scores are dropping in. I can hear the beach announcer, and I can't quite understand what he's saying. But right now we're going to a short commercial break, and come back with us. Join us in the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Hello, welcome back everyone with the official results of the previous heat number 1 of round 5. First place, Hiroto Ohara. Second place, Marco Giorgi. Congratulations to both of them. Unfortunately, John Mel and Manuel Salman, they are going earlier home. And there you have on your screen the next hit: Thiago Pires, Vicente Romero, Kano Igarashi, and Jorgen Cusine. So we are going straight to the interview with Hiroto Ohara and Paul Evans.
Take it away, Paul. Now we're going straight to do a replay first with the first of white in this heat. None other than Kano Igarashi, driving fast, just finding his first wave, a little bit of where Hiroto also got those waves, and it was quite a turn for Kanoa there. And just behind him, who was it? No one was. So I think now we're going to the interview. Paul, you there? Okay. Okay, there's no interview yet, so a bit of a mix-up there. And now red up and riding. That's Pires. Look at what he was trying to do, and he went down.
Yeah, that back foot slept off the board. Thiago Pires never used the... Oh!
What happened there?
He was complaining about the knee, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh.
He was with a bad face. Remember that Thiago last year or last 2 years?
Yeah.
He had a huge injury. Now he's in the back. Man, hope that everything is okay.
Yeah,
right now
hopefully
going,
he's fine.
Yeah, right now we're going to Jürgen Cousinet, the Reunion Island surfer, representing France. Last year on the QS 1000 here in Santa Cruz, he reached the semis. He's trying to do the same thing in 2017, but remember this event is a 3000, and there you have the first score for Kanoe Igarashi. It's a 6.33, and he's up and running again to the left, but we are going with the blue lycra surfer Vicente Romero with the layback there. Now a little snap and a catback, trying to go to the inside on this last section. Maybe it's going to open. No. So it was the first wave to Vicente Romero, and we are waiting for the replay from the left-hander of Kanoe Igarashi.
Kanoe Igarashi with a 6.33 to start things off, as we see the replay for the last of blue and blue's first wave. Good wave in this heat. That was a first combination of turns, really nicely done, and unfortunately the wave didn't have much to offer after that. Just mellowed out a little bit. He waited for it to stand up on the inside once again. There it is, but still it was a pretty mellow wave. Yeah, Thiago a few years ago had a bit of an injury on his knee, and it was actually done here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah.
As we see Kanoe Igarashi aiming for an air there. He went for it, but the wave just didn't really allow him to get the speed. He got the pop, but he didn't have the speed to really rotate and do what he wanted. Let's take a look at the replay of Kanoe Igarashi once again. Look at that. Oh, he has those on lock. Really nicely done from Igarashi.
And you know what, Diogo? Right behind him was Thiago Pires.
Let's take a look at the replay. It's on our screens at the moment. It looks like that knee is just fine. Great first heat, Diogo. One more, just a checkup turn there. Not losing any momentum, just getting some projection down the line.
Yeah.
One more. Ooh, he almost lost his balance there, and he's down. Maybe that face he made a few minutes ago on that first wave was just... he was mad because he lost that one. Now, once again, Jürgen Cousinet up and riding, going for an air. Lost control of the board there, and he's down.
Yeah.
But he's taking a look at that inside. Let's take a look again at that.
It's the second wave of Jürgen Cousinet.
Yeah, he
Nice
went for an air,
attempt,
but he missed the grab and lost the rotation there. The young surfer from Reunion Island. Round 5, heat 2, 19 minutes to go.
And I'm looking to the North Peak from yesterday and from today's morning. It's actually pumping with a lot of free surfers there. Actually, that's Nuno Cruz, the younger brother from Francisco Cruz, one of the local boys that were in round 1. And there are two brothers that are always in the water here in Santa Cruz, one of the best two surfers in the zone. But back to live action, it seems that it's going to be some surf right now. You can see Thiago paddling hard. I think he had this wave.
Oh,
no.
No, he missed it. So we're going straight to the interview with last heat's winner, who's right there with our boy Paul Evans. Paul, take it away.
Yeah, he is indeed. Thanks, Diogo. Wow, Hiroto, so you smashed an 8 early on. You backed that up with an 8.4. 2 excellent scores. You're loving it out there.
Yeah, for sure. It was super fun, actually. I thought it's going to be tough. I mean, it looks slow out there, so I was like, oh, I need I had to get a one good score and then back up like early. But I got 8 on the first wave, and then there still have like 20 minutes left, and I was like, oh, I can't wait like another one. So let's try to wait good one. But I kind of get a 2 bad wave, and then I feel like, oh, I have to wait, and then luckily I got a first priority and then get a score.
And in terms of like ideal conditions for you for competing, that you look like you're in your element out there. So much speed and just absolutely on fire. You must love this kind of surf.
Yeah, for sure. I love going to ride as well, and then I saw the footage on the first heat today, and I kind of looks like heavy or like kind of slow. So I try to go the fastest I can, and then try to push it as I can. So yeah, and then start to get a score.
All right, well, we're on standby for the quarterfinals. You might be surfing again. We're not sure. I'm guessing you'd be pretty happy if we did go through the quarters.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, sure.
All right, we'll keep you posted as soon as we get the official call. That's Hirota. All right, absolutely on fire down here in Santa Cruz, and we look forward to seeing in the quarters whenever they might be. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Paul. Congrats to Hirota Ohara. We are now back in live action. I saw during the interview a good left-hander by Jorgen Cousinet. That's the replay. 2 nice and beautiful turns there. And the third one, Jorgen is getting the job done.
Absolutely. One of our top seeds here in Santa Cruz, Jorgen Cousinet, has been enjoying quite a season. He started off with some good results in Australia, and he's trying to keep the momentum going here in Santa Cruz. Afterwards, all this crew that's looking for a requalification or for a qualification spot for next year's CT will have the Japan event and also the South Africa event afterwards. So
Balito.
Yeah, it's Balito.
It's a prime event, I think, or is it 6,000?
It's a 10,000.
It's a 10,000.
It's a 10,000, and before that, I think there's a 3,000 event in South Africa too. So there might be a big contingent of European surfers and surfers that are here to surf in that event. But meanwhile, let's take a look at the scores on our scoreboard right now. With Tiago Pires is 7.5 in the lead, with 607, 677, 633, 5.5. These are the best scores so far. Jorgen Cousinet with a 6.6 on his last wave, and so things are going really nicely for him. Absolutely good.
Yeah, and look, 7-5. And now back to live action. Kano Igarashi, the City Surfers, nice wrap there. A check turn, he's going to the air. Now a layback slash with a tail slide. Beautiful surfer presented to us by the City Surfer Kano Igarashi, the runner-up of the last Pipe Masters. The young American guy. Right now we have Vicente Romero on the second wave, trying to increase the score. Really nice turn there. Another one, nice cutback. Backing into the pocket of the wave. Another one trying to finish. And really nice surfing presented by Vicente Romero also. So really nice heat, very competitive heat. Everybody is putting the game on the line. So let's watch the replay of Vicentino.
Vicentino from Spain. That was quite a wave for Romero. And he did put on some good turns there. And sure, he just enjoyed it just as much as we enjoyed seeing it. Good job from Vicente there. As we take a look at Kanoa's last wave, look at the combination of turns. Kanoa has such a good link of all the turns he makes. He went for a layback there. Unfortunately, we missed out on that replay. But 7.5, Tiago in the lead. Vicente, we're still waiting on scores. He needs a 7.6 to go to second. But this heat is turning into a surf fest because everyone's getting so many good scores, and it's really good to see. Now up and riding, that's Jorgen Cousinet. That's a big turn to start things off. And another one lost his back foot there Fortunately for him, the wave didn't have much else afterwards, but the judges are not going to like that.
Yeah, but I realized that the previous wave of Thiago 607, he's now in the lead again. But Thiago, can you see with the open arms? I think there was an exchange of the priority, and that wave was really important because if Jorgen didn't have the priority, he didn't catch this wave, and with this wave he's chasing a 6.51, and but it's only for second. But I think that's what is Thiago complaining, is that changing of priorities.
Last of Canoa, 677, jumps him up to first. Now Thiago in second. Just a few moments ago, we saw Thiago and Canoa having a bit of a chat there. They're teammates. And also, Thiago has coached Canoa in a World Juniors event in Ericeira a few years back. So they have that bit of a relationship going on. And of course, Thiago and Canoa know each other from all the times they surf together here in Portugal. Canoa spends a lot of time here. Enjoys the waves, obviously. He's originally from Huntington Beach, California, USA. But meanwhile, we have the score for the last of Vicente Romero. It's a 6.67. Jumps him up to third place, but not enough to move him up to second. So now Vicente needs a 6.91 to go to second, while priority is with Thiago.
And
Diogo.
I think we are waiting for a score too on the green surfer Jorgen Cousinet of his last wave. It was a really nice wave with two major maneuvers. Right now it seems that everybody is interested on that wave that is approaching to the lineup. Let's see if Thiago wants that wave. No, but Kanoe Igarashi wants, and it was a split pick. Jorgen Cousinet is down, so let's try to see what Kanoe Igarashi have done, but nothing more than it's pedaling out again. So nice move from Thiago Pires. The wave was not that good, so he can keep the priority. So right now Kanoe Igarashi leading and Thiago Pires in second place, chasing a 6.47 for first. Everybody's looking. Vicente Romero wants this wave.
And Vicente is up and riding. Surprised Thiago decided not to use his priority there. And oh, what happened there, Vicente? What happened there? He was a bit off balance, probably lost one of his feet there. And he goes down. But that first turn looked good. 10 minutes to go, second heat. We are still not sure if we're going to go into the quarterfinals man on man. But we are eager to find out. So this might just be the third to last heat of the day. Look at that. Can you see the replay once again? Because I kind of missed it. Kind of missed what happened there. But yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
He gets stuck on the white foam, and that's it.
Ah, camera crew doing an excellent job.
Thanks, boys.
Thanks, boys. They're right in the truck. Let's see what happened there. Oh, he pushed it a bit too hard, got stuck in the white water, and just lost his balance. Just like you said, Diogo, good job. And as we see a drone saying hi to everybody here. And at the contest site. Beautiful drone shots every day in the morning show.
It's nice to have a visit here.
Oh, yeah.
Even if it's a drone.
It gets lonely in here for sure. But every day, don't forget that every day we have a morning show and an afternoon show. As soon as before the competition starts and after the competition is over, we have that thing on. And it's good to see everyone tuning in. There's some good content being broadcasted there, so stay tuned to that.
Yeah, some highlights, some interviews, some wave of the day by Oakley, I think.
And 707 in new score for Cousinet. We were waiting for that score, you were right. Diogo, 707 for Cousinet. The situation changes, and now Thiago drops to third, needing a 617 to go to second.
Look how he's paddling to this wave, really hard paddling. Oh, but he missed it.
And that goes to Kanoa's Igarashi benefit. Look at the wave he has in front of him. We are a bit on the side of that. The swell is a bit from the northwest, so these waves roll a bit diagonally to the beach. That's why we don't have that good angle, but still it looks like Kanoa did quite a good job there.
Yeah, he's trying to increase that 677. Sorry, guys, 677. and the wave were just beautiful. And now Thiago is a bit lost on the lineup. Maybe he's paddling hard again. Maybe he wants this right-hander. And he's got it.
Thiago is paddling. There he goes once again. Let's take a look at what he's gonna do there. A first hack to start things off. Hits the brakes there for a second, but another one. He's gonna hit the leap there. Oh no, he goes in the barrel.
Cover up,
will he
and
come
it's out.
out?
Oh!
No, oh, that was a shame there for Thiago. He could have come out there. Everyone in the...
I think he came out on the curtain, but then he falls.
Let's take a look first at the wave from Vicente Romero that he just surfed while we were taking a look at the wave over Thiago and Canoa before that. And this is Thiago up and riding. Great angle there. Nice carving maneuver to start things off for Thiago. Almost lost his footing there, but recovered well. Saw a barrel opportunity.
And look.
Oh, he almost made it out.
He can see his arm out, but oh.
He was in there for a few seconds, but unfortunately wasn't able to make it out. Meanwhile, Canoa on his last wave improved his situation. His backup is now a 7.
Yep.
And Canoa Igarashi in the lead.
Yeah, and right now Thiago needs a 617, but for sure he's gonna have the 4th priority. He's the last man reaching the lineup. I can see Vicente Romero asking for scores. But that situation there when Jorgen Cousinet have done that 707, it's a bit controversial because they didn't change the priority. When we see the replay of the previous hit, the previous wave of Kano Igarashi, it's the 7 point of Kano Igarashi. Really nice surf.
Yep. There was a bit of a situation there. Now a split pick situation. This is Cousinet in the 2nd place. Look at him just connecting the dots on this left one. Lost his back foot there. It slid off. They need to change the racks because we are seeing many slide offs from all the guys in this heat. 5 minutes to go. And someone went left on this one. Someone went right, as we see Vicente Romero just behind that. Look at that, Vicentino surfing good, looking for that 701.
Yeah.
A surfer that the Spanish fellows really cherish, and that was good of him. Good job,
and
good
you
job,
have heard
Vicente.
the audience here. He definitely had some nice support there. So let's see what the judges are saying. And they are scoring, and they are comparing all the waves to be the best judges that they can be. And meanwhile, we are waiting for the next set. I can see some lines coming. I can see some paddle from Thiago Pires and Kano Igarashi. Maybe no. For sure, Thiago wants to increase that 607. Look, it's just a decimal of a point, you know. Jorgen Cousinet had 13.67 in total score, and Thiago 13.57.
And it's Thiago paddling now. He's up and riding. Look at that. That's the typical Thiago carve we are used to see. Hits the leap next. He's going close to the white water once again, just trying to find some opportunity there to hit the section. He's gonna jump over that section, gonna hit the last one, and it's over. But look at the split between the waves that are counting at the moment.
Yeah.
The lowest wave counting, it's a 5.5, and the highest is a 7.2. Look at the totals, and you can figure out how close this heat is being. This heat could be a final every other day.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a really good heat, really high-ranked surfers, but Kano Igarashi and Jorgen Cousinet are in the qualifying positions at the moment. And it kind of isn't surprising if we take in consideration that Jorgen and Kanoa, out of these 4 guys, are the ones that compete more regularly.
Yeah.
And Cousinet is a top seed in the QS at the moment, and Igarashi, of course, is a top CT surfer, while Vicente Romero does a bunch of QSs. I don't think he does all of them, but he does a bunch of them. And Thiago Pires, of course, retired a couple years ago,
here
but
for
still,
fun.
he's
But
here for
it's-
fun, but still a great surfer.
Yeah, and a great competitor, a tough competitor all the time. Thiago never quits of a good result and never say no to good waves and a good competition, and he's almost in home. Thiago, as you know, guys, as it's from Ericeira, from Ribeira de Ilhas, one of the
Look at who's paddling
point
there.
breaks of the World Surf Reserve.
Look at that. Who's paddling? Who's paddling? It's Cousinet. He's going to make it around this section. Straight to that white water. Good slashing maneuver. Going to hit the leap. Boom. There he is. One more turn for Cousinet. Look how well he connects his turns. And another layback. And he's going to finish things off with a little slide there. And he's happy. Look at him. He's pumped. He wants things to go his way, and he's trying to improve on that 6.6. He wants to broaden the gap between himself and Thiago. Wants to make it harder for Thiago and Romero to really go to an advancing position. And Canoa must be feeling Cousinet breathing.
Yeah, but I
down his
think we
neck.
are waiting for the last one of the surfer from Galiza, Vicente Romero, because I think that was more than a 5-5. But let's wait. Let's watch the replay.
Yeah, great reading on this wave, Diogo. He knew that after that section, the wave was going to open up and he was going to have some room to turn, huh?
Yeah. And now, please, guys, put us in live action for the final 2 minutes, because there are some lines reaching up the lineup. Let's see
Lines
the
up.
final minutes. It's gonna be stressful.
Uh-oh, last of blue. You were right, Diogo. It's a 737. Situation changes. Now blue is second and green Cousinet is a 698. But we are still waiting on one score for Cousinet, while Thiago is in fourth now, dropping from second to fourth. And even Canoa, who has been in the lead since the beginning of the heat, must be feeling the heat at the moment. Everyone biting his ankles, like we say in Portugal. And it's it's gonna be quite an ending to this heat. 30 seconds to go. We are still waiting for some scores. Let's see if some lines allow some more surfing to be done in this heat, and a good heat to welcome us here in Santa Cruz in the second heat of the round. Very exciting times here for everybody. And paddling and up and riding. This is Romero. Found a good one. This is more of an inside runner, but still a good wall to work on in front of him. He's still going. That's it. The horn sounds, the fat lady sings, and the heat is over. Vicente Romero is going to take this to the beach while we wait for the scores of Cousinet's wave. Ooh, great ending for that heat, Diogo, huh?
Yeah, waiting for scores. The judges are working. And yeah, we cannot begin the other heat.
Yep, we'll see what happens while we go for a short commercial break. And we will be right back with the official results, the scores for Cousinet, and of course the beginning of next heat with 4 other guys, and 4 guys that have been surfing all event long, doing some great surfing, with Thiago Camarão, Thiago Dora, Goni Zubizarreta, Adrien Toyon. As we see, who's that? That's Jorgen Cousinet leaving the water.
Yeah.
Next heat is on standby, and our director is telling us that the judges want to see some replays before scoring that wave of Cousinet.
Yeah, that's for sure. They have to comparing all the waves. They have to do. It's always difficult. That's a moment that I never like to be a judge, but in these kind of moments, everybody runs away from the scores. Let's gonna see the last of green.
Let's take a look.
The judges are.
Yeah, judges are taking a look at this one wave.
Yeah.
This is the most important one, because this might be the wave that changed things for Cousinet and for Romero. Cousinet might jump to seconds with this wave, while Romero. Romero. Oh, different angle.
Yeah,
and this is a much better one to see what Cousinet actually did on this wave.
That one was pretty good. The second
look at
one
that second turn.
also.
And unfortunately, we missed the ending part of that. Meanwhile, I think we have everything ready to go to commercial break, Diogo?
I think so, but unofficial results of the previous heat, I think Thiago Pires and maybe...
Yeah, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the official results and some more action coming from the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
And we're back with official results. 7-1-3. That's the score for Jürgen Cousinet's last wave. It was enough to move him up to second, bumping Vicente Romero to third in that process, with Thiago Pires unfortunately coming up short in fourth. So official results: Canoa first and Cousinet second. And then now in the water, these four guys, 2 Brazilians, 1 Spanish, and 1 French, is Thiago Camarão, Iago Dora, Goni Zubizarreta, and Adrien Toyen. Welcoming here to the call once again is Paul Evans. And during the break, we saw this one wave from Adrien Toyen. Paul.
Toyen gets his skates on going down the line. He went a mile on this wave. He pretty much went all the way to Lisbon. Let's check it out. He slashed off the top here. He's got a big section in front of him. He's not even halfway through yet. He keeps going all the way down the line. Well, he's getting near the end of it here, and he ends up and goes down on the end. He went a long way there.
But nothing major, unfortunately.
Not much.
And this is Iago Dora up and riding. That's Iago's first wave. He's probably going for in there in this last section. Not sure if he's going to get the section, so he might just do a big air to prove me wrong. Unfortunately, coming a bit short. Hasn't landed many of those today, but he's going to keep on trying. Thiago Camarão with a good wall ahead of him. Boom, great first turn to start things off with a nice off the lip. Nice combo for that second turn. A nice carve on that third maneuver. A little layback thingy to go. And wow, again, we've been saying it all event long, Paul. We called earlier today the first heat of the day of Thiago, and the guy just doesn't fall.
Yeah, he's on fire. Doesn't seem to be able to put a foot wrong at the moment, and a really well-surfed wave from him. This is actually going to be a really tough heat if you look at the personnel involved, but let's just check this replay here. Smashes off the top, straight back down, again to the lip. Nice projection through that lip. Then he goes up with a kind of slashing, carving turn, and then he'll just go with a little bit lay back, showing the variety. Has a 5th hit for good measure. And Iago Dora here, Brazilian in blue. And we know he's got all sorts of air game, and he came so close, but the landing there with this offshore wind is making those little sections hollow. Goni fading down, and then just kicking up a first maneuver in the pocket, and he'll kick out. But yeah, the personnel in this one, Goni's been on fire one of the last 2 events. We've got this guy here, Dora, who's just highlights reel all day long with stuff like that. We've got Toyon, who's surfed kind of lucky and done well. And of course, we've got Camarão. So basically, the 2 we get out of this one, they're going to be need a bit of luck as well as all their surf skills. But a nice little punt there from Dora. And he was trying those yesterday in his heat, last heat of the day, wasn't he? And he wasn't coming off for him. And in the end, he got it done with turns. But a nice little rotation above the lip, releasing the tail. Let's check what Goni got done. He went down the line with plenty of speed, and then he goes up, just kind of drops out the lip with that re-entry, and then a beautiful turn that he can't quite execute. That thing got steep on him, and here's another look at Dora, always telegraphing this, and that is pretty much bread and butter to him.
Absolutely, and as we approach the final rounds of this event, we'll see the surfers putting it all on the line. Again, what's here at play is 3,000 points towards WQS with the 917 ready to drop for 817. Sorry, for Tiago Camarão.
He's gone excellent straight off the bat, and he's really put his competitors up against the wall with that. Straight from the get-go, smash an excellent score. Thanks very much indeed to Camarão on fire. As we go through this round 5, it's the penultimate heat of this round. Do we have a call yet on the quarters?
We have not, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did the quarters today, I tell you that. Tiago Camarão, Paul, starting off that heat with this heat with an 8.17. Tiago must be feeling good. He picked the wave excellently, and at this right-hander spot, I tell you what, the first guy to surf here was Maximus Snow. He read those waves really nicely, and this is Tiago Camarão once again going right, just really in tune with these waves. We have beautiful conditions this morning here in Santa Cruz. Actually, it's not morning anymore, in this afternoon, as we see Tiago Camarão just slashing away and just finishing off that wave. I mean, the guy just doesn't fall. Look at him, he's pumped, he's happy to be here. He always looks a bit angry, but he's one of the nicest guys you can meet around.
Dora split the peak with him. He went left, Camarão went right. This is what he got done. A banking first roundhouse rebound off the white water. And then he carves it up in the pocket. And then he goes for that beautiful snap in the pocket. Another wrapping turn. He'll hit the lip. And he'll tag it again. And he's unbelievable, this guy. Wow. Just super busy, Dora. This is the other side of the peak, wasn't it? And I wonder what he's going to try and do. Oh, a little bit of a release. Doesn't reverse it. Brings it back around the way he came. And then he'll go into a little snap and go down the line. It's a smaller wave. It's kind of soft. And he'll just try and once again throw something in on the end. It's a nice little finish right on the dirt all the way to the dry sand. And in the meantime, we're going to wait for those scores to lock in. And we're going to go down and hit for the winner of the last heat. Is standing by with Diogo.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here again with Kanoe Igarashi. 3 rounds, 3 winnings. Tell us about, I know that you are here with Tiago and Francisco and all the Portuguese crew. How it is to go against a good friend?
Yeah, for sure. The goal was for me and him to both make it. And we had Coach Chic. He was trying to get us both through. But yeah, you know, it's hard out there and guys are surfing good. We're already in round 5, so... I wasn't, you know, I was trying to stick to my own game plan, but you know, I kind of caught pretty bad waves, but I tried to do my best, and hopefully next round I'll get a little better waves.
It's a bit different out there with the high tide coming. It's better or worse than it was in the morning?
I think it's a little worse. This morning was really good. It was low tide and it had a lot of wall. Now it's a little harder, but still really good conditions. It's, you know, of course, for a QS, it's really fun. And yeah, it's, you know, it's gonna stay glassy all day and offshore. So we're gonna try and, you know, hopefully we keep going and try and make the most of probably the best day of the contest.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna going through the next round. So I'm gonna let you rest and good luck for the next round.
Hey Diogo, you can tell Canoa that we are going to the quarterfinals.
Oh, it's official. They are going to the next phase. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Diogo. Thank you, Canoa. Great job there. And we're back in this heat with some beautiful sights from where we stand. Some beautiful lines, some beautiful turns and curves from everybody here. Great surfing this morning and afternoon.
17 on the clock in this heat. It's a bit of a scintillating affair. Let's get you caught up on action during the interview. Jaeger Dora dropped a little hammer early on. And then guess what? He goes with the punt. And guess what? He makes it. And he just kind of stands there, floppy yet erect at the same time, which is hard to do. And just says to the judges, score that.
Absolutely, but that was critical, wasn't it? That landing to the flats. I do enjoy these kind of airs that Iago has pretty much unlocked there. And hopefully Gani and Adrien answer back to these early efforts from Dora and Thiago. Look at the scores that just dropped for Iago. 9-3-3.
Wow, so a massive score for the young Brazilian. And it's only a matter of time, really, before he stuck something big. He's been going hammers and tongs at those left-handers, just pumping down the line, looking for those air reverses out of the lip. And he stuck a good one. And the judges lapped it up and gave him a 9-3-3. He's way out in front of this one at the moment. Leads Camarao. Goni, Adrien Toyon. Combo land, man.
Yeah, but he only has a 3.5, and Gani only has 2 pair of 4s, so a pair of 4s doesn't win you a heat and doesn't win you a hand in poker. So let's see what Gani has in store for us in the last 15 minutes of this heat. We did Thiago and Iago. I mean, whew, it's going to be tough to answer back, huh? I wonder if Iago is here with his father, Leandro Dora. Oh, no, not Mickey. And but I bet that this Dora is the same, has the same Hungarian origin as Mickey's. Did you ever meet Mickey? You did not. Well, shame on you.
15 minutes to go in this Heat 3 of round 5. We have had official confirmation from the people upstairs. We are going to be going into quarterfinals. That's exciting. So we're making use of the best day of the waiting period. We've got swell. We've got beautiful conditions. Tide filling in now. We've got little shore break bowls down here. And we've got a great heat out in the water. There's Adrien Toyon at a reunion island. He's in green. He's got a bit to do at the moment. He's just got one wave. But throwing down the gauntlet has Camarao and, of course, Dora in the lead. Here goes Adrien. He's up and riding. He used this priority. Doesn't look that interested so far. Let's see if he can get going on the inside or slash a couple of hits. And bringing it round. I think those maneuvers in French, they call them rolleurs. Did a couple of rollers, as they like to say. But yeah, it's nothing really to write home about, to be honest. And it's going to need to a bit better than that.
Isn't roller a barrel? How do they call barrels then? A barrel?
Un tube.
En tube. There you go.
13, yeah, just under 40 minutes now. And it's still Dora, of course, looking really, really good. And Camarao. Gani's had a couple of ways. It's a couple of 4s. He fell on a massive turn on a right-hander. If he'd have landed that turn, he would have been going up towards that excellent range himself, I reckon. Dora likes this. Heat leader. He's having a look, the young Brazilian. And he's going down the line, and that generally means one thing. It means that he wants a massive one. He makes it look so easy. It's almost easy to underappreciate it because he does it so smooth. And Gani there, just releasing the fins, throwing a little tail. Just lost a little bit of control, couldn't ride out of that. And you can see the anguish on his face there on that tight shot as he surfaces. And that might tweak the old knee ligaments a bit as well, that one. Those can be painful. But Yeko Tora, I mean, how'd you like that stuff? It's so smooth. And just he seems to be able to get that loft into his punt so effortlessly.
Well, Iago has the goal of qualifying for the CT. Just picture what he's going to do when he gets there. A bit like the Gabriel Medina, when he got on tour, he was just launching airs all over the place. Got a win in France thanks to that. And also a win in San Francisco in his first year on tour, which was really exciting. And I bet Iago will have a very exciting rookie year when he eventually gets on tour, if he gets on tour. Let's take a look at the replay to see what happened to Gani, Paul.
Yeah, he just slid out there, didn't he? And couldn't quite control that turn. So it's not going to change a whole lot. But let's check out the replay here of Dora. And just telegraphed in a punt. Finds a ramp. Just does that rotation as smooth as you like. It's interesting that you're comparing him with Medina. I'm guessing that's because they're both Brazilian and goofy foots. They don't seem to be like sort of similar characters to me. I don't really see the same kind of fire in Iago. Is he got that kind of competitive kind of animal? It doesn't seem like it from here.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, but I was just making the comparison because of the consistency in which they do these kind of airs, and when they really use them as an advantage on their side to compete. And this is Iago Dora going for a more traditional approach there, as we see Camarão reading this last section, but he goes down. I wonder what the score is going to be for Dora. He spent his previous heat all the time trying to get those airs on lock. He couldn't manage, but he's doing it now. And to his favor, he's over this guy surfing, Adrien Toyon, who's now fighting a much better wave. He's in combo situation, and this might just be his answer back to the rest of the crew.
Yeah, not that convincing for me. Let's stick with Camarão and check the replay here. Comes from behind the peak. Gets a nice bit of lip. It's a beautiful first turn from the Brazilian. And another, he just holds that rail, swoops around, he fits another one in. It's amazing how he jams these turns together. Really is impressive. And you just see him just adjusting his line on the inside, letting it stand up. Goes down face first on the inside, but he did major damage out the back in terms of points. And this was a split peak. So Brazil splitting the peak. And we are waiting for a score to drop from Dora. Just going slightly differently. More conventional stuff from him, but we needed a score previous to that for another big punt. We reckon it's going to be healthy. Toyon got a kind of a softer wave. Anytime you're doing this kind of stuff, it means you're not really attacking the lip. And this one just pushing a little wide and softer. He's caught a few waves like this so far. It's not really the sort of stuff he needs. He's probably going to need to go into the excellent range. He's going to get out of this heat. Let's see what Zubizarreta's got. Goni here, checking out a replay of him. A great first turn. Then he'll go up into a rail carve. And then he'll bang and trying to release some fins of his own. And he's not quite going to quite get the execution on that maneuver.
Yeah, I think Goni is thinking a bit too much on what the other guys are doing. He needs to concentrate on his own surfing.
Whoa, another 9 for Dora. Yep. Drops in 9.03.
That's what I was just about to say.
And he's absolutely lit this thing up. A 9.33 and a 9.03. He's miles out in front. He's comboed the field. Even Camarão, who's got an excellent wave of his own, he's comboed. And it's been all Dora so far. One-way traffic pretty much. And he's got himself a spot in the quarterfinals. We have just had it confirmed that we are going to run those quarters today. So it looks like we'll probably be seeing him surf again. And that excites me a lot. All right, well,
why wouldn't he?
Battle for second place. It looks like it's going to be in this one. Camarão at the moment, very much with a stranglehold on that second. Toyon and Zubizarreta haven't really got anything going at all so far. It's not been their heat. And they're actually comboed for second place. So Camarão's combo for first. He needs 2 brand new waves if he's going to get first place. But really, it's 1 and 2 that advance. That's a significant part. And Toyon and also Zubizarreta both need 2 waves. Let's have another look here. And it's just so easy. Pretty big score for that. But judges really enjoying it. And here goes Camarão. He's probably not going to do airs. He's going to stick with the stuff that's paid so many dividends in this event. Well, he's got a bit of speed here as he goes down the line. Could see a lay back under the lip. What's he? Oh, he is going to go. Not quite getting the same pop as his compatriot, but nevertheless a decent effort.
Yeah, Camarão going head first there on that effort. But nevertheless, he has an 8.17 and a 7.9. Doing a great job, this young gentleman from Brazil, Camarão, surfing good in this event. And you can see, I think, one of the easiest, I wouldn't say easiest, but one of the things where you can tell an excellent surfer from a great surfer or from a good surfer is how they link their turns, how they link their maneuvers, how they go from turn to turn with not losing speed. And you can see that Camarão is definitely one of those guys that has the connection on lock, that doesn't tap his board, that really can go from one turn to another without missing a beat, and that's why he's getting so many good scores. That's what's making him a contender in this event. But you know, these 4 heats are one type of game, and as soon as you go into the man-on-man, a whole different thing starts. And we'll see how the guys that eventually make it to that round, we already have Hiroto Ohara and Marco Giorgi, Kanoe Igarashi and Jorgen Cousinet qualified. But let's see what the rest of the field is going to do as soon as they get there.
We've got a major set approaching. It looks like Dora, he'll go over the first one, but we've got a real nice looking wave. And he's going to find himself in a position. He might be a little deep on it. He is deep on the right. He's going to have a look at the left. Here he goes. He's got a meaty wave, the Brazilian heat leader. He's already got a couple of 9s. It's probably going to go, and there he just decides pretty wisely, you know what, I like this board. Let's not do any unnecessary damage to my equipment, and he just pulls out of that. That was a bigger wave. The other side of that on the right-hander, no one else in this heat could get themselves on that, but it looked pretty decent as he was taking off. He found himself, he couldn't get around onto the right, but it looked pretty good. What's good news is we've still got some kind of meaty sections coming in as Toyon's having a look. He's going to need to go big. And surprising to see him take that. Always looked like a closeout. I thought maybe he was seeing something that we couldn't. But just a quick in and out from him. He's in that combo situation. He's got a couple of 5s, and he's going to need to get rid of both of them.
Yeah.
He needs a couple of 8s, basically, at the moment. At least.
At least, yep. Adrien Toyon, Gani Zubizarreta beat behind. It looks like Zubizarreta's fairy tale is going to end here in the round 5 of the Pro Santa Cruz. Nevertheless, still, round 5 result isn't that bad of a result. It's just
Don't count him out, mate.
But
he
I'm
can
not
get 2
counting him
8s
out.
in the last 5 minutes.
He can. He has the ability, has the talent, has the experience. But I think it must be frustrating when you are knocking on that man-on-man door and you don't really make it to that round. I think they want it. I think they have the hunger, the desire. But let's see who's going to make it. Either way, Iago Dora, impressive stuff coming from his corner at the moment.
Yeah, on fire. There's the young Brazilian, and he's running away with this one, absolutely. So this is heat 3 of our round 5, our second to last 4-man heat. Toyon there having a little look. But he probably, if you can hear his situation, you'll know that he needs a couple of 8s. So basically, there's not much point in getting an average wave and just kind of linking together a few okay-ish turns. He needs to go big. Probably going to maybe look to go into the air if he gets a section. Let's see. It's not been in his game plan so far. He's stuck mainly to the right. Let's just see what comes this way. But time definitely not on the side of Toyon and Zubizarreta. Adrian's having a look here. He's paddling on the left. He's got a little section in front of him. And he'll go down the line into a cutback. And this doesn't look like this. It's got an 8 on it to me.
It might not be an 8, but might help his case in this heat. He needs to go to town 2 times, or at least go to town big time 1 time. As we see White taking off, it's Gani Zubizarreta straight to the lip. Nice turn from him. Another one, getting some nice projection going down the line. Look at that, how nicely he kicks his board. The tail just flying all around in a layback, a typical Gani turn. Unfortunately, coming a bit short there of landing it, but still a great attempt from Gani. And now it's Thiago Camarão in position. He's giving his best to hit the water. Unfortunately, he's a bit out of place there.
Yep, so there it is. The situation unchanged. That's your heat leader, Dora. Have a look at a right-hander now. He's going to the backhand. He's just kind of cruising down the line. He's got that really smooth style. And he just decides to check out and make his presence known back in the lineup as we count down. 2:40 on the clock. It's still a combo for Toyon. This man here, this is his last wave. It's kind of a softer left. And at this stage here, he needed a ramp. This one was always running out of wave. This is never going to be an 8. And anything less than that is of no use to him at all. Unless, of course, well, he gets a 10. He get a 10 and a 6, 10 and a 7, but basically he needs to go massive. Dora there, a little rotation backside. Just kind of victory lap stuff really for him. Gonna be 2 minutes to go on the clock. And he's just kind of pretty much surfing on his own now. He's kind of free surfing, just catching some waves, kind of cruising. And Camarão, well, he got that strong start, didn't he? With the 8-1-7, and that is serving him really well at the moment. Because the pressure is way on these other two. And they've swapped places, Zubizarreta and Toyon, but it doesn't really matter. They both still need a combo. 16:08 is a minute 40 on the clock. And I don't think you necessarily need to be a gambling man to say they ain't going to get it.
90 seconds to go. Iago Dora running away with it, and it might be a sign of things to come in the next few heats. High tide today is going to be at around 5 o'clock, so we will be running a few more heats today. And so this was supposed to be the second to last. It's actually going to be just one more heat. Last is going to be the quarter number 4, where we'll see these heats, second place surfer against the winner of the next one, as Gani Zubizarreta surfs right after Tiago Camarão. That's much more like it from Gani, just putting some aggression, relieving some of that frustration of not getting one of these waves earlier in this heat. This is much more like it from Gani. Good job from the Spanish surfer.
Good stuff from Gani. Might be a case of too little, too late, but he's not giving up the ghost without a fight, and that's what we like to see. And that's that kind of fighting spirit that's seen him win the last 2 events on the QS. Doesn't look like he's going to be winning this event, but he's given a pretty decent account of himself. That score's going to lock in, but it's not going to be a 16.08, and that's the score that he needs, Diogo. As we count down, 15 seconds to go. An impressive performance from Dora. He just actually squeaked through last night. He got pretty lucky. And could he be coming into the deadliest of form right when it matters in this event?
That's something we'll have to see later on, as we see Adrien Toyen paddling and surfing one last wave for him. I don't think this one's counting, but still doing some damage there to a poor leap from a Santa Cruz wave, and he's out of there. Good job from Adrien. Good surfing all event long. And we're gonna wait for the official results of this heat. And while we wait for those, we are going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with more action coming from Praia do Amanhã. Stay tuned with us.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida, com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything for you.
Welcome back to a beautiful sunny Santa Cruz. And there we go, official results. Look at those scores for Iago Dora. Massive combined total of 18.36. Smashed his way, or aired his way through to the quarters alongside compatriot Tiago Camarão, Brazil. And we lose Gani and we lose Adrien Toyen, and on deck at the moment. That's our heat, the last 4-man heat. Marc Lacomar, France. Frederico Kikash Moraes of Portugal. And the World Championship Tour, Maxime Husseneau of France had a reunion island, and Robson Santos of Brazil, who absolutely smashed a few of these right-handers this morning. And let's check out a replay here of Kikash. Here goes Frederico, and he's the crowd favorite, and that's one of the reasons why, as he smashes a massive re-entry out the lip. Then he goes a carving, hooking forehand turn, and just uses that rail to devastating effect. Almost glassy conditions down here now. The offshore has relented, and it's just beautiful surfing conditions down here in Santa Cruz. And that's some nice rail technique there from the Portuguese man of the moment. Let's check out a surfer in white as he punts.
Maxime, I think.
Maxime Husseneau.
Yeah,
going
it's Maxime.
A little backside rotation, not exactly the execution he was after. And this is Marc Lacomar of France with a great first hit from Marc. He had big scores in his previous heat, and he's looking to go
something similar in this next one. He's such a big spray chucker, this guy. He's a really powerful surfer.
Oh.
All he needs to do, he's got a hulking frame, is get the timing right. And he throws so much spray. And then when he's just in that kind of timing, tagging the lip like that, throwing spray, the judges don't really have an option other than to throw a big number at him.
Yeah, and you remembered what I've said yesterday. For me, Mark Lacomaru, this kind of conditions is one of the favorite contenders, or one of the big contenders for winning this event here. But catching and looking to the first wave of Frederico Moraes, it's a really nice way to start the heat. Really powerful maneuvers, vertical maneuvers. Look at the lineup. We've seen up and riding Frederico Moraes again, releasing the tail, putting a good and nice cutback into the pocket of the wave. Now a good snap, another check turn, and the finishing. And I think behind him, yes, Maxime Husseneau destroying and smashing lips. Oh, unfortunately, he fell down on the last move. But look at the score of Frederico Moraes from his first wave, 9.43. Excellent range wave. Really nice way to start the move, to start the heat. And Mark Lacomar also 8.73. So really nice waves.
We're game on here, aren't we? We've gone massive scores into the excellent range right from the get-go. And this is an absolute whopper of a heat. We've got three of the big names of European surfing. Kind of came up together, pretty similar age group. And Frederico, this guy, definitely has the better of it so far. He went massive on his first wave. This was his last wave, his second wave. Not quite so much power on the wall in this one, Frederico. And he just tagged a few turns together. Nevertheless, it's pretty good from him. And he'll tag it all the way through to the inside. He'll surf behind the cliff eventually. That'll be a backup for him. And he'll already be sitting reasonably pretty out in first place of 4 as we go last heat of this round. Getting into the quarters next.
That's it. Straight to the quarters. Really nice conditions here in Portugal, Santa Cruz. Not California, Santa Cruz, but the west side of Portugal, Santa Cruz, between Ericeira and Peniche. Ericeira, the World Surf Reserve. Peniche, the peninsula of Peniche, one of the best spots in the world to surfing with a lot of consistency. And now we have a paddle back there, but no one chose the wave, so everything in the same spot and in the same situation. We are expecting and waiting some waves from Maxime Husseneau, and the last from Blue, Frederico Moraes too, is going to increase his situation with a good backup. It's not going to be a 9.43, but it's going to be a good score. Let's trying to hear the beach announcer. I think he's going to drop the score from Frederico, the new Prince of Portugal. It's the nickname.
All right, we're just waiting for scores to lock in. 19 minutes and 15 to go in this one. Of course, 25-minute heats. This is our last 4-manner. We are going man-on-man next. And just waiting for these scores to come in. We'll give you an updated situation. Santos been very quiet. Nothing really happening for him so far, the Brazilian. He's going to need to get his skates on because, well, 2 of the surfers have already dropped excellent scores. 2 of his foes in this one. Maxime, he's got a 5. It's his high score at the moment, but he'll definitely be looking to go to work on that, and he might be going to work on it now. As we go to live action, here is Husseneau. He just stands on the tail and waits for the wave to stand up for him, and he'll tag that lip with a beautiful vertical re-entry off the lip. Then a hooking top turn, kind of slashing combination. He goes around and rebounds off the white water. A smaller wave there from Maxime inside, but better stuff from him.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting. I've seen the board of Maxime Husseneau full of channels on the bottom. A really wide board, 19, I think, 5'9", 19 wide. So
it's the Bradley Maccabee model.
Yeah, it's a Bradley. Yeah,
and it served him well. That thing goes like stuff off a shovel, and looks great under his feet. And he just needs a couple of waves, but he'll be relishing competition. He loves it when it gets down to this stage and gets serious. And while we just wait for scores to lock in, we're going to be hearing from the winner of our last heat, Iago Dori. He's standing by with Diogo Alpian. Take it away, Diogo.
Yeah, that's right. I'm here with Iago, and I'm actually going to start by talking a bit about yesterday's heat. That was a tough one, and you sneaked through with that last one wave, huh?
Yeah, yesterday was a scary heat, and I was super nervous to be on the first heat, so it's always hard to make the first round. It's super important, and I was feeling really nervous on that heat. I fell on a lot of good waves I got, and then luckily got the last one. That I was needing a low score only, so I was lucky to get the last one. And this morning too, I got a last wave that made me get through the heat, and now I'm stoked to being first on the heat for the first time in this event. So it gives me confidence for the next rounds, and I heard they're gonna do the quarters today also, so it should be fun.
So after those two difficult heats, in this heat you wanted to make sure that you just combo the rest of the field. That was quite a feat, mate.
Yeah, for sure. The last two heats I was like kind of starting late and needing a score on the end, and then on this heat I would say I'm just gonna start with like 2 5s or something, and that's what I did, and then kept building on it.
So you're feeling good, your board looks really good. Who's your crew here? Who are you hanging out? Where are you staying? Tell us a bit about your stay here in Santa Cruz.
Yeah, I always travel with my dad, but he didn't come this time, so I'm with my friend Eric. He's also a filmmaker, so I've been around here in Santa Cruz with him, and it's been super fun. He's a really nice guy, and we're staying really close from the event side. It's just 3 minutes, so.
You're enjoying Santa Cruz so far?
Yeah, I love Portugal. This is my 3rd time here, and I love more every time I come.
Beautiful, beautiful step coming from Iago Dori. Back to you guys in the booth, and good luck for your next round, buddy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Diogo. Congrats to Iago Dori. Really high combination of maneuvers and really high scores. I think it was like an 18 something, high 18 of total score. So Iago Dori definitely wants to be on the quarters.
18:36, mate. Second highest total of the event so far.
That's it. So he definitely wants to get through for more 2 hits and reach that final here in Santa Cruz, Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley. And scores dropping. What happened during the interview? Because Mark Lacomar is now in the lead with the 9.4, and the second score, the backup score for Federico Moraes was a 6-3. So, man, let's get back to live action and try to watch the replay from the last of Red.
Yeah, absolutely smashing it. Mark will try and bring you a replay of that, but he's got himself a 9-4, so these scores just staying very, very healthy indeed. And Mark, we just caught him from our position up here running around the beach, and he had a kind of a spring in his step, you might say, as that score was read out. And he's looking really good. He's got 18.13 as his total. He's way out in front. Federico Moraes, he's got actually a slightly higher score, 9.43, but because his backup's 2.5 points lower, that's why he's in second at the moment. And Maxime and Santos, they are currently in a bit of a combo, so it's not a word we've used that often during this event, but right now it looks like conditions really coming to the party, and performances as well. It comes down to guys surfing the top seeds and guys that have been making a lot of rounds. These are the guys in form, and as well as that, combining with the fact we've got our best conditions of the week today, means we're seeing some really, really awesome scores come down. And that makes for great entertainment.
Yeah, that's for sure. We were talking about the last few days, about this day, and the forecast. It was really good, and now we have the confirmation of that forecast. Really strong winds offshore. Right now is a bit like glassy conditions, but let's get back to the water, to live action, because we have Up and Dryden riding Robson Santos. It's a smaller wave. His body language shows everything. He's not gonna be a keeper.
Maxime is having a little look here, white, and he just didn't quite have the arms to get himself on that one. Either that or he didn't really want it, and it was a softer wave. He's gonna let it go. Probably a pretty smart move. He'll just sit there in the lineup, and he's got plenty of time. Actually, he needs a couple of waves, but Time's on his side still at the moment. He's got 13 minutes. Let's have a look at Marc Lacomar, and let's see what he got done for that massive 9. Look at the projection he gets on that floater, and then he goes straight.
I think that it's not the 9. I think it's the 5-something from Robson Santos. Because
okay,
Marc Lacomar is...
Mate, it's a good job you're here. Someone's paying attention. Hey.
He's wearing a red jersey. That's the wave. That's the 9. But we just only have the finishing of the wave. So that was the 9.4 for Marc Lacomar and the 5.6 from Robson Santos. So, bang, Maxime trying to get loose on that first hit, but too much effort for the wave. Back in the lineup, you can see Marc Lacomar just beside Frederico Moraes, the 2 leading guys, and Frederico Moraes had the priority. So I think the next good wave, I see some lines reaching the lineup, so maybe you're gonna see some good action on these set waves. It's approaching to the surface. Nobody moves, but you can feel the tension in the air. All great heats, all great competitors. We have right now only 16 surfers. No, 12 surfers, because the other 8 are already in the quarters. This is the last heat of the round, so only 2 surfers are going to advanced. And now we are preparing here for a yoga class with Paul Evans. And yeah, you guys cannot see on the screen, but in the North Peak still are some free surfers there, enjoying some great waves. I can see there the local boys from Santa Cruz. And you know what? When we finish our job here and go straight to the water, trying to put my wetsuit, for the first time I'm gonna try to put my 3-2 wetsuit, because it's warm today. It's not like the past few days that were freezing out here, but today actually I'm on my t-shirt.
It's gorgeous. It's absolutely beautiful down here. It's gorgeous. Blue skies. The sun's beating down on us. The waves are glassy. We've got a nice little groundswell. We're loving it down here, and we're lapping up this action as well out in the water. Massive scores, great performances, and all sorts really. Agadora the last heat with the air game, just getting it completely different. And then we see the approach of Lacomar coming with the rail game and the power, those vertical snaps. So we'll love to see the different approaches, and it's also good to see the judges rewarding whatever kind of surfing it is. If it's good surfing, if it's excellent, you're going to get the scores.
That's it. And now another wave coming. It seems like to be one of those double ups, but nobody's paddling, so the guys know what they're doing, and the guys know what they need to increase the score right now.
Just gone off the boil, this one. We've had a little bit of inactivity.
Yeah.
And I guess also the fact the scores have gone so big from Lacomar and Moraes that Husino and Santos know there's not much point in them going on little waves unless they feel there's a real good chance of going right up the scale in terms of a score. So they're kind of letting little ones go. There's not much point in doing that, building a house. They kind of need to go up to that very good, or hopefully even in the excellent range. Let's see, as we've got a paddler here, and this is Maxime on his backhand up and riding. And he just stands on the tail or let the wave stand up in front of him. He wants to punt, and he goes down the line on a speed run, and he goes with that backside air reverse. He does that thing so well, but on this occasion, doesn't quite get the execution and goes down.
Now we see Frederico Moraes, the Portuguese surfer, up and riding. Really nice open wall, nice bottom turn. Yes, rail game in the house. Power surf again on the second turn. Really nice surfing by the Portuguese, the new Prince of Portugal. Another wrap turn, really good. And the finishing, really nice surfing, presenting to us by the Portuguese surfer. Is trying to increase that 6-2-3, and it was a really nice wave.
Yeah, absolutely. He got a beautiful right hander. He'd waited a while for that, and he got a meaty one, and just went to town on it, sticking to that powerful surfing style that we've come to know and love down the years. 6-2-3 was his low score. Previous to that, 8-7. If he's getting into trouble, Lakamar for first place. Those are the requirements. Judges are going to think about that and lock in. But I tell you what it will mean. It'll just make, if it is better than that 6-2-3, it'll make the job of Maxime and Robson that bit more difficult.
Yeah.
Which seems cruel.
Yeah, they already are in Cumberland. Oh, 8-1-3 for Frederico Moraes, and they increase the combination. So right now, Maxime, let's watch the replay of Maxime's wave, and then for sure the replay of Frederico Moraes' wave. That was the left-hander. He stalls, then he's pumping away to that backside air reverse, but he couldn't get there. Oh, Robson Santos also surfed that wave that Frederico Moraes went to right. Robson Santos with, a nosedive, and unfortunately he fell down. So
it's a better wave from the Brazilian, but you can see the difference when the pressure's on you and you know you need to get something big. That's when those little mistakes creak in. That's when maybe you push too hard when you didn't need to. You get it's scoreboard pressure, and basically you know you're in a combo and you need to go up into that excellent range. Let's have another look here at Kierkesch as he fades in deep behind the pocket, and a beautiful slashing carving turn off the top in that glorious afternoon sunshine here at Santa Cruz. And that is a dreamy wave face, and he's just absolutely ripped it up all the way through. And he knows how to finish his waves. He'll just tag that down on the end. Comes in as an 8-something. Let's score an 8-1-3. It's not good enough for first, but he just nudges his total up in second. And now the combo facing Maxime and Robson Santos is 17-5-7. That's a big ask.
it was so effortless. It's so easy for Frederico Moraes put the rail like that. It's insane surfing by the Portuguese. And right now, it's a bit more difficult because Maxime Suno and Robson Santos are chasing a combination of two waves, a total of 17.57. Really, they really are in a difficult position when we reach the mark of the last 5 minutes of the heat. So let's go back to the water to live action with Frederico Moraes. Now it's Robson Santos in green. Nice open turn. First hit, second hit, even better. Now high line, bottom turn, another slashy turn there. And then the vertical approach that we are used to see by Robson Santos. And then using his priority, Marc Lacomar. You couldn't quite see what he have done on the beginning of the wave, but it was for sure a nice wave for the Frenchman. French surfer, one of the oldest surfers in France, not the oldest one, but yeah, from the generation of Mickey Picon, a former city surfer, a huge friend of Thiago Pires. And this is the replay of the 943. Yeah, thanks guys back here, there in the truck. Nice job there, trying to put us the replay of the best wave of the heat. No, it's not the best wave, it's the second best wave of the heat, but it's his high score of Marc Lacomar. And there you are. Robson Santos puts down a 840, 8.4. So right now he's leaving the combo land and he's now chasing a 9.17.
It's a healthy total. He's got 14 points. There's a lot of heats in this competition. That'll be good enough to get you through, but not this one, I'm afraid. It's not going to be enough, but he does get himself out of combo, and he can do it with one wave now. It needs to be a 9.17, but always feels nice to drop an 8.4. And we were wondering where that Robson Santos had gone because he'd looked so good earlier on in the event. And he'd looked a bit out of sorts, actually, so far on this one, but there he goes. Dropping a big score of his own, going in the excellent range. So this is a massive heat, really. I mean, just amazing seeing those numbers go down. And it just goes to show what happens when you got the talent and the conditions coming together.
That's it. We have a lot of talent here in Santa Cruz. And Maxime, he really wants this wave, pumping down all the line, trying to go around that section. Ah, frustration for the body language shows some frustration from Maxime Usuno. He drops away the priority again to Frederico Moraes. So right now, 2.5 minutes left, or 2.5 minutes remaining for the end of this heat. Marc Lacomar and Frederico Moraes, they are completely confident about the scores they have. This heat, unless that it happens something strange, we're gonna have the French and the Portuguese getting through the quarters. And if they do, we're gonna see them surfing again today. Right next on of this heat, we're gonna have the first heat of the quarters, man on man. I think we're gonna have Hiroto Ohara against Jorgen Cousinet. That's the first hit.
That's a hit. It's little versus large, but there's no shortage of power coming up in that one.
Yeah.
And that's going to be an absolute firecracker. Can't wait for that. But especially if this round 5 has been anything to go by, because we've just seen the scores go massively north towards the end of this round. Because we're going to check live action out. And here we go, flying down the line. It's a Brazilian Santos and flying through the air. And he's just going backwards for an eternity. I love the way he did that. Beautiful bit of fakie there from the Brazilian. Super styly.
Arms down.
Love it. So he needed a 9.17. He did get himself out of combo with an 8.4. Let's watch Marc, the heat leader in red, the Frenchman. He's got a left of his own. He's going to kind of just cruise his way down the line here.
Last minute of the heat, so is nothing coming. Yes, there is coming a few lines there, so maybe a bit more of opportunity for those guys in the water. So let's check. That's the replay of Robson Santos on that hair trick with a a fakie ride there, skate style. And now we have Frederico Moraes paddling hard for this wave. He really wants this wave. He's trying to increase and get the first. No, it's just a victory lap for Frederico Moraes. Maybe he's going to the air. No. So you heard it, the fat and old lady sings, so it's the finish of the heat. Unofficial results moving forwards, Frederico Moraes and Marc Lacomar. Right next, we're gonna have the heat, the first heat man on man in the quarters, Hiroto Ohara against Jorgen Cousinet. Let's watch the replay of the best waves in the heat. The first 9.43 from the Portuguese Frederico Moraes. Really nice rail game there until the inside, and then boom, vertical maneuver. Then I think we're gonna see another 9 points. Yeah, it's the 9.4 from Marco Lacomar. Not Marco. Marco is Marco Giorgi. This is just Marc Lacomar with the C on the end. And look at this. Really nice stuff. So both moving forwards. Congratulations to everybody, even to Robson Santos and Maxime Usuno for a great performance here in Santa Cruz. We're right now going to a short and quick commercial break. Stick to us after the break to the live action in Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Hello everyone, welcome back. We are live at Santa Cruz, Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley, and in the water we have the first heat man-on-man, Jorgen Kuzinet against Hiroto Owada. What just a great heat. David against Goliath. Oh no. Hiroto is a really short guy, Jorgen Kuzinet is a really big guy, so it's a nice fight over here.
Still, they're both pretty much power-based, as we are back here in Praia do Amanhã for one more heat of action with the quarterfinals now in the water. It's the first man-on-man heat of the event, 25-minute heats man-on-man. We are in the quarterfinals. Heat 1, Hiroto Ohara from Japan, Jorgen Kuzinet from Reunion Island, France. And we are really excited to see a bit of a strategy going on. Also, priorities will come into play. We are seeing some great rides this afternoon. And of course, right-handers have been the dish of the day, as we see Hiroto Ohara up and right. Lost a bit of control there, but still completed the maneuver well. Again, 2 little mistakes for the young Japanese surfer. Might be a bit nervous, but still good surfing coming from him. And now on that left was Kuzinet, but a short ride for the surfer from Reunion, as we see Ohara just starting off a bit better. Now only 2 guys in the water, and we'll see what comes into play. Let's take a look at the replay of Ohara. He's up and riding high line, tapping that board to this one side to the side. He pushed really he wanted to push his turns hard, and that's good to see. That's what the judges like. But that section wasn't as steep as he would have liked, and that's what happened there. And that's what Ohara had to deal with midway through those turns. Still, a 5.67 to start with is no biggie deal, and Ohara now in the lead.
Yeah, 5.67 was the last of red. And now we are watching some good lines. Look at the colors. And we have already the heat winner with Paul Heavens.
Yeah, thanks, boys. Mark, always good to make heats, but to make heats with massive scores as well must give you a nice kick of confidence.
Yeah, right now the wave are the wind kind of died, and it's like super fun if you wait for the right one. And yeah, it's for sure nice to advance with good scores.
And we don't know too much about this wave from before, but it kind of compares a little bit with the waves you surf at home, right? A little bit?
Yeah, me and my girlfriend tells the same before, like when the tides start to get a bit high, it's like a French beach break. I mean, it's Portuguese beach breaks, it's super fun too, but very similar.
Nice, and we're going to go man-on-man for the quarters. Is that a slightly different challenge for you? Tactics, I guess, still the same? Go out and try and get 2 10s?
Yeah, stick to my game plan. I just surf against myself and see what happens.
All right, good stuff. Well, you're putting on an amazing show so far. We'll let you go and get ready for your quarterfinal. Mark Lacomar, can't wait to see him surfing later on. Well, pretty soon. Take it away, boys.
Thanks, Paul.
Yeah, Marco.
So, Mark Lacomar, it's ripping. I have said this before. For me, it's one of the principal contenders for winning here. Let's go to live action with Jorgen Kuzinet. Nice hack off the top. Really nice transition to this layback slash. Now it's time for the cutback. Pulling the rail, putting the rail on the wave, and now trying to getting some more maneuvers on the inside, and we cannot see any more of the wave, but it was a really nice approach. The first 2 hits, really nice stuff by the Frenchman Jorgen Cousinet. As I said before, Jorgen last year reached the semis, so he's one hit away of to equalize the same spot that you reached in last year, with the difference that last year was a 1,000 and this year is a 3,000, so much more points on the line.
Yeah, he has already racked more points than the guy that won the event last year, so that's how you can tell how much more important that is. And we wanted to change a bit the event because well, the contest organizers really believe in this place. Everyone around believes in this place. The mayor believes in this place. All the municipality believes in this place, and that's why we really wanted to make this event 3,000, just to give also the Euro guys a chance to compete in an important event close to home. And unfortunately, Santa Cruz is giving us back for that trust in the best possible manner, which is by providing us with some good waves, a good contest, and well, some sunny days today, as the wind has backed off compared to last day, through yesterday and the last few days, and the waves are still here. So we are very excited, and hopefully we'll keep on seeing some really good surfing.
That's for sure. And then you have the last wave of Jorgen Cousinet, 617 for 2 turns, really nice turns. The first hack was with a lots of spray, and then a layback turn, layback slash, really stylish maneuver. Now you can see some lines approaching the guys in the water. The priority is with Hiroto Owara, and he's paddling. He wants this wave, and he's up and riding.
And why wouldn't you look at the wall in front of him, going straight to the lip. Nice slashing turn for Hiroto. One more carving maneuver going back to the wide water just to keep generating speed, and he's out of there. The wave died on him, but still a good combination of turns for Hiroto. He only needed a 101 for Cousinet. And if they keep surfing like this, one answering back to the other, the one who finishes the last wave is going to be the one taking the win here, as we see the beautiful sights and the beautiful beach of Praia do Amanhã, where we are. Some free surfing going on in up north, in the peak up north. And I tell you what, I don't understand how this bank isn't packed, because I'm seeing this. Well, some of the guys in the contest are surfing there, but still, I don't understand how there's not more people out there, because the waves look fun for what it is.
It's just a magical place, man. Everybody goes to Ericeira and Peniche, and for the local boys here, it's it's really good stuff there.
6.3 for the last of O'Hara, jumps in the lead, and now Cousinet in need of a 5.81.
Yeah. So, yeah, 2 turns and a 6.3. Really, Hiroto Owara is on fire during all the rounds. Remembering that he won a US Open 2 years ago. I think last year was Felipe Toledo. Yeah, the last 2 years was Felipe Toledo. Felipe Toledo is the first guy winning back-to-back victories in US Open. I think so. Maybe Brett Simpson have done the same thing. I don't know, but yeah, I have to go to the Google to check that. And now you can see that is Antonio Silva, Water Patrol, one of the big chargers, the Portuguese big wave rider. I think he went to the final in Nazaré with Hugo Val and João de Macedo. I don't know for sure if he reached the final, but I think so. I don't know, but for sure he's a great surfer. He travels a lot. He used to spend some times in Mentawais and Indonesia islands like Bali and Sumatra. So it's an experienced surfer and a really experienced water patrol. So Shout out to Antonio Silva and Serginho, the guys in the water looking for the competitors' safety. 13 minutes.
A bit of a high tide situation going on. We're feeling the effect of a higher tide, but still the waves have been pumping all day, and they will keep on pumping. It's just a matter of waiting for the right wave. That's why we also have a 25-minute heat. We had 20-minute heats in the first rounds, but now 25-minute heats just gives the guys some more opportunities. And in these heats where there's 2 guys in the water, it's even extra opportunity with them. They have less people in the water. They can be picky about the waves they want. So there's even more opportunities for them to really perform and do their best possible surfing. Man-on-man heat in the water. Thank you very much. We have the updated heat sheet and the official results of the last heat. Great scores coming from Mark, Frederico, and Robson. And we have all the quarterfinals set this afternoon here in Santa Cruz. First heat currently in the water. It's Hiroto Ohara and Jorgen Cousinet, of course. Afterwards, going to be Marco Giorgi and Kanoe Igarashi. Iago Dora, Frederico Moraes, well, that's going to be a cracker. And then Tiago Camarão with Marc Lacomar. It's going to be a really, really good day of action till the last moment possible.
Huge setup. I've got problems on my mic again.
There you go. That's good.
That's good. Cracker hits for sure. I can't wait to see that Kanoe Igarashi, Marco Giorgi is right next. Really 2 good competitors here. They already have 1,260 points if they don't get through this round, but it's really some good points.
Ohara up and riding. Some good waves going, and Reed and driving us mad. And meanwhile, Ohara on his backhand just going to town. Look at that. Meanwhile, that was a split peak situation. Jorgen Cousinet is surfing on the right. Look at that. That's not his first turn. We're going to catch up on what he did before that on the replay. One more turn for Cousinet. He has a long wall ahead of him. He's still going, and he's still going. Look at that. Good job by the young Reunion Island. He waves to the judges, telling them, hey, I came till this part of the beach just so I could perform on this wave. Let's take a look at the replays. Starting off with Hiroto Ohara. Shorter wave for Hiroto. He was always fast, always moving fast, always moving quickly, and making sure he made the most out of every section that presented to him. And this was Jorgen Cousinet. The wave didn't have much to offer on that first section. The second one wasn't as steep as Jorgen would have liked, but still he's managing it just nice. But look at that. A lot of check-up turns. That's more like it. A nice off the lip there for the Jorgen. That's the same turn. That off the lip. Now the wave was more like it for the young Reunion surfer. Good job of him there with those turns. Although some of them were check-up turns, he still did good in finding that wave, a long one. But what we have seen so far today is that not every long wave is the good one. In fact, most of for the most part, the waves that are a bit shorter are a bit steeper, and sometimes that's what you want to catch, so that you can go, instead of doing a lot of turns, you just do 2 or 3 good turns and you get rewarded for that.
Yeah.
We're going to see that in the next exchange as soon as the wave for Ohara and Cousinet drops. I wouldn't be surprised if Ohara gets the better one, but well, I'm no judge. We'll have to let the judges decide on that.
That's for sure. But you know what? You are absolutely right. The 6.3 and the 6.17 were just 2 maneuvers. So that's what the judges want to see. That's the message that the judges send to the surfers. You have Hiroto Ohara just looking to that wave. It was a bit fat one, so he didn't paddle too much. Right now, there are some lines approaching the lineup when we have still 8 minutes remaining, and there you have Diogo 6.7.
Yeah, it's a 6.7 for Cousinet's wave.
And then?
Yeah, and then it's gone. We're still waiting on scores for the wave of... okay, so it's a 6.7 for the wave of Cousinet.
And we're waiting scores of the last of red.
Let's try and listen to the beach announcer. Last of blue was a 6.7. I think the judges are still thinking about that last of blue. Yep, this is for the judges. I bet they wanted to see the wave of red once again, and look at that. That first section was a first turn just to get him some projection down the line, and then he went to town much better on this occasion. Some good turns coming from Hiroto there. As we see them shoulder to shoulder almost. They're really close to each other. That's the spot, that's the sweet spot. And look at that, just like I said, 8.5, a high score, an excellent score for Ohara. The judge is rewarding Hiroto for the quality and not evaluating as much as the quantity of Cousinet's last wave. As we see, Cousinet, he didn't have priority, so he can go on every wave he wants with no harms done. And he wanted to give that left-hander a try and put on some pressure, stress Ohara a little bit. As Hiroto, if he wins this heat, it's going to be the third time we're going to hear from him in the post-heat interview.
Yeah,
and
like Kano Igarashi too.
Yeah, and that just comes to show how good Ohara is surfing in this event, and we'll have to see, because Cousinet is quite a good surfer, has been enjoying a great season, and he's adding up points. He is in a good position to work on his surfing in this heat, and there he is once again, just trying to get something going. That was a very good turn for him, a slashing turn. He's going fast, the wave is tipping up a little bit, but just behind him is going Ohara. No, he isn't. Oops, he went for the air there, but came unstuck a little bit. And but I think he knew that the waves weren't that good there. That his wave wasn't going good by then.
He's chasing an 8.1, so...
But he has done plenty of good scores in this contest, so he might just do that if he has the opportunity. Look at that. A check-up turn just to set his pace on this wave and allow him to do this carving layback slashing turn again. But you can see that from the start, he was just reading that wave, looking for something big to do. He really wanted to hit that last section nicely, and he did it. He sure did. But unfortunately, he didn't really finish the turn he chose to do there.
Yeah. 811. I was just listening to the beach announcer. Yeah, that's what we have said before. 811 for first. It's the what Jorgen Cousinet needing for go first. So we are reaching the last 5 minutes of the heat. Right next, we're gonna have Marco Giorgi and Kano Igarashi, so stay tuned because we have plenty of action. I think we're gonna have just more 3 heats. I don't think that the semis are on standby, I don't know, but further on the transmission, on the webcast transmission, we're gonna assure you guys that you are on the other side. If we're gonna have semis and final today, or if they are let the finals for tomorrow. We are already on the 5 minutes. We have Kano Igarashi from the next heat in blue. And then for sure Marco Giorgi is going to be red. Those are the 2 colors from now on. Blue and red.
As we see red in this heat, that's Hiroto Ohara in position to catch that wave. Jorgen was making sure that Ohara was going on this wave, gave it a little paddle just to show Ohara that, hey, you really have to use your priority. And look at what Ohara did in this wave. Look at him. Hair flick and all. Great wave coming from, and a great score for sure is coming for this wave of Ohara.
It's completely on fire.
Oh, I want to see the replay from another angle and every angle possible, because Jorgen Jorgen knew that this wave was going to be good. He made sure that O'Hara went, but O'Hara had his mindset on this wave already, and he went to town. 2 good turns to start that second one, slashing one, and then a big blow-tail 360 there for look at the hair flick and look at how beautiful this wave is. Wow, one of the best QS events I've seen this year with the amazing waves today. And look at that, really fun. I wouldn't say, maybe not amazing waves in the sense that there's no barrels, not 10-foot cloud break, but still some really, really fun waves. Really good for good competitive surfing, good contest surfing. And that combo from Hiroto O'Hara, that just comes to prove it. We are in Santa Cruz, Portugal, just south of Peniche, north of Ericeira. And here, today, it's one of the few places in the world where it is pumping.
That's a nice analysis. You know, in entire Portugal, no, maybe there are some good waves in Portugal today.
Yeah, well,
Praia do Norte is going to be pumping. Peralta Beach, a huge friend of mine was in there. He phoned me and he said, oh, so much barrels in Peralta. So if you are around, go surfing or come here and join us in the beach because it's a beautiful day. It's almost a summer day here.
Oh, absolutely.
It's completely opposite from yesterday and the past few 2 days. But you know what? We already know that because the forecast was really good for today.
Oh boy, look at the score for O'Hara, a 9.4. And now Kuzine is in combination with 2 minutes to go. O'Hara is in the best possible spot in this heat. Look at that, 9.4 for Hiroto.
Oh, impressive stuff. Oh, look, the fisherman on the beach break. Just
a fisherman.
And you know, Diogo, that rock that is gonna
show up on our screen.
Show up on the screen. It's a classical. Point of sightseeing of Santa Cruz, but then I explained because we have live action with Jorgen Kuzine, but his body language says all.
Yeah, his body language says it all. He's gonna go for an air.
Yeah.
He went for broke there. He knows he has to do something major if he wants to make it through this heat. He isn't happy. Look at that. That desire, that hunger that we all love to see. That really comes to show what's at stake here in Santa Cruz. Everyone wants to really win here. 3,000 points, that's a bunch of points. And look at the replay. Oh, but right from the start, Kuzine was his mind was off it. He was just not feeling it. He just wanted to go fast and then go for broke there.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, you know, he isn't too happy with it. Now up and riding is who's that?
It's a replay from.
Yep. That,
what?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was. It might have been from the previous heat.
Yeah.
30 seconds to go, and it's gonna be O'Hara first. Moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah.
Kuzine needing a combination total. Just his heat is completely over.
Yeah. But as I was saying, that big rock it calls Penedo do Guincho. It's a really nice rock. Actually, they have a tunnel in the bottom, so in the low tide you can cross all over the rock, and it's a beautiful place to go there.
Victory lap for Hiroto O'Hara. He had a smashing heat, a tough one too, but he made the most out of it. The priority came very into play there, as O'Hara really decided on. O'Hara really came into play there as the priority, really decided who was gonna move on, and look at the big smile on his face, just a big smile. He's happy with it. He's happy for sure.
Yeah, man. So it was a really nice hit. 3 hits, 3 winnings. I think only Hiroto O'Hara and Kano Igarashi have done that on this competition. Let's watch the 9.4, I think. Yes, really nice surfing. Slash layback, and then the air reverse, blowing the tail.
That's
really
the
nice.
9.4, yep.
That's the 9.4.
We're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back These are the official results of the first heat of the quarterfinals, with Hiroto Ohara taking a big win over Jorgen Cousinet. Stay tuned, we'll be right back with more action coming from the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the beautiful beach of Praia do Amanhã here in Santa Cruz. We are at the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. And here for the call, it's me, Diogo Alpendre, and Paul Evans on my side. And in the water, from Uruguay, Marco Giorgi. And from none other than the USA is Kanoe Igarashi. Two standouts today.
Oh, and it's gorgeous sunshine beating down on us from on high. We've got blue water, beautiful little groomed swell, and another massive heat with huge scores in that last one. Hiroto is just absolutely ripping down here. It's going to take an incredible performance to stop that guy if anyone's going to do it.
It's got to be me. No. It's got to be you. Sorry, Paul. So, no takers yet, no waves surfed, and Marco Giorgi and Kanoe Igarashi are playing the hurry up and wait game, where they will decide. For now, the inside is on Kanoe Igarashi, but that might just change after the first wave, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And just two guys in the water, so kind of less activity, but more choice given for those guys. So, obviously, they've got the option of going more waves. They can afford to be a little bit more selective. And I'm not sure necessarily selectivity is the order of the day. We have seen some amazing scores go down. Each of our last 4 heats in a row, we've got numbers up in the excellent range. Some surfers even getting both their scores in the excellent range for the last 3 heats. So totals above a 16. It's always good to see, and particularly when it all comes together, when you get down to the pointy end of competition, quarterfinals. Things are getting a little bit more serious out there, a bit more pressure added on. But these guys definitely got the chance to show their stuff a bit more man-on-man competition, as Kanoe will be now getting used to in his sophomore year on the CT.
That's exactly it, Paul. That's exactly it.
I love these sort of turquoise colours we're getting out here. The sand with the sun refracting through the ocean.
The occasional cloud putting some darker shades.
Isn't it? I'd say that is Instagram heaven, isn't it? Right there. That is cloud porn right there. And we're going to go down and check out an interview. Winner of the last heat, a surfer from Japan. We love this little guy standing by with Diogo. Take it away.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm here with Hiroto Ohara. Tell me, you are completely on fire. 3 hits, 3 winnings. What's the secret, man?
Secret is sleep early.
That's a nice advice for everybody.
Yeah, just trying to get a good score. Good wave in a 2 wave. I always trying to get a 2 good wave in the quarters. Yeah, and then start to get the wave.
Yeah, really nice stuff. And now you are the first surfer in the semis. You want to surf today, or are you gonna wait for tomorrow forecast or Sunday forecast? What's your preferences?
I don't know, kind of tired. For 3 times for the heat in one day, and maybe hopefully they put in semi tomorrow or Sunday.
So I'm going to let you rest. Thank you so much. Congratulations and good luck for the next round. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, Diego. Well, kids watching around the world, if you want to know the secret to heavy-duty ripping, early to bed. Get a glass of water, possibly a mug of cocoa down you, and go to bed early in your pajamas, tucked up for your nights, nice and early. Let's go with a replay here. We're going to check out Marco Giorgi, our Uruguayan, and he's slashing and bashing this one. So nice hits there. I tell you what, he'll be relishing the chance to take on this guy, Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa's got a decent right-hander here. A beautiful looking. Oh, I love the way those kind of liquid forehand arcs that he does. And then he bashes the lip. And he sends spray up into the stratosphere. So much spray coming off the rail of this young guy when he hits the lip. Just got that timing sweet.
So what we can conclude till this moment from this event is that there are two formulas for success. One, actually three formulas. One is do great surfing like Kanoa is doing on the replay, on this replay of his last wave. Just look at that, just waiting, pacing himself really nicely. Beautiful turn there for young Igarashi, and just smashing that lip. And there you go. The other, there are two possible formulas according to our surfers. A couple beers in the night before, according to Charlie Quevron, which doesn't hurt anybody if you're over 18 or 21, depending on the country where you are.
He lost in round 3.
Still had a good hit on the round 2. Or sleep early like Hiroto Ohara.
I'd go with the sleep early if I were you. But here we go. Let's check out Giorgi, see what he's got here. He's got a nice wave in front of him. And he goes down the line with a ton of speed, a little calf down maneuver. Bang! He'll tag that lip nice and steep. And again, he gives it some. Really nicely done. Just made sure he rode down out of that last maneuver. I think there's going to be a massive score. Going to drop for Igarashi. Absolutely ripped the bag out of that long right-hander. Giorgi's was a decent wave from behind, but if you had to compare the two, definitely the nod would go to Blue Igarashi for that exchange. Let's wait and see how that score locks in, but I reckon it's going to be a healthy number.
Yeah, absolutely. Just before that, Marco Giorgi on his first wave, that was that left he got, was a 4.67. So 2 scores yet to drop. First priority is with Blue. Actually, 3 scores to drop as we are waiting for 2 waves of Giorgi and 2 waves of Giorgi and one from Igarashi. And it's going to be quite exchange there.
$17 to go in this one, and the score comes in. It's 8.33 for Igarashi, and 8.33 has gone to the excellent range already. And that's pretty much been his standard order of business so far in this event. He's found really good or excellent scores with relative ease, and he's done it off the bat in this one, the quarterfinal. This is the time, obviously, when you're thinking about peaking, when you get down to this stage of proceedings. Obviously just 2 more rounds to go after those ones. Those are semis and then of course the final. So these guys at the moment are 3 heats away from taking out this comp, getting 3,000 points. But they've got to get past a fierce opponent as well. There's no way you can make it through the quarters unless you're pretty much on fire to get through this field. So these tussles kind of heavy duty, but at the moment it's definitely Igarashi with the nod, and Giorgi's score comes in. It's a 5.83, so pretty much 3 points, just short of 3 points inferior to the score of the American, but nevertheless he's in the lead at the moment. He does have 2 ways. Igarashi just sitting on that 1 score, but he'll enjoy hearing that get read out. He will have priority as well, and I dare say when the next decent lined up right-hander comes through, Igarashi's probably going to tee off against it again. He's on fire.
He is. He definitely is on fire. Plenty of excellent scores. 1 more to start his heat. Now that Thiago has lost in this event, he also has Thiago in his corner alongside Coach Chico, as they say. That's Francisco Alves, as we have the official results of last heat on our hand. Hiroto Ohara took the win, as expected. But still, looking at the best waves of the event, I mean, the amount of 9s and excellent scores we've been seeing in this event is quite stunning. I'm enjoying it a lot. I really am. It really comes to show how good the level of surfing has been so far. As we see Marco Giorgi paddle hard for this wave. It's really walling up in front of him. Let's see what he's up and riding and doing. That was a big kick of the tail. Just behind him is Kanoa Igarashi. He goes down while Marco Giorgi keeps on destroying this wave.
Yeah, he ripped that one. He throws up some hands right on the inside in the shorey. Good stuff. Almost had a coiffeur malfunction early on. He had the hair in the eyes. Had to
coiffeur malfunction.
He had to get that and just brush it aside and then go to town. He saw the desire as he scratched in. And he clears the hair from the eyes, and then he unleashes a nice first turn and then sets up for this thing, which is a beautiful maneuver. And Giorgi bringing this one all the way through. That was a really nice hit on the lip, getting the release of the tail. Just wonder how that's going to compare to that first wave of Igarashi. And Igarashi goes to a punt. Pretty kind of standard straight air for him. Doesn't quite stomp the landing. He'll go down. That will count for him for the time being. That was the second wave he rode. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how that last score read there, the man on your screen, Giorgi, the Uruguayan. But really interesting to see how that compares to Igarashi's 8.33. Igarashi's maybe a touch more variety. He seemed to cover a bit more ground. Giorgi is kind of springing from the bottom of the wave and hitting into the lip, but never really opening up that rail. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges compare those two. Not an easy task.
I'm going to say that it's going to be a bit away from that excellent range, but I think that's good surfing. I think it's going to be in the good surfing range that goes from 6 to 8.
Around a 7, something like that, you think?
It might be, yeah. Why?
Okay, I'm just trying to nail you down.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's going to be around the 7, more than the 7 possibly. I'm not sure it's going to be excellent surfing.
6.83 comes in a 6.83, so pretty good call that. It comes in and you see him there. Possibly wanted a bit more, but I think that's kind of, I'm with the judges there, absolutely. I definitely think Kanoa just showed a bit more. And because his wave came first as well, it kind of, you got to compare to that. If he'd maybe nailed that in place of Kanoa's wave, possibly his score would have been healthier. But Kanoa just showed a little extra gear for me. You compare those two waves, I think there probably was around about 1.5 points in it. So I like that, and that just shows you these marginal differences, very finite, these incremental gains that they like to talk about, marginal gains in sport elite level these days. And that's exactly what Igarashi's doing, squeezing every last drop. Giorgi will be using that fire though, so I'm a bit fired up there. When he heard his score read out, I'd like to see him use that passion.
Yep. He felt that that wave was a bit better than the judges decided on, and he showed that emotion, that desire that we so want to see and so like to see. Kanoa Igarashi going for a more aerial approach there on his last wave, that 127, but this heat is far from over. Igarashi cannot really do any mistakes in the upcoming heats, otherwise the tides will turn. He really can't afford to make any more mistakes, Kanoa, because that was a bit of a mistake there, wasn't it? The wave did look good, that section. An air is always a good choice to go over a section, but it might just be the hardest choice too. So we'll see what happens. As we see Marco Giorgi taking a look at this one wave. Kanoa is going to play the waiting game and wait for that pretty line to show up, so that he can go to town, just like he did on that 8-point ride he got. As we see Giorgi's support crew a bit worried there. He's in the lead at the moment, and it wouldn't be the first time that a surfer with 2 6s wins against a surfer with just 1 8, would it?
You mean like in history of all time?
Yeah.
Okay. That's an interesting point you make there, Diogo. 10:20 on the clock. It's Giorgi at the moment of Uruguay. As we see R2 slightly spread about a bit of distance. Igarashi's having a little sniff at this. He thinks if I get wide enough, I'm going to get myself on a nice looking right-hander. And he just slows up the paddle and allows himself to be in the right spot. He's going to go left, actually. He's taken the left-hand option. He's gone to the backhand. In here he goes. A couple of snaps early on for Kanoa, then into the lip. A little bit of release on that tail. It's definitely better than a 1-2-7. And if it's better than a 4-3-3, he'll go in the lead.
I tell you, that was an interesting choice to use his priority on a left. That might just be that 4-3-3, but will it be enough to really stop Georgi if Georgi gets a wave that walls up as good as Igarashi's 8-3-3? We never know, and we'll let time decide what's going to happen, what's going to unfold in these last 9 minutes. It's a 4.5, so barely over that 4-3-3 that he needs. He goes on top, but Georgi only needs a 6-0-1 to go first, and he already has a 6-8-3 and a 5-8-3, so a 6-0-1 for Georgi is far from a difficult score to get, huh?
Yeah, but that is also assuming that Igarashi doesn't batter his total, which I'd say he probably will be, with 8 minutes 50 as well of his own left. So let's see where this one goes. But at the moment, it's definitely advantage Igarashi. And you'll definitely be hoping to go to work on that 4-5. There's Georgi in the water. That's his need score, 6-0-1. He's on that total of 12-6-6. Beautiful Uruguayan flag. I like that. The striking blue stripes with the sunshine in the top corner. You don't get enough suns in flags, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Japan's got one.
It does.
Other
a sun-setting flag.
Rising, mate. The rising
sun rising.
Keep up, Diogo. Any other flags, any other national flags with suns on, tweet at Diogo_Alpintre. We'll be reading out the winners by the end of the heat. Igarashi at the moment is our leader in this one. And it's Georgi needing a 6-0-1. Under 8 minutes now, and it's all gone a bit quiet. And Igarashi will be drawing on that man-on-man experience that he's gained last year. His rookie season didn't exactly rip up trees last year as a rookie. Nevertheless, he got it done at the end, making a final at Pipeline. That's pretty awesome. So he finished with a bang.
He did.
And he'll be just finding, enjoying himself a bit more using that experience of last year.
Not only that, he helped his good friend Ezekiel Lau qualify. So that's a 2-in-1 for him. Although I assume he would have liked to lock up the year earlier so he could have a better ending to his year, more calm and serene and tranquil ending to his year. As we see, Iago Dora, surfer in red, in the next heat, getting ready, putting his clock on, and really starting to get, you know, psyched, I believe. Although he does look calm, doesn't look too, you know, too shaky or anything. As we see our judges on our screens at the moment. These are the 5 guys that are judging this heat at the moment. A beautiful European panel here has been judging contests all season long, starting off with Israel, all the way here to Santa Cruz, by the way of Caparica, Martinique, Zaraus. Good folks, those ones. And some good surfers in there also. 6 minutes to go in this second heat of the quarterfinals of the Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley. We should had the surfers if they had a bit more stamina, we could do all the way. But like we just heard from O'Hara in that last interview, he's a bit tired. 3 heats in a day. That's a big task.
How are you getting on with the flag challenge, mate?
Myself?
Any inspiration?
I think
anything coming to mind?
Senegal
flags?
or Cameroon have a sun there. I'm pretty sure about it. Don't they? I think so. There's an African country.
Mate, you're not allowed to look it up on the internet. That's not how it works.
Okay. Do you remember another country with a sun in its flag? Which one?
5:30 remaining in this one. It's still Igarashi from Georgi. And Georgi looking for just a 6-0-1. He's got priority, so he's just biding his time patiently. Nerves of steel required at this level of competition. There's a good set out the back. We see a wave coming. And Georgi just adjusting slightly. And he might be interested here. Igarashi's going to ask the question. Georgi's going to let it go. Igarashi decides that he likes the look of it. He's going to go left again.
looking to go to work on that 4-5 backup. He might punt here. He takes the high line with the speed, and right on the 5-minute warning, he spins. And he can't quite get that rotation stomped, so it's not going to change anything. It doesn't change the score line. He's still in the lead, but not by any increased margin. It doesn't change anything with priority because he got that one from under Georgie's priority. Giorgio held his nerve well there. Didn't think that was going to be a 6 and just said, no, you go for that, mate. And he would have been fairly relieved to see his opponent not emerge victorious in the whitewater, jubilant on his board. So he's like, okay, good. Made the right call there. Let's see how it goes down for the rest of the heat. There's always a danger your opponent might get one on the paddle back out, and that's exactly what looks like is happening here for Igarashi. And he's got a right-hander. He's got some nice wall and a beautiful initial spray. Then another carving turn, and he'll go into the lip and ditch a bit of tail. And I reckon he might be going to work on that 4.5, Diogo.
It will all depend on judges considering that last turn as completed. But yes, we're going to have to wait and see. Marco Giorgi will keep on waiting for that wave. As I'm looking out the window, out the tent to be exact, as we see the replay of that last one of Keno Igarashi. That's nice for sure. And another one. Let's take a look at it. Good job from Kenoa. As we go straight to live action with Giorgi. That wave walls up really nicely in front of him. He's going to go to town on that. Wow, big slash from him. And another one. Let's see what he has in store for us. He wanted to make sure he finished it off that wave. You can see the emotion, the drive he's carrying with him. And he wanted to make sure he was going to finish off. Nothing flashy there from Giorgi, but it might just be that 6-0-1 he needs. Look at that.
6-0-1, the requirement. He slashes off the top for his first move. That's a beautiful arcing, carving snap. Then another one, and he fit one more in, gets a little bit of drift. And you see that. He loves it. And he loves the fire and the passion, the throws of competition. 6-0-1 was the requirement, assuming Kanoa didn't improve on his previous. That might yet happen. We're going to wait for scores as we go down 2:45 on the clock. And this one...
I tell you what, Paul, I'm looking out and I can see a flurry of lines approaching. And there's one specific line that will provide Kanoa, if he gets outside on time, with a beautiful, beautiful wave. Let's see. Let's wait and see. We are standing by for scores. 2 minutes to go. Both Kanoa and Marco have time to answer back to their foes in this heat, which are each other, by the way. As we keep on waiting for the scores, important ones also. It looks like that wave didn't really materialize for anybody.
Yeah, things slowing up on the high tide, so fewer waves breaking. Kanoa looks a little bit interested in this one. He's going to have a paddle. You see him just have a look at the sun, not to bother that tide pushing right up. And a lot of these waves that earlier on would have been hitting the sandbar and breaking, and now just going underneath these guys. So chances fewer and far between. So we're going to have some scores come in. They're going to be pretty vital. This could be a major turning point as we go under a minute and a half.
So Kanoa improves his situation by way of a 4.83. He had a 4.5. So now Giorgi to go first needs a 6.34. Paul, do you think that wave of Marco is a 6.34? You're not sure.
Yeah, I think it might be. Think about it, 6.83 they got early on, and I think it's pretty similar to that. It could even be better, but let's just wait and see how the judges lock in the meantime.
As we see Kanoa Igarashi paddling, Giorgi with a 7.4. Now Kanoa needs a 5.9. He's up and he's riding. Look at that. A beautiful first turn. The second one is also good. Nice slashing turn from the American surfer. Again, a good turn. The wave is walling up nicely for him on the inside, and he's going to town there, looking for a final section to hit and just maximize the wave potential there. And he finishes it off. And he's out of there. Doesn't he believe in it? Or he doesn't like claims, because everyone is claiming these days, and Kanoa only needs a 5.9, and that wave's going to be vital. Marco Giorgi with that 7.4 on that last wave, jumped to first with 20 seconds to go. I don't see any more lines coming out the back.
Giorgi we don't think, well, he might get an opportunity on this next one.
It's just a little one, but it might just be it.
Might not ride another wave, so it's all going to hang on this score. And a 5.9 the requirement.
He isn't too happy, is it? Marco might have just lost that heat, but he doesn't know, so he has to calm himself down. The heat is over, and now we wait for scores for Canoa. I would love to see the replay of that last one of the surfer in blue. It might just be good news for Marco Giorgi, or good news for Canoa. He surfed good. Let's watch the replay, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a 5-9 all day long. Here he goes, that first carving, nice setup turn. Puts him in a position to do this, a beautiful hit in the lip. And then this one here, a nice wrapping turn in the pocket. Ain't done yet. He'll snap again. And again, it gets another nice hit in. Well, it's going to be maybe kind of tight. They might take a little while to deliberate over this.
It's going to be one of those tight ones with Kanoa Igarashi. Latest efforts. We are going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back with the score for that last one wave and the official results. And, of course, quarterfinals number 3. Stay tuned. Whoop. So apparently we're still not going to that commercial break. Sorry for that. And we'll wait.
We're going to leave you with the suspense. There are at least 2 squeaky bums down here at Santa Cruz. One of them belongs to Kanoa Igarashi. Does a 5.9 belong to him? Well, that's exactly what the judges are working out now.
Let's take a look at the replay once again.
Here's the wave. Generally, they get better on the replay, don't they? As you watch them again, they normally get a little better.
This is for the judges. They wanted to see the wave once again. Look at that.
5.9 the requirement. What you need to do is compare that to what we've seen so far in the heat and the scores we've dropped, or the surfers have dropped. Compare that with what they got rewarded for on previous waves. By the time taken,
yep,
it's probably going to be close.
It's going to be close. We're going to wait on it. And going on a short commercial break. Stay tuned. We will be right back with the official results.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's maneuvers that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Welcome back to Portugal. Santa Cruz Pro presented by Oakley 3000. And I tell you what, the score's dropped in. It's not enough for Igarashi. So an upset there. Kanoa Igarashi, a 5.63, needed a 5.9. It's not enough. And Marco Giorgi hangs on by a pretty slim margin. And he'll be one stoked young man. Meanwhile, we'll just power on through to the next quarterfinal when we see 2 of the big names in this event. Iago Dora of Brazil taking on Frederico Kikas Moraes of Portugal. So the local boy, the darling of Portuguese surfing and of European surfing at the moment. Frederico on your screens there. He's got his work cut out today. You probably say with this high tide, we've seen mainly rights, but you just never know, Iago. He does love the punts on the left. It's not really an air wind. He's the kind of guy that doesn't necessarily need an air wind. You can pretty much do him from wherever, but it does seem to be favouring the long right-handers. Certainly that last heat's anything to go by. Let's check out Dora having a look and decides to let that one go. And I think this opening exchange could prove to be fairly crucial. It's not like we're going to see dozens of waves ridden. Sometimes it's on this high tide on clean conditions. You're talking about maybe just a couple of opportunities. And whoever can manage to grasp those opportunities will prevail. But a real clutch call there from the judges. They took a while. They had a good look at the replays. And they decided Kanoa just didn't quite do enough. Wow.
Yeah, it was a shocker. Kanoa Igarashi one of the last CT. Right now, Frederico Moraes is the only CT guy in the competition right now. So you can see the difficulty of the QSs. Although it's a 3,000 event, we have a lot of good and tough competitors out here. So unfortunately, Kano Igarashi fell down on the quarters and now back to life. But you know what? I don't be very surprised if the guys pedal to the North Peak, because I think it's a bit better right now. So I see the guys looking to the North Peak and wondering if they have done the right choice to come here to the South Peak.
Federico, the last remaining CT surfing competition then, as we get Igarashi eliminated. So let's see how he gets on against one of the rising stars of Brazilian world surfing, Ergadora. He's made some amazing clips down the last couple of years. Let's see how he goes in the rigors of man-on-man competition against a very experienced, although youthful, but nevertheless a very experienced competitor in the form of Moraes. Of course, with a home crowd support as well, everyone willing him on. And he's one of the guys he's found a way of turning that kind of pressure to his advantage. In Portugal, he's a guy that's had performances that work for him. He's taken on Fanning, Slater. He's got through those heats. Sometimes you get the pressure and it can go the other way. But Federico, so far in his career, he's found a way of turning that into a positive.
Yeah, but even in Bells, in round 3, he caught Gabriel Medina, and he could manage to pass through to the round 4. But right now, Diogo Alpendre have Marco Giorgi with him, the winner of the previous heat. That's right, Diogo?
Yep, I'm here with Marco. Marco, that heat was as tight as they can. Did you thought you had lose in that last moment, or you were pretty confident on your surfing?
I thought that my 6'8" was too low, my second wave. So I thought they had to like balance that, like his wave was maybe a 5'9" what he needed, but then my 6'8" wasn't, I think my 6'8" was a bit more. But then I think they saw that, so that's really good. I'm happy with that. So at the end, I think the result was well placed. Of course, it's talking about myself, right? But I'm super happy that I made that hit. It was a tight hit, I had one like that in Florianopolis last year with Canoa, where I turned the hit last second, and then last second he turned the hit again. So I'm happy that it went my way this time.
Man-on-man hits, a different ball game. What was your strategy prior to this whole situation? What was the strategy going to that hit?
I don't know. Canoa being such a tough competitor, he's a CT guy. He's competed against everyone. He's had so many good guys to teach him, all the tricks. So just be present and be super focused and like look for the inside waves, because the tide was going up, and so yeah, like what changed the whole game was that I got one wave under his priority, and it was a smaller wave, and it kept growing for me, which was my 6'8".
Yep.
So I think that made a difference, to be in the place and to look at that wave and paddle hard. That's what changed it for me.
Tell me a bit about your equipment. That board looks really good under your feet. Do you feel that way too?
Yeah. This is a brand new. It's a 5'10.5" Chile. And this board, it's already like being the copy of, like the 3rd generation copy of my Magic board, and with a little more, little touches. And this one, James Chill touched it himself. So when he touches the board, it's going to be a good one. So I'm happy it's going really good.
There you go. Keep it going, buddy. Good job, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thanks, you.
Back to you guys in the booth. Stay tuned. More action to come. We have a good heat on our hands right now, don't we?
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Diogo. We have underwater Iago Dora and Frederico Moraes, the Portuguese surfer.
One thing we're missing from this heat is surfing, though. We haven't actually had any actual surfing yet. So
maybe we have a restart, eh?
Yeah.
We are 3 minutes away from a restart.
A bunch of zeros on the board there, so nothing really happening. It's been the phony war so far. They basically paddled out and sat down. And that's the situation that we're in this tide.
coming in being a little bit stubborn. There's plenty of tidal swing here today down at Santa Cruz, and of course the swell being clean, that doesn't help as well. Sometimes it kind of stops with the onshore, maybe causes the lip to crumble. You get a bit of white water, and then the fact that it's the white water there causes the next mini set to break. But when it's just still smooth water, there are no real rips running, and things don't want to break. That's exactly what we've had so far in this one. And yeah, nothing really happened. Nothing to talk about other than the fact that these two guys are in the water, and they're very used to this. It wouldn't be the first time this has happened, so they'll just be drawing on that experience and staying icy cool.
Yeah, that's it. And yeah, 2 minutes away from a restart. I think the judges and even the surfers are looking to that for 10 more minutes of opportunity to everybody.
Might get something happening here. We've got a paddler. He looks interested. It's Federico Moret in blue. And he did look a bit interested and decided not to bother. But the only trouble with the restart is because we're just going to be pushing this heat more into high tide.
Yeah.
Right? It's like we're going to go 10 minutes more into a rising tide, and there aren't many more waves just to the north.
Yeah, that was Peterson Crisento is free surfing there, and he's completely destroying that. Yeah, he felt early on the competition. I thought Peterson Crisento would go a bit further on the competition.
Some lines out the back. Let's see if they turn into rideable waves, but at the moment it's all looking very still out. There's nothing really to report in terms of action in this heat. Slight separation in R2. That's a position from top of the contest area, and you can see that wind blowing straight offshore, bang offshore, and it's super clean. We do have a wave out the back. It looks pretty decent actually, and fingers crossed we might get a breaking wave and we might get someone stand up on their surfboard. 16:20 remaining in this one. It does look like Dora's found himself a left, if we can pick him up, and there he is. They've split the peak actually. They've both gone. We'll stay with Dora, the Brazilian. He punts, and a massive rotation. He goes down. Meanwhile, we'll pick up Federico on the right-hander, going to town, and he absolutely smashes a lip for that maneuver and finishes off. So definitely got the better of that exchange. The two contrasting approaches. That's basically their stock game. Dora going to the air, doesn't land. Federico going for the turns, carving up in the pocket, swooping back around, waiting for this one to stand up. Then it gets steep, and he just attacks that lip. You see him adjust his foot there as he got off the bottom, just bringing his foot back, and he gets another little hooking pocket turn in, and it's advantage Moraes. And the good news is we're not going to have a restart.
Yeah, and as you said, it was a really nice to see that foot game. So Federico Moraes, I think, let's watch the replay again from Iago Dora. Pumping all the way, and bam, huge hair. Oh, just by a little that he didn't nail, and he didn't land that frontside air reverse. Really good move. And now we are waiting for the last wave of Federico Moraes. The last one of Iago Dora was a 1.43 for that air attempt. It was really high, but he couldn't manage to finish that maneuver. There you are, or there you have on the screen, 5.83 for Federico Moraes. He's now on the lead with a mid-range average note or average score. There are some lines again. Let's see if we have some good action. I think Iago Dora with priority, but no, he chose not to go. But Federico, yes, he's
Live
up and
action.
riding.
Here goes Kicker, streaking down the line. He's got a little fast wall in front of him, and he'll tag the lip, maintain that speed through, and that's good stuff. And that's really well surfed from Federico. Smart tactics, just making sure he nails his turns. And he's got 2 scores under his belt already.
Really smart move, for sure. Look at the speed, high line, pumping all the way, and then bam, check turn, and look at this re-entry. Oh, a lot of commitment there. I can be surprised if the score, if it's better than a 5.83, because only 2 maneuvers, but critical maneuvers, and with a lot of speed. So Frederico Moraes, it's completely on fire.
Yeah, let's see how the score comes in, but what we might get is a pretty quiet period as well now. If we don't get any sets, just that pressure's going to be all on Dora. He's going to be behind the 8 ball a little bit here. We'll just wait for that score to come in, but so smart from Frederico. Just make sure he finished off and post something else reasonably healthy on the board, because we do think wave riding opportunities going to be pretty scarce in this one. The tide's still filling in. We've got probably another at least an hour of rising tide, I believe.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So it's going to get a lot higher than this still. And all the while they're staying on this peak. It's we're not going to get a lot of opportunities. Let's see. We do have a couple of lines coming here, but it does seem like only the very biggest ones are breaking. And it looks like, yeah, you go paddling there on your screen. He's going to let this one go, but he might have seen something behind. And let's see if he can find himself one. Meanwhile, Frederico's just to the left of your shot there. Just staying. There we go. Score comes in, and it's decent for Frederico. And what it means is it puts Diego in a combo. He fell on that. He did have a wave of his own. He split the peak. First wave, Frederico went, but he fell. So he just ends up with a 1, and he's in a combo at the moment. And he might just see the ocean go flat for a while.
Yeah, that's for sure. But as you said, smart move by Frederico Moraes. He puts down something like a high 6 or a 7. So, yes, it's a high 6. 6.73 and a 5.83. Really smart move by Frederico Moraes. He's now without priority. Iago Dora is on the lineup a bit further north than Frederico Moraes, and maybe, as Paul said, we're gonna have some. No, actually, we're gonna have some live action, I think, because I think Kikas is interesting on this wave. Yes, it is, and he is paddling hard, up and riding, left-hander. Nice wall, nice check turn there. Another one, and then bam, vertical in the end. But it was in a zone with a lot of white water, a lot of hair in there, so he couldn't manage to finish well the wave. So it's going to be a throwaway for sure. Let's watch the replay. Quick snap, another one, and then boom, vertical, but a bit late, and some kind of a bump there. A mogul there puts him down. So he's paddling out again. 10 minutes left. Right next, you're gonna have the other quarterfinal, Thiago Camarão against Marc Lacomar. And you know what, Paul? We have already the first semi aligned. We're gonna have Hiroto Owara against Marco Giorgi. They are the first two guys there in the semifinals. So right now, I'm gonna try to figure it out if it's gonna be Frederico Moraes or Iago Dora, the third guy in the semifinal.
10 minutes to go in this one. The clock's ticking down, and Dora's a bit behind it here. He's comboed. And Federico just opting for a slightly smarter tactic. That's the jeopardy in Dora's surf, and that's why it's exciting. You go for those big airs. If you land it, you might nail yourself a 9, but there's always the chance you fall and end up with nothing. And that's exactly what happened on his first wave. Contrastingly, Federico chipped away, got himself a high 5, and then put himself in a position to find another wave and build up a score. That's why Dora's in a combo at the moment, and his kind of approach is more of an approach where you probably want to catch quite a lot of waves, particularly if he's going to go to that air game. Sometimes he needs a few attempts. Well, he's probably not going to get that in this heat, so let's see if he can change things up as we go towards 9 minutes. There's a little double-up bowl here. I just wonder if this thing will stand up in time. I'm not sure that it's going to. And these things really are basically unloading right on the dry sand at the moment, so this tide not being very cooperative at all.
Yeah. Actually, it's pretty hard out there right now. Not too many opportunities for the surfers. Even the North Peak is getting pretty flat. It's almost like a river, a slow river. But still, some really nice conditions. It's summertime here in Santa Cruz. Come join us in the beach. We're not going to finish the competition today, so maybe tomorrow or Sunday, because Sunday is coming a huge storm, like 10 foot plus.
Wow.
Double overhead with strong onshore winds.
Yikes.
So stay tuned.
It's absolutely sweltering down here. It's really, really warm. A gorgeous afternoon on the beach in Portugal. But we did have that onshore wind. It was kind of chilly last couple of days today. It's much more kind of weather we become accustomed to when we come to Portugal for professional surfing competitions. It's absolutely gorgeous down here. A few people down on the beach bronzing and a couple of guys in the water not really thinking about their tans at the moment. They're thinking about how they're going to get out of this heat at the moment. It's definitely Frederico with it all done. He's got it all under his belt. And Diego Dora has got his work cut out. He's got everything left to do. He needs to get a couple of waves. They both need to be reasonably decent. Needs basically a couple of high sixes.
Yep.
And it's all been very still. He's basically ridden one wave so far. That was just a throwaway, just an air that he didn't quite stick. And he's just sitting there feeling that number is going to feel bigger and bigger as time ticks by.
Yeah, and right now the clock is a friend of Frederico Moraes, you know, because for Frederico it seems to be really slow, and for Iago the time is running really fast. So that's the different kind of vibes that the surfers are feeling right now, for sure. Maybe you're gonna have some action right now. You can see some lines there approaching to the lineup. Maybe in 15 seconds, we're gonna have some good action or not, because it's really tricky right now. Yeah, look at the North Peak, and Peterson Crisanto is still ripping on the free surf session there on the North Peak. I think right now it's the best. It's the best spot right now.
We've got a couple of lines, but the problem is they're just unloading straight onto the shore. It's almost like there's a little deep bit just offshore here. So the line kind of stacks up outside the Conest area and then actually backs off again. So we're seeing kind of sets come, and you see the guys look slightly interested. And then actually the wave just comes to nothing. And I can see there's a tight shot Dora there, still in that combo. And still waiting for another opportunity. Can actually see the next heat getting ready down in front. That surprises me somewhat. They're going to paddle out here because it's basically not breaking at all.
Yeah.
And the tide's coming up, right? It's getting higher, so it's going to get worse, right? Unless
I think the high tide is going to be at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So it's 10 to 3. So 1 and 10 minutes more of filling up the tide. So look at the scores on the leaderboard. Unfortunately, Iago Dora is only 1.43. Man. But as you said, Mark Lacomar is stretching on the dry sand, preparing for the next hit. And as you said, he's going to this peak again. Let's look to Frederico Moraes, because he's just trying to see what that wave had. And we reached the last 5 minutes of the hit. Oh, man, just a shocker for Iago Dora. Last round, Iago Dora was destroying with such a good conditions. He beat down Igoni Zubizarreta and Adrien Toyon and get through to the quarters with Thiago Camarão. Thiago Camarão actually with one of the highest scores of the event. It was like a 18-something, 2-9s. And hello, Rodrigo. How are you? Just a colleague.
Got a bit of paddling. Let's see if we get action. I'm not sure we will. We're just basically watching the tide get higher and higher, and every time a set stands up, it kind of lures us into thinking we might see some surfing. And unfortunately, it's actually just getting higher and higher all the time. We do have some sets out the back. We're trying to stay positive, but Federico won't mind one bit. If another wave gets ridden, he's stoked. He's like, whatever, I don't mind. Clock's ticking down. 3:40 to go. No one rides a wave again. He'll take that. He's in the semis. Diego Dora with it all left to do. He's struggling. He's comboed. It's 3:30 to go, and he needs a wave really badly. There's something standing up here. We do have a decent-sized set. This one looks like it'll break, and Frederico's having a good paddle on the right-hander, and here he goes. He's up in the shore break, pretty close to the dry sand, and he'll go down the line. First maneuver, projects down, then a nice little stinging top turn, and he'll find a little bowl on the end here, and he'll tag that right down the end, and that's kind of been the way the heat's gone. If the wave does come in, they've been slightly to the south, to the left of the shot. That's where Frederico's been sitting, and that's why he's picked him up. That's his fourth wave, actually. There's a replay. Here he goes again. And he just worked that thing all the way over, tags the inside section right on the dry sand. And Jaeger Dora, meanwhile, just sitting on his board with a slightly perplexed look on his face. Semi-baffled, thinking I'm comboed. And I've only really even paddled into one wave.
Yeah, but you know, the interesting thing that Frederico Moraes put that 583 under priority of Iago Dora, and right now, again, under priority of Iago Dora. He pulls down some really nice surf. He's actually on fire, Frederico Moraes. He came from a 5th place in Bells Beach just a few days ago with an awesome performance. Actually, I think it's his best performance in a WCT event. I think when he had the wild cards 2 years ago in Super Tubers.
Dora's having a sniff. He looks interested. We might see him get an opportunity here, and he's not going to. Maybe the one behind. We're kind of willing these things to break, really. We want to see him get an opportunity. And he's kicking his legs, not particularly convincingly, but he's got it, and he's up, and he's going to go left. He'll pump down the line. Trying to get out of a combo, he'll go with a massive air, and he stomps that beautifully. There goes the claim. A minute and a half to go.
A bit too late, but nice move.
He's definitely going to get himself out of a combo, actually. He's definitely going to be out of combo. We're due a score. We are due a score for Frederico, but he's going to be out of combo with this. That's massive. So beautifully done. I thought he got himself into trouble because he landed right where the impact of the lip was, but he can land those things in his sleep, this kid, and he's nailed that one. He's going to get a score. It's going to lift him out of combo, and I'll tell you what, it's under a minute to go, so time isn't his side. He basically needs to take off on the next thing that moves. Frederico's got priority. He should really just sit on him and close this thing out.
Yeah. But interesting. And you know what? It's coming just one wave.
So Frederico basically...
Look at that. Yeah, he's going to block him for sure.
Frederico needs to stay right there. He's got priority. He can do whatever he wants. And he's going to look at taking... No, he's just going to let it go.
Nice move. Nice move.
Still got the priority. 25 seconds on the clock. I'm not sure we're going to see another wave ridden. We are due a score at Dora. Frederico did improve, actually. He dropped a 6 on his last wave. And yeah, he goes school. Probably see him out of combo, but I think we're going to see them congratulate each other here. I'm not sure this next one's going to get there on time. There is a little lump coming, but it's going to be after the horn. It's not going to break anyway, and it's kind of slightly disappointing in terms of a spectacle, but there's nothing these guys can do about the tide. And Frederico has just got the mojo with him. He marches on to the semifinals.
Yeah, really smart hit by Frederico Moraes. Really smart move under priority of Iago Dora. And it was a really smart hit by the city surfer, Frederico Moraes. And he's on the semis, waiting for the result between Mark Lacomar and Thiago Camarão to see who is joining him in the semis, maybe tomorrow or Sunday, so stay tuned. Actually, we are going to, I think, to a short commercial. Maybe we need the official results. Look at that, summertime in Portugal. Frederico Moraes with such a good self-confidence there. He surfed really well. One of the best surfers here in Santa Cruz, and he's already on the semis. So let's go to a commercial break. Stick with us, join us at Pro Santa Cruz, presented by Oakley.
Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. That's the official result of the previous heat. Frederico Moraes moving forward to the semis. Right now we have on the water Marc Lacomar and Thiago Camarão. These two guys have been shredding all of the past few days through the rounds to the second and third round, so really nice surf between these two guys. Thiago Camarão is actually one of the highest total scores of the competition. Also Marc Lacomar, it's a huge combination of scores. See, 18-13, it's the best total score for Marc Lacomar. We have the scores dropping during the commercial break. I've seen one wave from Thiago Camarão and another wave from Marc Lacomar, and I think we are on the last heat of the day. I don't know that for sure, but I think so. It's confirmed.
Yep, last heat of the day, mate. Fourth quarterfinal, and this is it. We're going to wrap it up. We're going to come back with 3 heats to decide. Of course, the 3 most important heats of the week is the semis and the final. And which one of these two is going to be joining Federico Moraes in the second semi-final? Here it goes. Camarão, uncharacteristic mistake from him previous to that, and he just made sure he nails this one. And I like what he did there, Marc. True to form. He's come flying out the gates and nailed down a 7 for his first effort. Camarão fell off and only earned a 1.07, but he's improved his standing definitely with that little left-hander. Couple of decent hits for the Brazilian.
Yeah, comparing to the previous heat, that is a nice way to start the heat. That was during the break. Marc Lacomar putting down some lines. Yes, really nice turn there. Another one. That's the 7 points.
And I tell you what, something interesting is going in the water. We're just going to check out replay here. This is Camarão falling early on. And we're just bringing up the speed on the replay and then see if we can get some vision on this. That was Camarão falling. But we've got Thiago Camarão. The reason Marc's sprint paddling for the beach is Thiago Camarão got out after his last left. And he's absolutely sprinted up the beach to the peak that's about 150 meters north. And as a result, Marc saw him and started sprint paddling in. He's running after him. I don't know why it's making me laugh, but I'm just finding the whole thing quite funny. He's like, oi, get back here.
He's running away, man.
Where do you think you're going?
Really nice stuff. Oh, man.
It does beg the question of why they paddled out here in the first place, because as they were warming up, we were thinking, what are they doing? Why aren't they going up to the other peak to the north that's kind of breaking a bit more? But hey-ho, they've adjusted now halfway through the heat. And so we see a sort of slightly comedic spectacle of Marc Lacomar chasing Camarão up the
right
beach.
now is going to be interesting because who's going to get the priority? Because we didn't have the priority because they both didn't have on the lineup. So maybe Iago Dora is going to have the priority.
All right, well, in the meantime, while we figure out and these guys figure out their lineup, we're going to go down and listen to an interview. Winner of the last heat, standing by with Diogo.
Diogo, are you there? Diogo Alpendre, are you with
Frederico
Kikes?
Moraes,
Yeah.
having a laugh, sharing some laughs with some friends. After one more win, Frederico, a tough heat, changing conditions, but you still managed to get the win, so you're pretty happy with that.
Yeah, really hard. It's really slow out there. The tide is coming in really fast, and yeah, really slow. Was a really close one with Iago. I knew, well, everyone knows he's an amazing surfer, and he's right there to qualify this year. Looks like it, and yeah, I knew it was going to be a tough one. He got that big score at the end, but yeah, lucky me. I had already some backup scores, and yeah, I did it.
We see some rookies of the CT do a lot of QSs just to back up possible ranking changes and all that. Is your presence here in Santa Cruz also because of that, or that's not on your mind at the moment?
Not really. Hopefully, I won't be needing a QS requalification. That would be nice, just to requalify through the tour. But yeah, obviously, all the points I can get here, they're important, and they're gonna count on the rankings if I need them. So yeah, so I want to make some more hits.
You're not here with your coach, Richard Dog March. He's probably watching you from home. I figure he's pretty happy with what you're doing to this moment, don't you think?
Probably. I don't know if he's watching me. Probably he's over me already. We've been together for the last 3 months, sharing houses and traveling and boards and everything. So probably he's just enjoying time with his family and yeah, getting some holidays. I'll be seeing him in Fiji.
Okay. Good job. I'm going to do a quick question in Portuguese and then I'll get back to you guys. Frederico, mais hit, mais uma vitória, condições difíceis, mas mais uma vez conseguiste a vitória que precisavas e cada vez mais valeu a pena vir aqui a Santa Cruz.
Muito difícil o mar ali fora. Cada vez mais devagar as ondas, não há muitas ondas. A maré está a encher muito rapidamente, mas pronto, consegui arranjar 2 bons scores. Consegui controlar bem o hit e fazer o máximo das ondas e pronto, agora nas meias finais e se Deus quiser, algo grandioso amanhã.
E diz-me uma coisa, qual é que tem sido a tua fórmula de sucesso aqui neste evento? Chegar aqui, vir e ganhar não é para todos os surfistas do WCT, até porque, por exemplo, o João perdeu logo na segunda ronda, o Canoa não conseguiu passar nos quartos. Qual é que tem sido a tua fórmula aqui?
Eu estou tranquilo, estou feliz de estar em casa, de poder estar aqui, falar português, rir-me, ver amigos. E acho que isso é o mais importante, é eu estar feliz, estou bem comigo mesmo, estou contente com o meu surf, as minhas pranchas estão boas e pronto, depois é aprimorar as táticas, é melhorar as coisas a ser melhoradas e pronto, encarar isto como um treino.
There you go, both Portuguese and English interviews. Back to you guys for the live action. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Diogo Alpendre. Congrats to Frederico Moraes. You're talking English, you're talking Portuguese, so everybody knows what he was saying. And right now, back to live action with Mark Lacomar. He already put some backup score. It's a 4-point, and now he's trying to increase, but a nosedive there. And he's not gonna increase that 4 points, that's for sure. Let's watch the replay. Really nice. Oh, that's the replay from Mark Lacomar. But was a previous wave during the interview. Thanks, guys. And this is the last wave. Nice snap over the top. Another one. And yes, it was good. Good surfing by the Frenchman. It's okay. So, Mark Lacomar, right now the situation is Mark Lacomar is in the lead with a 7 and a 4. Tiago Camarão is a 4.33 and a 1.07, chasing a 6.68. And just before the interview, we assist here to just a cool moment of Tiago Camarão running all the way down to the North Peak, and then Mark Lacomar chasing him down. It was like a robbery, you know, from a supermarket or a bank. Insane.
There we go, getting back to live action. We have Mark Lacomar in first, but without priority. Tiago Camarão not really making use of that first priority with that 4.33, and Mark, on the other hand, really using that opportunity and using that chance to make the most of it. And we have had a great heat. Fortunately for you guys, you're going to be able to review it on our post show, Diogo and Paul. But overall, I think we had a fantastic day of action here in the Pro Santa Cruz presented by Oakley. And well,
everyone's pretty much happy with how things are going down and what we are seeing today and what we are doing today and all the surfing that the guys are doing today. So, you know, it's a good event. I think it's pretty obvious for everybody why we chose to, well, why the organizers chose to upgrade from a 1,000 to a 3,000 event. So, you know, it was worth the bet. And let's see what we have in this exchange. Thiago Camarão paddling hard, and there he goes. Boom, first section. He's gonna hit that section. He almost made a head cut back before that, and there he goes. Boom, once again, one more hit for the young Brazilian. Not as young as Iago, but still a good hit for Thiago Camarão. He needed a 7.3. Not sure if that's going to be it, but he'll definitely improve his situation, Diogo.
Yeah, that's for sure. I love the style of Thiago Camarão. Always delivers, and yeah, you know what? It pays off that running to the North Peak. Let's watch the replay. Fight for the wave. I like that. And then, bam! First turn, really good. Then releasing the tail on that one and preparing the last two ones. A lot of water in the air, and I've loved the vertical approach of Thiago Camarão. And now, again, he's coming to the South Peak, Thiago Camarão, and let's see if...
8-3-3, that's the score for Mark for Thiago's last wave. He jumps to the lead, and now Mark is left chasing down a score of 5-6-7 with 13 minutes to go. I don't think Thiago was expecting that score. Look at that. As soon as he heard that score, he stopped, listened to it really carefully, listened it really nicely, and then there we go, paddling once again to the South Peak, to the southernmost part of the beach where most of the surfing has been happening today, and Mark is left by himself on that North Peak. I think that's a bit of a psychological strategy there going on with Thiago. And now Mark is going to be left wondering, whoa, what do I do? I need to do something more. But Thiago got that 8-3-3 right here. So what do I do? Do I chase him down? Do I stay here and do that score? It's quite a choice for Mark.
Sorry, Diogo, but it's clear that Thiago Camarão wants to surf alone, to have more choices of waves. So right now is a really interesting hit, and let's see what Mark is going to do. We have 12 minutes remaining until the end of this heat, this round, and of the day, actually, because it's the final hit of the day. I think Mark Lacomar, it's pedaling in. No, it's not. Now we have on the screen the surfer, the Brazilian surfer with the red lycra.
Thiago was showing some interest on that wave, and look at Mark Lacomar. You can almost listen to his thoughts. He's left wondering, what do I do? What do I do? But he also seems calm. You know, he has his mindset, I believe, in what he wants to do. He just needs to calm down. But you know, that chase in the beginning of the heat kind of shows that he's not really sure of what his strategy. And we'll see if it happens for Mark, if it happens for Camarão. Either way, great heat. A lot of mind games going on with Thiago Camarão. And there goes Mark Lacomar. The wave starts to stand up, and he's up and he's riding. Let's take a look. A nice hit. The wave walls up in front of him. Backside. Oh, God. No, 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 no.
Huge mistake.
He goes down there, and that's now on Thiago's hand. Let's see what Thiago's going to do. Thiago is known as a guy that really likes to use his priority and block the other guys. So he might just go do that after this wave. There goes Thiago Camarão. He's going to attack that first section with an air.
Yeah!
Lands it. There he goes. He's going to wait for the wave to stand up on the inside. And he sure is going to stand up. He's going for a massive turn. There he is, and a good combo from Thiago Camarão. Just look at that. The Brazilian surfer has been in form all event long. And once again, he puts on a display of great surfing. I'm pretty sure he's going to improve his backup of a 4-3-3.
Yeah, let's watch the replay. High line, pumping 2 times, and then boom, to the air, blowing the tail. Really nice move, really smooth with a lot of style. And then, bam, perfect wave for Thiago Camarão. And
Meanwhile,
now he's running again. But yeah, we saw in the live this wave of Mark, and the last three waves of Mark Lacomar, they have happened all the same thing. Nosedive and nothing on it. So let's see. The scores are dropping, and I think Thiago Camarão, as you said, is running again to go to Mark Lacomar. He stays more outside of the water than actually in the water. It's interesting to see Thiago Camarão. He never quits of a hit, and yeah, 12-6-6.
We are still waiting on scores for the last of Thiago Camarão. Yep. He could definitely run for a triathlon or something like that, because his physical training definitely helping him with
what is that?
I think that's Mark Lacomar's leash. He took off his leash there, and it's over his shoulder, so his mind might be a bit lost out there with all these mind games going on with Thiago Camarão. But that's definitely his leash. I'm not sure if he broke his leash, if the board is ruined. I'm not really sure if he doesn't feel loose enough because of the leash. So, well, we'll have to figure out later on what happened there as we keep on waiting for Thiago's score with 8 minutes and 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because, as you said, I think we're going.
Oh, there it is. There it is. That is Mark Lacomar just putting that leash around his neck. Oh, he probably broke that leash, and then he was putting it around his neck so he can surf freely. There we go. Mark Lacomar up and riding. We believe in him, and he has to believe in himself. There he goes. Nice vertical turns for the young Frenchman. And, whoa, he's got his man almost there. Almost there. He lost it there. Mark Lacomar, he's going to use this chance to take that leash off and keep on surfing. Oops, it's going to be quite important heat for Lacomar.
I can't wait to see this exchange of waves. And right now, Diogo, I think the wind changed direction. Right now, it's already north wind for the last few minutes of the heat. Look at the texture of the ocean right now, and you can see some lines there. So maybe we're gonna have some opportunities when we watch the replay from Thiago Camarão. We are waiting for scores for the last of red and the last of blue. So yeah, really nice hit this quarterfinal.
And there we go, the score for Thiago Camarão, 8-4-7. 8-4-7 for Thiago Camarão's last wave. So he's pretty much in the lead, in a great lead, and now the wind turn and everything around us is just flying away.
It's like a mini tornado.
Yeah, sorry for the laughs there, but the wind just turned around. And all our sheets, all our cups, coffee cups and all that, lights and all parts of the studio are just flying around. But that doesn't matter anymore because Thiago Camarão is in the lead. And in second place, Mark Lacomar is a bit behind, needing almost a perfect score. As we see, that's Lacomar's coach or friend that's helping him out with the leash that Lacomar was using. Maybe Lacomar was feeling a bit hanged up.
Yeah, hanged up.
For
sure.
Or he was feeling a little too much drag because of that wave, because of the leash, and decided to take it off. Or maybe it was just broken, so we don't know. We'll ask him afterwards, but meanwhile, 6 minutes to go. Thiago Camarão with priority, and I'll tell you what, Thiago is gonna sit on Mark, but don't forget, there are priorities, so if Thiago blocks Mark, priorities are going to change, and the advantage will go on Mark's side.
Yeah, but Mark is now chasing a 9.8.
Massive score required by Mark Lacomar.
Yeah, so that running from south to north and north to south from Thiago Camarão, it pays off. It pays off. The Shrimpy never quits, never quits. Never say no to a good battle, and that's what we are having here. Just a good battle. It's impressive. We have been all day with offshore winds, and in a second, the wind turn, and we have north winds, cross on, completely different kind of conditions. It's impressive. Right now, last 5 minutes remaining for the last hit of the day. Tiago Camarão against Mark Lacomar. Right now, Kikas or Frederico Moraes is watching this hit and wondering who is going to be with him on the semi-final. We have already Hiroto Ohara and Marco Giorgi.
Marco Giorgi. And if it ends up being Frederico Moraes against Tiago Camarão, it's the second time they face each other in this contest. The first time went to Tiago's side, but both advanced to this hit, to this round actually. So it might just be the chance for Frederico to change things around, as we see both duck diving under some white water there. They're a bit caught behind. Caught on the inside actually. And the wind howling just changed as we see Mark going left. And priorities still with Tiago Camarão.
I'm sure that you, there in home, you can hear the wind blowing. It's a completely different aspect of the lineup. Really strong wind. And we are reaching the final 3.5 minutes. And there it is, Tiago Camarão using his priority.
Tiago using his priority.
Just blocking him.
Yeah, just to block him. Unfortunately, the wave wasn't too good and things changed a bit. So now the wind has stopped for a bit thanks to all the crew that's helping us out every day with making our conditions, working conditions and all that better. Our tent is now closed once again. Thank you, guys. Great job all event long. And thank you also for upgrading the event to a 3000 because we are watching some great surfing in the past few days. And tomorrow might just be the last day of the event. And hopefully we'll see some more of that great surfing we've been watching all event long.
Maybe in the next year we're gonna have an upgrade again to a 6000.
We'll see, we'll see.
That's gonna be interesting.
I'm pretty happy with the 3000 in the sense that it gives a lot of opportunity to local guys and Euro guys, and it's not that massive of an event. So we'll see what happens. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. And don't stay tuned after the heat is over. We're gonna have the interview with this heat's winner, and also with we're gonna have the post show with Diogo and Paul, and yeah, it's gonna be quite a day to review.
That's it. You said it all. Last chance for Mark Lacomar. He's up and riding on his backhand. Nice floats there.
Floats the boat there. Mark Lacomar just doing
Rock
it really
and roll.
nice.
Really nice job by the French surfer. Maybe it's gonna change something, but I don't think it's gonna be a 9.8. He needs sorry guys, a bit more. And now it's Mark Lacomar running away from Tiago Camarão, and Tiago Camarão is chasing him. But meanwhile, he saw some good right-hander. Yes, and he's up and riding. Bam! Good surf by the Brazilian guy. It's all, yeah, another hair. It was an air attempt. It's not gonna increase the score, but really nice surf presenting to us by the Brazilian guy. And you know what?
What?
He's going out.
There we go with less than a minute. The damage is done. Tiago Camarão surfed great. Just put one more wave on his scoreboard. Not sure if it's gonna improve his situation. Pretty sure it's not.
So.
But still, it was a good wave. Just before that was Mark Lacomar. This wave was also just went to leave the water. Nice float there for the Frenchman, but still a good wave.
Yeah.
But nothing that is going to change the situation too much. Mark needed something major, and he's alone in the water at the moment. There he is on the south bank.
Oh,
he's unhappy.
Frustration.
10 seconds to go. Tiago, thanks the gods of surfing and all the other gods he believes in, as he wins one more heat. And there he is. He's all pumped. He's all pumped. Look at him, just pumped.
With Victor Mendes and Holly's crew.
There we go. There we go. We're going to hear from him soon.
Yeah.
Before that, we're going on a short commercial break. Stay tuned for the post-show. Stay tuned for that, as we are readying everything for the post-show and for the interview. And unofficial results, Tiago Camarão taking the win on the last heat of the day. And now, yes, we're going on a short commercial break, and we'll be right back after this. Stay tuned. First, the official results, Tiago Camarão, Mark Lacomar. Tiago obviously taking the win with those pair of eights. That never wins a hand in poker, but wins you some hits. And good job, Tiago. Good job also to Mark. And we're going to say our goodbyes with that. And we'll be right back with the interview with Tiago Camarão and the post-show. Stay tuned.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida, com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything. For you.
And yep, we're live with last heat's winner. That's Tiago Camarão. The wind just changed direction, so it's howling around us. But nevertheless, a great win, Tiago. You seem pretty pumped after that heat. How are you feeling at this moment?
Yeah, I'm so stoked. I think that was the hardest hit for me because I changed a lot of strategy, so it was really hard to surf and position myself on the heat because I changed from the north side to the south side. So I was tripping, but at the same time I was really focused. I was watching all the hits, and I'm so tired, man. I think I'm the only one coming from the first round all the way to the semifinal. So yeah, now I just want to take a rest, and yeah.
We're gonna let you take a rest. Great job all event long, buddy. I'm sure it was worth it to make the journey here. You've been surfing great. Good luck for tomorrow and have a good rest.
Oh, thank you very much. Can I?
Go ahead.
Valeu, galera. Juquei Boys. Estamos na semifinal, amarradão. Se Deus quiser, a gente leva esse caneco. Valeu, galera. Obrigadão.
There we go. A message in Portuguese for all the fans at home. Back to you guys for the post show. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Mãe, não posso falar alto. Já estão todos aqui a dormir. Eu é que não consigo adormecer. Deve ser para amanhã ser o primeiro treino. Beijinhos.
Adira ao M4O e escolha um pacote SmartNet à sua medida com 10 GB mês para utilizar nas suas apps preferidas. Aproveita a oferta de um pacote SmartNet grátis até ao final do ano e ainda da primeira mensalidade M4O. Ligue 16200 ou vá a mel.pt. O mundo é a tua casa. O mundo é Mel.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything for you.
I started surfing when I was 3. Now it's about the chase of a world title. It's manoeuvres that haven't been done before. Places in the world that haven't been surfed before. It's never ending. I'm Julian Wilson, and I can't stop.
Get up. Let your bare feet touch the sand and feel the sea breeze. This is the moment. Seize the day. Let the sun bathe your skin. Let the sea wet your hair. Let the flavors light your mouth and let your friends fill your heart. We thought of everything for you.
Hello everyone, welcome back to this quick post-show. I'm Diogo Patrocinio, this is Paul Evans. So Paul, what a great day we have today, wasn't
Massive
it?
day, we had upsets, we had some amazing performances, huge scores, and the wind switched around, the tide came up, there was a lot happening.
Yeah, but was this the best day of the competition so far?
Definitely,
Or what?
absolutely. We had absolutely pumping waves.
Really huge scores.
Classic conditions, some amazing performances, beautiful scores. We had maybe 5 heats in a row where the winner was 2 scores in the excellent range. So the judges just rewarding some amazing surfing, incredible performances, and we're down to just 4 guys now, just 3 heats left to run, the 3 most important heats of the event, semis and the final.
Yeah, check out tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. We're gonna have the first heat, maybe tomorrow or even in Sunday, but the first semi is gonna have Hiroto Owara against Marco Giorgi, and the second semi is gonna have the Portuguese city surfer Frederico Moraes against
Camarão.
the Shrimpy, man.
Amazing matchups right there, and yeah, just those 3 heats left to run. It does give our contest director the opportunity to just have a look and look at tides and winds and things. 2 days left in the waiting period. He's going to try and pick the very best hour, 2 hours out of that to put our guys in the best waves.
Is what we need. Is just 2 or 1.5 hours to finish the competition. So we are going to the weekend because tomorrow is Saturday. So maybe we're gonna start the competition tomorrow or even in Sunday. So right now it's really windy out there. I think we have some footage from yesterday cocktail on Hotel Areias do Seixo. It's a partner from NOAA. It was really nice to be there. It's a great hotel. It's a 5 stars luxury hotel right here in Santa Cruz. It's another motive to come here to Santa Cruz and to see the sightseeings of the town.
Yeah, that's where the commentators are staying. Of course, the surfers are all staying in tents at the campsites, but they put the commentators up, the web team, in 5-star accommodation. That's absolutely as it should be. But no, this place is amazing, and you can sample beautiful wines of the region. They got like gastronomic cuisine, just an epic spot, that.
Yeah, that's for sure. And the owner of the hotel, it's Gonçalo Alves, the owner of NOAA too. It's a sponsor of the event. So, and really nice hug to them. That was the yesterday cocktail with a beautiful sunset and behind and a fireplace. Really good stuff. So, back to us. I think we are done for today.
Who do you fancy out the semi-finalists? Who's your pick? I'm probably guessing you're probably going to go Frederico, right?
Yeah, I'm all in Frederico.
I like the look of Hiroto Arai, so we'll just see. They're on other sides of the draw. They could meet in the final, but they need to get out their semis left. Let's just wait and see.
Yeah, that's it. So that's it for today. See you tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna be the check-in of the athletes, and so stay tuned at worldsurfleague.com. Ciao.